Nask right here. This was a really nice play from Tony, and it's not the first time we've seen him make plays like that. Number 3, same series, Full Smart vs YOLO Inc. Watch Kankito's positioning on the Evoker, and look what happens. Mazikeen comes out of that trap, double fear lands, and then look at how Nask plays this sequence. Smoke Bomb comes down, Kidney Shot, and the connect onto Kankito. But right here at the end of this Kidney Shot, look, Nask is in that meme, trinkets, and then gouges Kankito low to deny the rewind, and the damage comes in at the right moment to kill him before he can get that rewind off, which will surely save him. Number 2, Echo vs Dobob again. This play was so sick from an anticipation standpoint. Relza life swaps Brunhilde, but look how fast Waz gets there to cheap shot Relza and try to take him out on that life swap. Before Relza even got the life swap off, Waz had left Brunhilde and swapped over to Relza. Of course, Dobob doing an excellent job, Brunhilde and Thezia with the cheap shots with the Dragon's Breath and the Sheeps to peel to save Relza. Unlike somebody we know who roaches out of a Dead Mines, Dobob do a fantastic job here to save the healer from going down. But the best play from last night that I saw was from MVQ. Again, it was another one of those foresight things. Look at Lontar's positioning. He goes into the full trap on under pressure side. Kankito right here is following that up with a sleepwalk. Now, MVQ has big brain here. He doesn't reverse the trap. He instantly realizes the sleepwalk is coming, dashes over and reverses that instead. And look at the pressure on Corki. Lontar is able to follow up with a Psychic Scream after that, and Corki ends up going down. I love that, because if you reverse the trap onto Kasu, that's not CC on Kankito. They don't get that kill right there.
Amazing. So if you missed those games and that top 5 breakdown from Chan wasn't enough, you can definitely go check out the VOD on YouTube. But thank you so much for that, Chan. Let's look forward to North America, though. Same thing happened in NA on Wednesday. Super Tees, we have those open bracket games to get it down to a top 8 for today. But if you missed those games, what were some of your major or your favorite moments, favorite setups, Super Tees from those games?
I mean, my biggest highlight was the team, the Abjured, in the open bracket. It really showcases that anything can happen, anything is possible. They came in last minute as an Enhancement Shaman Warlock team. There's basically 3 Enhancement Shamans in NA. It's Sol, Ronnie, and Big Dam. And Sol abandoned Enhance. He re-rolled Ret, so they built a team with the other 2 Enhancement Shamans and went after him, took out F tier. And now they had to face off against Dire Wolves, which is currently, in the upper ranks of North America, just to try and get into the tournament. And they brought Big Dam in on a Windwalker Monk, and they were playing the comp that F tier used to play. They're taking that old sauce, and they actually were just absolutely demolishing in this series against Direwolves. They were super entertaining to watch. I really like that they just kind of made a team from the ladder. It was completely, seemingly random compositions, just going to try and make a run for it, and now they have a really good opportunity to actually get into the finals.
Yeah, definitely have a good opportunity. Let's actually look at those standings and where we currently are here in the North American region. It's looking kind of interesting. We got some ties going on, Venruki. We've got some a very top-heavy standings as well here in North America.
Yeah, I would say there's a few interesting stories right now. I mean, obviously, Gators back and welcome to the Jung. They're the top. They're like, these two have been, 1 and 2, neck and neck, back and forth the entire season. So I am curious to see who comes out ahead this week. But yeah, they're soaking up a lot of those points. And then, of course, you have Cats and Dogs and Direwolves also really close to each other. These 2 teams are still in the tournament, so whoever has a better run this week could sneak into that 3rd position. Cats and Dogs obviously want to win to deny Direwolves, but you can tell Direwolves, they want to have a deep run in that lower bracket. And then Wage Gap and the Abjured are also tied right now in that 8th position. Only one of them can make it into the top 8. Actually, potentially both of them, depending on how they do. But yeah, they're going to be fighting not directly against each other, but basically competing to have a deeper run in the tournament to secure their position. And then, of course, for Z-rated, if they win, they can avoid maybe a brutal 3-way tie. We don't know what'll happen in that situation. We'll have to figure that out later. But Z-rated definitely needs to get a win to avoid that situation.
Yeah, every single game from here on out for the rest of the weekend counts for these teams. They are desperate for those points to get into the top 3 or be sent 4th through 8th place. Get sent to that gauntlet. So we'll certainly keep everybody updated as the day moves forward. But let's look at the bracket that we have. The teams that made it out of the open bracket that Super Tees was talking about into the top 8. Down in the lower bracket, we've got Z-rated versus Left 4 Dead, Direwolves versus Wage Gaps, and like Ven already highlighted, each game in the lower bracket, especially, extremely important, and they don't have any chances left. And then we've got the upper bracket as well, Venruki.
Yep, Gators back versus the ABJURED. We talked about the ABJURED a little bit. Very fun team, really interesting compositions. The Windwalker Monk enhancement, the Warlock enhancement Shaman. Maybe we see some double enhancement Shaman as this team has kind of soaked up all the enhancement Shamans in North America. Gators back. They fell last week to Welcome to the Jung, and I'm curious to see what they prepared this week. Obviously making it through that upper bracket once again into the quarterfinals. But I feel like they're very focused this week. To have a deep run, make it to the finals. And then Cats and Dogs versus Welcome to the Jung. This is a very exciting one because it's a matchup we haven't seen yet.
Yeah, and I can't wait to see it as well. But, you know, if we're looking at the bracket as a whole, every single match we're going to see here from North America today, then what is your matchup of the day for us?
Well, it's got to be Cats and Dogs versus Welcome to the Jung. Cats and Dogs, they're kind of a little bit newer to the scene. Came out of nowhere in Cup number 1. It looked extremely good. That being said, they're going up against the Titan team, Welcome to the Jung, who have been experimenting with lots of different compositions. So not only have they brought in these different cleave compositions with the Hunter Feral, they've also been playing the Assassination Rogue Death Knight, the Assassination Rogue Moonkin. They can basically play anything in the game. And that is kind of scary for Cats and Dogs because Cats and Dogs is a team that's mostly been focusing on that Warlock, Rogue, Priest. Not that much flexibility there. I feel like for Awaken, even though we see him here on the Paladin, likely we are going to be seeing that Void Weaver Discipline Priest is extremely good at that specialization. But when you go up against a team like Welcome to the Jung, who can basically play everything at the highest level, it's going to be a really difficult matchup up for them. But I think for Cats and Dogs, if they can win this, they really prove that they are like that top 3 team and could potentially win the entire thing this year.
Oh, they most certainly could. So definitely looking forward to that one, Ben. Let's look at the rest of the teams, the individual players on the rosters as well that made it out of the open bracket into the top 8. And Chan, you know, looking at every single team that is going to be playing here today in North America, what are some of the other top dogs in the region we should be looking at?
Yeah, I mean, like Ven said, there's a big focus on the ABJURED with the enhancement Shaman. I think this is a very, very interesting team. First top 8, first broadcast appearance. But I think for today and tomorrow, the focus really is on Direwolves and Cats and Dogs. Which of these 2 rosters can solidify that 3rd place and avoid the gauntlet?
Yeah, a lot of questions, and you do not want to go to the gauntlet if you are, you know, if you know what's good for you, because you're not going to get out of. There's only one team that can make it out of the gauntlet, 4th through 8th place. It is a very, very difficult position to be in. It always turns into extreme high level of competition. But like I said earlier, we'll be keeping everybody updated in terms of that, as well as the standings in North America. But let's start talking about this first series. We've got Z-Rated versus Left 4 Dead. We're going to do some predictions for that. But first, let's look at the leaderboard or predictions. Chan, I'm kind of curious to hear where you think you are at, since you've been kind of sharing that spot with D-Machine.
I mean, being in the middle when D-Machine is tanking my votes is pretty decent. I'm above you, I'm above Super T's, and importantly, I'm above the coin. So hopefully today we can climb the leaderboard. Chat is number 1, so that's how you know they are very lucky, and Zico is right behind.
Whoa!
Yeah,
You have to be careful what you say about the chat, man. They're gonna remember that. They're gonna clip you when you stumble now.
The Zico crystal ball with chat right now.
Yeah. The coin has your crystal ball, then.
Yeah, that's what I want to know. First of all, like, okay, they get a picture with me when I am clean shaven. I'm upside down and I'm at the bottom below the coin. Like, I'm not doing that bad,
bro.
Like, I'm not
Ben
doing
was
that
number
bad.
1 last week, and now suddenly he's being just.
Like, I feel like
he's being
Super-
slandered.
Super T's, I was going to
why
say, right? I don't
Super
know why-
T's okay, production, we need to edit that. That should be Super T's in that crystal ball.
Yeah, that's a great question. But,
Hey, but I took some risks today, okay? I mean, I might not. I could end up being really bottom or straight to the top.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I'm looking forward to getting into these predictions then. Let's talk about the actual series then. Z-Rated versus Left 4 Dead. I'm so curious to hear your take, Chan, on this particular series. How do you think it's going to play out?
And I think it's really hard to you know, predict this one, but I do think that I think Z-Rated actually hasn't won a game yet on broadcast, so they're hungry for that. They're coming from Pro Fortnite onto Pro WoW, so I don't really know what is going to happen here. Yeah, but I'm thinking Left 4 Dead. They've got the experience. They've been around for a long time. I think I think Left 4 Dead are going to take this, but we'll see what Z-Rated can put up. They do have that Red Demon Hunter. They have a Hunter on their team as well as a Preservation Evoker. So they can play very, very aggressively, very fast-paced. And last time we saw them play, it was, quite entertaining to see them. Excited to see what they're going to put out today.
Yeah, excited as well. And we can start getting into the actual predictions then. Jan, given what you just said, what is your prediction for the series?
Left 4 Dead. I have to go for Left 4 Dead. Looks like Twitch is predicting the same as me over here. I think 3-1 for Left 4 Dead.
3-1 Left 4 Dead. Super Tees, what is your take on the series? What is your prediction?
I have nothing to lose, okay? So
Okay.
I'm dangerous because I have nothing to lose, and I'm leaning into Z-Rated for this one, 3-2. Although Left 4 Dead also picked up a fourth player. They didn't previously have a fourth player, and I believe that it's a Destruction Warlock, and it was named Thugonomus. So I think it's Thugonomics.
Yes, it's
from
Thugonomics, man.
when I saw him on the open bracket. So he has abandoned TPC, or I don't know what happened there, and he is now on Left 4 Dead. And Feral Destro and Shadow Priest Feral means they have more options to deal with cleaves. So they could end up taking it, but I have to take risks. Like if I just pick what you guys are gonna pick, I can't get to the top. So I'm rolling the dice today.
Okay.
I got to go the opposite way.
I like it. I'm on your side. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing, Super Tees, but Ven looks like you're 1-3 as well in favor of Left 4 Dead.
Yeah, I played against them yesterday. It didn't go so good. I feel like Accident on Feral is super good, tagging up with Thugonomics. Like, it's a very devastating team. So I feel like they should, in theory, have the compositional advantage going into this one, and also just the experience. I feel like it's really hard to go against them, but I'll be happy if I'm proven wrong, honestly. Even though I went in favor of Left 4 Dead, if Z-Rated can pull it off, I'll be very pleased.
Yeah, wouldn't be the first time we've seen an underdog win, even this weekend, Chan. But speaking of that blind pick, what in your mind is the best decision for both teams? What do you want to see here?
I think for Left 4 Dead with Thugonomics, he has not been on the broadcast for a long time, but he has been playing well. He has been PvPing. I want to see him on the Destro Lock. I think Axton on Feral, and of course Tuna on probably Holy Paladin to round that out. They have a ton of CC on that side, and on Z-Rated side, I'm not really sure. I feel like Feral Destro is very, very solid into the melee cleaves, into any potential hunter comps as well. So we'll see what they cook up over there, but I really want to see Thugonomics play. I haven't seen him compete in a very long time now.
Yeah, it's good to see him. Super Tees, this is going to be a ridiculous question. Thugbear, do you think we're going to see it?
0% chance. They have Action on the team also.
No way!
I mean, the Thugbear, that was a different time, okay? That was a different time.
People don't forget Super Tees, all right?
I probably inspired Thugbear, to be honest.
People don't forget that you're a Guardian Druid, all right?
I was probably the one that I started that. I inspired him, okay?
Did you?
I was the origin point of that plague.
That plague, at least you admit it. All right, well, looks like we're going to be getting into game number 1 shortly here. We're in the lower bracket, both of these teams, and we talked about so much earlier before we started how important it is for every single team to get those points, to move forward, not get knocked out, because really this is their final chance. This is these teams, and we talked about so much earlier before we started how important it is for every single team to get those points, to move forward, not get knocked out, because really this is their final chance. This is cup number 3. They want to get as high of a placement as they can because they don't want to get sent to the gauntlet, which is not an easy place to be for sure. So Z-Rated, Left 4 Dead, quite a bit on the line for both of these teams. This blind pick going to be particularly important for, I think, more so Z-Rated. Then, what do you think?
I don't know. It's hard to say. I feel like Z-Rated, they're mostly going to be focusing on ret comps. Left 4 Dead, they'll be focusing on feral comps. So I feel like both teams have a decent wants to run. I'd be surprised if there was anything too crazy here coming in on the Grand Arena. I think both teams are probably just going to lead with their best foot forward. Some sort of cleave, maybe the Ret Hunter for Z-Rated, and then Left 4 Dead. Honestly, they could play the Shadow Priest as well. Maybe we don't see the Destro Warlock. That's kind of their main composition, the Shadow Priest Feral Paladin. And I think it would be decent into what Z-Rated runs.
All right, let's see what they bring out here. Game number 1, Elimination Series, starting on the Grand Arena. It is Z-Rated versus Left 4 Dead. Getting the game loaded up and started here. First day, the first game of the day as well here in the North American region, Super Keys.
All right. Let's do it. Let's see what the teams are going to be choosing here. Coming out of the gates. And it looks like it will be. I'm not going to say I called it, but I called it here, Chan.
You can take it. I mean, I think the Shadow Priest is tankier than the Destruction Warlock, so their offensive pressure on Left 4 Dead side is going to be a lot lower than having Thugonomics play. But the flip side is they're going to make it to dampening. They can survive for a very long time. The Dispersion, the Life Swap, and also the Mass Dispel. But on the flip side, the Destruction Warlock, of course, brings all the offense, and you can also play the Imp to dispel Tuna out of those traps, those Hodge, Blinding Lights, and Sleepwalks from Zagorn as well. We'll really have to see what happens. It might come down to a mana game as well, but I'm expecting this one to be quite explosive. I don't think Z-Rated is going to last too long in this game. Zozo pushing in onto Gage right now. Looks like Gage is going to be the main target for them. Jay was able to secure a trap at the start, but Jay was himself uses Trinket under a bit of fire. Zagorn follows up with the Sleepwalk. Jay was not using his wall just yet and not able to develop any pressure on Left 4 Dead.
Yeah, taking a huge hit of damage there. Tuna gets interrupted. Nicely done there by Zagorn. Double fear coming in from Gage. Jaywas just all alone. He could go down so early on in the match. Beautiful repentance spam coming in from Tuna, just casting it over and over. Zagorn is forced to trade out the Emerald Communion into a Cyclone. A great play there for Left 4 Dead.
Yeah, and the problem is Zagorn has already committed the Emerald Communion, and Jwaz, that was his go. He landed the Intim Stun into the trap, but he was the one who was in trouble. Gage right now, though, going into a little bit of trouble himself, might have to use his Dispersion, trades it out because Tuna was in the Oppressing Roar into the double Sleepwalk from Zagorn. It's a nice setup from Z-Rated. Gage still under a lot of fire, but Tuna should be able to pop some cooldowns here to recover him. And you have to look at Zagorn right now. He's into the Hodge, and he's looking for a rep out of that. If that is able to land, Zagorn has to trade out his Trinket. That's the last wall from Jwaz as well. All he has left is the Turtle. There is no Communion left.
Yeah, Zozo's going to have to save the day. Still has to lay on hands and his Trinket, so need cross on Zozo, get his Trinket out of the way. But so far, Left 4 Dead, I feel like they're winning these exchanges. They're getting the cooldowns out of the way. Finally, Z-Rated has a little bit of pressure here onto Gage and Axton. Big damage, though, on Jwaz. Needs to be careful. Channeling out the rapid fire, trying to get some counter pressure. Zagorn pushing in as well, gets the stun into potential sleep block. No, Gage shuts it down. Beautifully done.
Jwaz, though. Jwaz is full stunned. Zagorn is able, looks like Zozo was able to top Jwaz or something. Maybe it was the stasis that was released. Jwaz under a lot of fire right now, gets the lay on hands from Zozo, but Jwaz only has that aspect of the turtle left. And if Zagorn goes into the next CC chain, Jwaz can go down. Zozo going into the full clone right now. Left 4 Dead just waiting out the DRs right now as Axon goes into the Sleepwalk. Full Hodge lands onto Zagorn, gets sanked from Zozo. Nice play from him, instantly realizing that. But as soon as that Fear lands, or a clone, or anything really onto Zagorn, Jwaz is going to be under so much trouble. Axton looking for it. He gets knocked on the clone by Zagorn. Nice job avoiding. Gage is able to land the full Fear. And look at Jwaz right now. Gets his Trinket. Ross is traded out as well. Zagorn able to avoid any follow-up CC. Is able to top Jwaz for now.
Yeah, Tuna and the Hammer of Justice. Big damage on Jwaz still, though. But Zagorn has some answers rotating up. If he can survive a little bit longer, we'll have the Trinket. Of course, Zozo has that spell warding as well. Trade that out. So honestly, Z-Rated, they're not looking too bad. The cooldowns are rotating back up. They get the Dispersion out of the way on Gage. Axton's getting low, but a full Repentance lands onto Zagorn. How is Z-Rated going to handle the situation? It's going to be immediate turtle from Jwaz, but he's still just rotting down. The bleeds and all the Shadow Priest damage over time effects. They catch him in a stun. That will be the Blessing of Protection. So a great push from Left 4 Dead once again.
Yeah, and Jwaz is able to survive right here, but Zagorn still has that Trinket rotating back up, does have Rewind available as well, and Tuna going to the Sleepwalk. Zagorn just babysitting Tuna, making sure that he's not able... Oh my god.
Yeah, that was crazy. I mean, Gage, he actually traded Void Shift there too. Like, Tuna got slept, I think. Gage
I was paying attention to Tuna. Zagorn was... it looked like Zagorn slept Tuna, was going up for a follow-up, was channeling the Fire Breath, and Gage actually just goes down so fast to the Hunter.
No, I think it was a rep pally. I think there was some rep pally. We'll see. We'll see exactly what happened there at the end. But surprisingly, like you said, Tuna, it was scary for him. He was getting slept. He actually got swapped. So Gage exchanged his health. He actually lost 2 full health bars in that one setup. And Z-Rated, I mean, chat went against them. Super Tease is taking risks, but look at, you can see it here. Okay, so this is where Gage... There's a Hammer of Justice. Gage gets interrupted. He trades out the Void Shift, which unfortunately doesn't break the Sleepwalk, and then Gage just gets as an aim shot. Templar's Verduct, yeah. Brutal. Gage exploded.
Yeah, it looks like Tuna had the Trinket there as well for the Sleepwalk. Choosing not to use it, Gage ends up trading the Void Shift as well. And then I actually thought Zagorn was going for the solo Fire Breath kill on Tuna after that swap. I thought he was trying to make a play right there. But Gage actually going through 2 health bars, as you said. I feel like, you know, this was a mistake from Left 4 Dead. Tuna did have cooldowns. Gage traded out his, but ultimately here you have to Trinket that Sleepwalk, right? Oh, it looks like it might have been on cooldown from the human racial. So
I think it's got to be a divine shield.
yeah,
then.
it's got to be a bubble from Tuna to save Gage, heal yourself as well. Instead, Gage actually goes down. But this was an interesting game. I thought that Z-rated was actually going to get walked over. I thought Left 4 Dead was going to land all that CC onto Zagorn and just pressure JWaz so hard, but they were able to keep up with it. Zozo doing excellent sanks to keep Zagorn out of any stuns, out of any fears. And of course, they had some good pressure on Axon. They had good pressure on Gage, and they ended up killing him right here with no true shot.
Yep. Big damage. Interested to see the actual death log there, but I think Tuna just under responding. Normally Shadow Priests are actually pretty durable, pretty tanky, but just an explosive amount of damage coming in, and Z-Rated does claim game number 1, but I would say this series is far from over. That was definitely a great showing for Z-Rated, but I think Gage was a little bit caught off guard there. Tuna was caught off guard. And honestly, Left 4 Dead, they had great pressure and momentum. They're getting cooldowns out of the way very quickly. And we'll see what ends up happening. What map do you think we're going to?
Oh man, I mean, I think you want a big map, right? If you're actually, I'm not too sure. It's Hook Point that gets picked out. I think the idea here is, right, you want to CC Zagorn. You really want to shut down that Preservoker. You have Hodge, you have Disarm or Psychic Horror from the Shadow Priest. You have Clones, you have Fear, and you have Repentance, and all this kind of CC. If you're able to land that onto the Preservation Evoker, man, JWaz is going to go down so fast. And we saw last game, every time that something did land onto Zagorn, JWaz was in trouble, and he was out of cooldowns a minute and a half into the game. Okay, Red Demon Hunter comes out. Okay, so they realized that the Hunter was a bit of a defensive weakness there, a bit of a liability. Interesting adaptation from them. What do you think Left 4 Dead is going to pick here?
Kind of want to see a Destro Warlock. I don't know. The Shadow Priest, it doesn't look bad, but Destro is just so incredibly strong right now. It's just such a threatening specialization. Of course, a little bit susceptible to being trained down by these cleaves, but if you're a very experienced Destro Warlock, you can kind of handle that, especially when you're being backed up by like a Pharaoh Druid and a Paladin. I want to see Thug, I think.
Yeah, I agree, and I actually wanted to see Thug in game 1. I think the Shadow Priest is quite tanky, but despite the tankiness, Gage ended up going down. Of course, I think Tuna undertraded his cooldowns, but with the Destro lock, you have the Imp Dispel, so you can dispel Tuna out of any CC, you know, the Hodge, the Blinding Lights, the Sleepwalks as well, enable him to play his game a little bit more. And as you said as well, I think Destruction Warlock is just so much stronger in the meta at the moment compared to SP.
Yep.
You're just going to have so much offensive pressure.
You know, one thing, okay, they're not going to run it. They are going to play the Destruction Warlock. It might be an error. I feel like
I'm hoping that's an error. Surely you don't put Gage on the Destruction Warlock over Thugonomics,
yeah.
right?
I wanted to ask you too, because you're a very experienced wizard. Obviously, we both have experience playing the wizards, but I feel like it's a bit underrated right now. Like, what about like a shadow play? Would that have any kind of place in a matchup like this?
I think the normal issue of playing Wizard Cleaves in today's meta is that you normally lack having the Mortal Strike effects. Of course, with the Destruction Warlock, you do have the Fell Fisher if you take that PvP talent. Okay, so we are getting confirmation that's Thugonomics on the Destruction Warlock, so I'm happy to see that. Yeah, I think the main issue is the Mortal Strike effect, but Shadow Play could work. I just think that, you know, Feral Destro with Holy Paladin, you have so much CC. All you have to do is not, you know, get gibbed, not get cheese killed, land a few of those CCs on the Preservoker, who has to play close range and heal his teammates, and you can just so easily punish that. Whether that's on the Ret Paladin, the Demon Hunter, you get a bolt off, they're toast.
Yep, true. We'll see. I think the Destruction Warlock here is going to look a lot better. I do like that Z-Rated is bold and confident enough to just put in the Demon Hunter, mix up their composition just immediately. That's a heads-up play on the small map, and they're trying to like gain that advantage where they can get it for free, basically, that Left 4 Dead has given to them. Going to the small map, Z-Rated locks in the cleave, and they could definitely win this. They were looking extremely good in the offline games. And yeah, this team, I think, could surprise a lot of people here.
Yeah, I mean, it's like I said last time, it's always fun to see them play, and I like to see how involved they get in the game. Zagorn, especially on the Preservoker. I love watching Preservokers. They're always in the action, trying to make something happen, and it's always fun to watch that. Hook Point, though, as a Warlock, ooh, I'm not a fan of that one. I've been in this spot many times before, and I always lose when I'm on Hook Point against a Cleave.
Is that true? I don't know.
It's not easy.
The old Cloud9 games, you know.
Give me Tolveron or Maldraxxus, you know. You face a melee cleave, I need a big gate, I need to get out of there, but let's focus on Thugonomics. I want to see what he's doing. He's on the cow right now. He's got some big shoes to fill, literally.
Yep. Let's see what he can do. Drops the gateway, drops the
Nice.
portal. It's going to be a lot about just good kiting in this game. Axton needs to peel at the right times, landing stuns and cyclones to keep Thugonomics alive. The double stun comes in. Full Hammer of Justice, a beautiful setup here. And immediately Thugonomics will just portal out. He's going to be dropping his Infernals and try to get some counter pressure rolling.
Yeah, Thugonomics actually choosing to the Fell Hunter instead of playing Imp against this. I think I like that decision. Double Bolt landing onto Zozo. We need to see some CC on Zagon though. Thugonomics taking so much damage. He doesn't have port available. Full kick lands onto Zagon. Looks like Tuna has to do a ton of work to top both of them right now. Zagon, finally, can he get CC'd? Zozo gets put into a stun and Zizzy as well, but Axton is the one who's under so much fire. And Thugonomics really needs to push onto Zagon as soon as he can, because Tuna's in a full HUD right now and he's got to run away. Sleepwalk follow-up maybe, blind happens instead. Thug porting away, but Tuna just in that follow-up CC, and Z-Rated is just completely running them over right now. Thugonomics under so much fire, has no Hellstone available, needs to get topped before the Dark Pack comes through, does use it at low health, but there hasn't been any CC on Zagon just yet, and that's the issue for Left 4 Dead.
Yeah, the only thing that Left 4 Dead has going for them right now is mana. Like, if they can somehow just keep surviving, Zagorn is burning through mana really, really quickly. Doesn't look like it's going to end up mattering. Buttons lands there onto Zagorn. They make a push. Axton and Thugonomics are both low. Tuna gets caught into a sleepwalk. Thugonomics preemptively just gating away. He's out of there as fast as possible. He's going to high mountain back over to Tuna to stay in line of sight. Good positioning there by Thugonomics. And can finally start getting some heals here by Tuna, but just unrelenting CC. He's forced to trade out the everyman for himself as Tuna goes into that full Hammer of Justice.
Yep, and the Sank does land on Zagon on that hard, so nice play from Zozo. But Emerald Communion does come out now. Thugonomics, can you fear Zagon? We really have to see some CC landing on Zagon. Zagon, nice, blinks out of line of sight of that Repentance. Knocks up the Searing Glare as well. This guy's making so many plays. And Thugonomics in so much trouble right now. He has no cooldowns left, just the unending resolve. And the problem is, if Tuna goes into any CC, I don't think he can heal Thug. He's going to take so much damage. Double Coil does come through. Slow Bolt. Finally, a rep does land onto Zagon. Maybe something will materialize. Lay on Hands traded on himself by Zozo. But Thugonomics now in so much trouble because Tuna just used his Divine Shield.
Yeah, and Thugonomics trades out his Unending Resolve too, so that is a massive overlap defensively for Left 4 Dead. I'm actually really afraid, but big bolts coming in. Zozo could be trouble. Divine Shield trades a great push, but look, Metamorphosis here available for Zizzy. And gets super aggressive here onto Thugonomics. Trades out the I-Beam. Let's see if he pops the Metamorphosis and just continues this damage. Tuna trades out the Sacrifice, but they're just overwhelming them. At the same time, though, Zizzy and Zagorn are both in trouble. He's got the Rewind. Trades out the Obsidian Scales. So back and forth. Anyone could fall, but yeah, this is a very scary game.
Yeah, Tuna actually just traded out his Trinket right now, so the next time they connect to Thugonomics, or even Accent, they're going to be in so much trouble on Left 4 Dead side. They need to be so careful right now. Thugonomics does have the double coil available, uses his port preemptively before Tuna gets put into any CC. What can they do with that? Nice clone onto ZZ from Axton. They really need to follow up with Zagon, but he has his Trinket available. Axton looks like he's going for it, does get kicked. Full Hodge onto Tuna now, and look at Thugonomics. He's in so much trouble. He does have the Helpstone when he comes out of this, trades it out, is going to be okay for now. Looks like the Magic Pop got traded out as well. They live to see another day, but this is the issue, is that Left 4 Dead can't get anything offensive going. Looks like Zagon does go into a full rep right now, and Zozo is in a Shadow Fury. He might go down. It looks like he's able to bop Zagon out of something there. He's able to recover for now, but Left 4 Dead, they need to live on 30 seconds, another minute. One more CC onto Zagon, and maybe they can close it out on Zozo.
Yeah, let's see what they can do. Thugonomics down to 50% health. They're all over him once again. Tuna really with no cooldowns to keep him alive. As the Avenging Wrath up right now, getting out some solid healing. Zozo is low. Thugonomics needs to connect some damage, but I don't know if he has enough time. Cyclone goes out onto Zagorn. Thugonomics finally, the heals are landing. Can he land the Chaos Ball? He fakes the interrupt. One Chaos Ball lands, and that might be enough. Zozo could go down, and he does. That was dicey, though. I mean, that was such a close call. Thugonomics was low a lot that game. They were getting the cooldowns, and Z-Rated, they made this one incredibly close for it being a counter pick.
I think Z-Rated should have won this game. I think Left 4 Dead aren't, playing to their win con, right? They need to CC Zagon, but they're just not finding that. And really, I think what that comes down to is actually Axton needs to be the one who stuns Zagon, tries to line of sight, and go for that clone, and start it that way, right? And then it gives Tuna the opportunity maybe to time a rep out of that clone or anything like that. The issue is Left 4 Dead were just getting, they were getting rolled down the entire time. And, it was the reverse on Zagon from ZZ there. It's a nice play from him to recover Zozo. But, yeah, I mean, Thugonomics is just getting, completely mowed down.
Was so crucial.
Yeah.
Getting cogged out there in that exact moment with his cooldowns up. Lands the Chaos Bolt and wins the game. Those are the kind of
Zagon
plays
had
you want to see
rewind.
from Thug.
Yeah, Zagon had rewind and time stop as well, it looks like. So there is a potential for him to avoid that CC, but that's exactly what Left 4 Dead needs to do. And they found that in the end here. But this entire game, Van, this was incredibly sketchy. And I don't want to be in this position if you're Left 4 Dead, because Hook Point, it's not a great map for a Warlock, right? But the first half of this game, Left 4 Dead were the ones on the run. They didn't have anything going for them.
Yeah, so that makes me wonder, like, do you think Z-Rated... this is my question, is like, do you think Z-Rated is going to be feeling more comfortable on a big map with the Hunter? Or do they want to play this matchup again? Because they do have some options here. They're going to be able to choose the map. I think if we see a small map, it's likely going to be the Cleave again. If we see a big map, it's likely going to be the Hunter. And either way, I feel like I want to see Thugonomics tagged in. I feel like Left 4 Dead, this is probably the best composition they can run into Z-Rated. Even though it looked a little bit dicey, it still has that like explosivity, you know, where Thugonomics, if he does end up faking a kick like this, he can just close out the game.
Yeah, and that's the thing about tournament settings is when you play the Shadow Priest, sure, you have some CC for the healer, but man, the game is just too slow-paced. You need something like the Destruction of Warlock that gives you some offensive momentum, something that you can piggyback and snowball off of to develop more and more pressure, force more cooldowns, and also make Z-Rated, who are the underdogs, in my opinion here, the newcomers, really struggle.
All right, let's see where we're going with the draft. It's all tied up 1-1. Super important match for all of these teams. A lot of these teams right now, there's just so much on the line in this third cup. They've been so consistent for a while. They want to make that top 8. Left 4 Dead, of course, they need to have a good showing, and they're just going to be locking in Gage again. So maybe feeling a little bit more confident with the durability that the Shadow Priest brings. You're going to lose some offense, but it's a composition that they know extremely well. They were a 3-player roster for the first 2 cups. And having Gage now come back on the Shadow Priest is going to be more of like a comfort pick for Left 4 Dead, as I think it's very likely Z-Rated will be locking in the Hunter here on Empyrean Domain.
Yeah, and Empyrean Domain is one of those pillars, one of those maps that are very, very big, right? But the pillars are like toothpicks. They're so tiny, and that benefits casters, it benefits hunters. So maybe that's the thinking that they had going into that map pick. Left 4 Dead, of course, as you mentioned, locking in the Shadow Priest, wanting a more defensive approach to the game. I don't necessarily agree with that, but Z-Rated, okay, they do lock in the Hunter, the Red Hunter, with the Prez Evoker. I feel like Game 1 was Left 4 Dead's. I do think Game 1 was Left 4 Dead's, which was the same matchup. I'm not that much of a fan of this, to be honest, Van. I feel like the Hunter is such a liability. You take so much damage from the Feral Druid, and your healer is just so close, able to get CC'd so easily if they can cross and cover Zozo from Sanctification.
Yeah, we'll have to see what they decide to do. We can check out Thugonomics Transmog. Always has some very interesting looks for us. And this one is no different. Playing the
I was hoping to see him with the Blacksmith Hammer that he's so well known for. But yeah, this is a pretty good Mog. He's got the peekaboo shoes on.
You'd say this is a pretty good Mog?
Yeah, it's Doug.
I think you and I, like, we have a similar taste in Transmog, so
yeah,
it's good to see.
I missed out on this Mog. One of my biggest regrets, actually.
Yeah, beautiful. All right, see what they do. Big Tauren shoes. All right, games are about to open here. Z-Rated versus Left 4 Dead. Let's see how this one goes down, Chan. I'm curious. It's tied up at this point. Both games have been incredibly close, and I'm just getting the feeling that this isn't going to be a matchup that comes down to necessarily comps, but more who just plays better on the day. Little outplays.
Exactly.
I think these teams are very evenly matched.
I think some mistakes are being made. I like what Z-Rated is doing. They're actually playing quite well. I'm loving what I'm seeing from them. I want to see Left 4 Dead though. I want to see them CCing Zagon. That is the key against the Prez Evoker, especially with the Rep Paladin. Big start onto Zozo. I don't think it's necessarily going to amount to much. Accident gets put into the Scatter and the Fear. Let's see how Left 4 Dead approaches this. They're starting to build on JOS now with the Incarn. Tune it into the Sleepwalk. Trying to rep Zagon, who leaps away, has the immunity on him. Can Gage connect? Full clone lands from Accident. JWaz has no trinket, has to trade out his wall. See what they can do after this.
Yeah, let's see what happens. Left 4 Dead right now looking okay. JWaz, of course, has his offensive cooldowns up, going for big rapid fires here onto Gage. Let's see if they can take him down. It's actually JWaz on the back foot. Silence on Zagorn. Big damage. Nice setup here. Full stun onto JWaz. The time dilation comes in. and JWaz looks like he will be able to survive, landing the full trap here onto Tuna as Z-rated wants to get some counter pressure rolling. Rapid fire channeled out onto Gage. Needs to be very careful. Keep in mind in game number 1, he just exploded, lost 2 health bars very quickly, but JWaz is just in so much danger. That's going to be the aspect of the turtle. I think it's overlapped with the lay on hands. This is kind of a defensive disaster on the side of Z-rated, and JWaz is still not out of it yet. Left 4 Dead own game number 3. That was entirely one-sided. They put Z-rated on the back foot, and they had an amazing offensive push.
Yeah, I mean, that's the issue with the Hunter, isn't it, against the Preservation Evoker? It's just so hard to keep up, and it is quite squishy to play the Hunter against a Preservation Evoker that's getting spam CC'd from Left 4 Dead the entire game. So this is an excellent pick from Left 4 Dead. I think it worked out for them. Z-rated with the Hunter, I'm not too convinced then.
Yeah, me neither. It looked a lot better in game number 1, but this is the Left 4 Dead that, you know, in my predictions, I was looking for. Just like really precise CC, a lot of burst damage, forcing defensive cooldown overlaps, and getting really, really aggressive. So we can take a look at these final moments. You got the Repentance into the Cyclone. Zagorn actually trinkets, but unfortunately the rewind just didn't come in fast enough, and JWaz just goes down, which, to be honest, I feel like if Z-rated wants to win this matchup and win this series, the defensive cooldowns just cannot ever be overlapped. They need to be on point. Of course, it's never going to be perfect, especially when you're playing against a team that has so much crowd control and burst, but the key for them winning this, in my mind, is just never really seeing those overlaps, and just always having, you know, an option available so they can continue their offensive pushes, because if they overlap, they're running out of time very quickly, and you're going to see a really quick, you know, minute-and-a-half game like this, whereas the first game looked significantly better for a lot longer of a period of time.
Yeah, we keep repeating ourselves, but you have to play defensively. Like, to your point, we have to play very well defensively and rotate your cooldowns perfectly. Otherwise, as the Hunter into Feral SP, you're going to get smoked, and Zagorn has to deal with so much CC. He gets into a rep, into another re-rep, into a clone, and then JWaz actually going down when the rewind comes out. So a little bit unfortunate for Zagorn, not able to save JWaz with that rewind, but that's the issue. And excellent from Left 4 Dead. Looks like they adapted and played a lot better this game compared to game 1, which was the same matchups. This is exactly what we want to see from them.
All right, and this just begs the question, I mean, where are we going for the next game? I feel like for Z-rated, there is an opportunity for them to go with the cleave setup once again. I feel like that was more convincing to me. I don't want to say they got lucky in game number 1, but it did feel like kind of a surprise kill onto Gage, taking him down, you know, when Left 4 Dead still had cooldowns available. So I feel like the pick for Zozo and Zagorn is bringing the Demon Hunter once again, go to a small map, because for me, that is a lot more convincing.
Yeah. I mean, it was a good game. Maldraxxus Colosseum and Left 4 Dead actually instant locking in the same comp. So really more of the same compared to Empyrean Domain. It's a massive map. Granted, the pillars are a bit bigger now. Gage on the Shadow Priest looks quite good, that game. Z-rated, see how they're going to answer it. Okay, instantly locking in the Demon Hunter. I think that's the correct play. That makes a lot of sense to me, and they really want to try and run down Gage on the Shadow Priest. But we'll see how they do.
I like this composition. The Demon Hunter Rep Paladin, I feel like it's a cleave setup. We're seeing more, like the traditional kind of Rep Paladin cleave is the Rep Warrior, but bringing in the Demon Hunter, I feel like it's a lot more difficult to shut down the Demon Hunter damage. And it seems particularly good into these caster comps. You can really just stay on top of the caster. You bring like a decent amount of longevity, and the Demon Hunter is just a great pick to be really in your face. They're highly mobile, lots of damage. They're difficult to take down. So I feel like for Z-rated, this is a composition that makes a lot of sense to me. And even though they lost game number 2, to me it was their most convincing game. Which sounds a little bit weird because they did lose, but I feel like they're on the right track now with this composition.
Yeah, I mean, I like this, but to your point, you know, the Demon Hunter is a little bit more slippery, but the issue with the Demon Hunter is that if he gets caught without Trinket, without Blur, he is such a great target, just like the Hunter was, and that's exactly what Left 4 Dead is going to try and exploit. They're going to try and CC Zagorn, try and get some cross CC on Zozo, so there's no support, no lay on hands, any bops or anything like that, and try to burst Zizzy down inside those stuns. So Left 4 Dead That's their game plan. But they'll also have to watch out for Gage and Tuna himself, because Red Demon Hunter does so much damage, especially when the wings are up, when they're in big meta.
All right, here we go. Gates open. Left 4 Dead. They are close to closing this out. Opposition is looking good, but they have not faced... This is the matchup we haven't seen yet. The Shadow Priest versus the Demon Hunter. Let's see what they can do. Zagorn going for an early sleepwalk, and I like the idea of getting more control on Axton if possible. Gage right now playing very aggressive, gets the double stun. Zozo gets interrupted. He's playing the Repentance, but it's Zizzy by Zizzy. I was talking about how durable they are, Chan. And Zizzy goes down, almost goes down in the opener.
Yeah, and the Communion is traded out by Zagorn, as well as the Reverse and the Blur from Zizzy. He doesn't have Trinket, so next time the full CC land, comes the Silence. He's going to be on Rep DR, so nothing like that is going to follow up. If they can stun Zagorn, now that Zozo doesn't have Sank, then Zizzy can be in a lot of trouble right now. We'll have to wait for the next DRs. Let's see how Left 4 Dead sets this up. Gage casting Flash Heal on himself, but taking so much damage. And that's the thing, Red Demon Hunter, full Hodge onto Tuna, and Dispersion gets traded out. Gage has to go on the run when a full clone lands onto Zagorn. So that was Left 4 Dead setup as well. Not able to, really get anything off that. Nice empty from Gage. Re-Sleepwalk does come through from Zagorn, but they need to get to Zagorn now. They need to get some CC on him and connect on Zizzy at the same time. Full Hodge comes through, Mame comes through, Rep onto Zagorn. Zizzy has no Trinket. Zagorn trades out his and is able to save Zizzy, hopefully, with the Rewind or just healing him normally. Z-Rated running out of cooldowns.
Yeah, double stun coming in. Gage and Axton are getting... Oh, no, my goodness! I can't believe it. I mean, Tuna, he had to. He traded the Divine Shield as well as the Lay on Hands and the Blessing of Spell Warding. Like, I'm pretty sure he just traded out literally every cooldown that he has. All 3 members of Left 4 Dead are on Forbearance right now. What an insane amount of damage. And this is what I'm talking about. This composition from Z-Rated, it's very explosive, very durable. They still have a lot of cooldowns that they can work with, but a good counter setup here from Left 4 Dead. Tuna deflects the kill and saves all 3 members of his team, but it costs him literally everything. But let's see if Left 4 Dead can stay in it, but this is not going to look good. I mean, if Z-Rated starts getting pressure here, Tuna just has no answers. There's a full sleepwalk. Gage right now is getting absolutely destroyed, and it's looking like it's going to be all tied up. The Void Shift comes in. Gage somehow stays alive, but another Repentance lands on Tuna, and Gage is just holding on by a thread. Oh, no, he fades at 1% out the beautiful fade. Can he live? It's just so close. I can't believe he's still holding on. He gets interrupted, going for VTs, going for counter pressure. Somehow Tuna keeps him alive, and Left 4 Dead, they stay in it, but for how much longer? Gage, you have Dispersion. Oh my goodness, Chan.
Left 4 Dead have no cooldowns left, and Z-Rated are absolutely walking all over them. Tuna goes for full rep lands onto Zagorn. Zizzy gets a Lay on Hands from Zozo. Bubble does come through from him, but Zizzy's not out of trouble just yet. If they can follow up any CC, Silence goes onto Zagorn. He's able to sank that. The Fear lands as well, but Zizzy should be okay. But Left 4 Dead now, full Hodge onto Tuna. A pressing roll onto Tuna, who trinkets out into the full Sleepwalk. Gage under so much trouble right now. He might go down.
There it is. I mean, what an insane back and forth game. I really want to see... I hope we have a highlight of the moment where Tuna literally had to Divine Shield, Spell Warding, and Lay on Hands. Like, that, I've never even seen that, I feel like, where you literally trade out all of those cooldowns at the same time to stay alive. But at that point, it's just such a difficult spot for Left 4 Dead to be in because they don't really have many options left. And once Z-Rated started picking up momentum again, it was just kind of GG. There it is, yeah. This is the moment, the triple.
Well, that's the thing about the Preservation Evoker that's so sick, right? Is that you get so involved, because look at this sequence as well. Zagorn followed up the rep of a DR Sleepwalk into the stun, and Gage ends up dying off of that. They get so much pressure, and Zagorn always contributing to all these kills. This is amazing to watch, and it's so fun to see this Preservation Evoker. Z-Rated, of course, as a team playing very, very well, connecting onto Gage when it matters, and almost taking down Axton here too, but Left 4 Dead, they have Silence of Life. They almost took down Zizzy themselves as well, right?
Yeah, I mean, it was a close call. There's a few times where, honestly, if Left 4 Dead got a few more crits, Zizzy was just dead. Like, there was a few moments where he was down to 5% health very, very explosively. But this, I don't know if I like this. I don't know if I like this matchup. I feel like Left 4 Dead, even though it's scary, this is where we need to see Thug. We need a big map, and we need Thug. Otherwise, I don't know. I just don't think they have the damage that's explosive enough to really scare Zozo and Zizzy from just kind of running you over. Yeah, and well, that's the thing as a Shadow Priest, you are quite tanky compared to the Destro Warlock, right? But you do need to push people away, because if you don't, they're just going to keep running at you relentlessly, and that is actually the tipping point. When you have a Destruction Warlock, people can't run at you endlessly. Yeah, if you miss a kick, you give the precog, the Destruction Warlock gets some bolts off, you gotta run, right? And overall, I think the matchup, the flow of the matchup ends up
where Z-Rated can just run down Gage because the Shadow Priest is just not scary. Doesn't have any significant burst, has a lot of control, has good dot damage, but the Destruction Warlock is the one who can actually push Z-Rated away. Left 4 Dead realized that. 12-Run Arena comes out, Thugonomics comes out as well to face this Ret Demon Hunter, and I think that's the right choice. We're both agreeing on that. Thugonomics has to do a fantastic job here to survive. He did a good job on Hook Point, but now he's on 12-Run Arena, right? He has a massive map to work with so that Tuna can keep him up. He needs to find those bolts and close out this series.
Look at this damage over, like, damage contributed. Zagorn actually did the most damage. He did the same damage as Zozo and Zizzy combined in those final moments to take down Gage. So that really is the power. I mean, if you guys don't know where that damage is coming from, it's basically the tier plus playing the Chronomancer. It is just a lot of burst when you use Tip the Scales Fire Breath. And you start casting out Chrono Flames. It shoots out more Living Flames, and you're doing millions and millions and maybe even billions of damage to your target. And that's where you can see a Preservoker basically solo someone. So it's really lethal kind of burst damage that is available. And it's like you said, Preservoker is such a fun healer to watch because it feels like it runs out of gas fairly quickly. So you kind of have to play aggressive. But if you can play aggressive and land sleeps and interrupts and burst, like, you can contribute offensively in just really fun ways.
Yeah, it reminds me of how Disciplined Priest, in Wrath of the Lich King, in a way, where there is so much offense available to the healer, and it's always entertaining to, in Wrath of the Lich King, in a way, where there is so much offense available to the healer, and it's always entertaining to watch that, right? And Zagon's doing a fantastic job. 2-2, it's now match point. 12-Run Arena. Let's really focus on Thugonomics and see how he's going to handle this onslaught. Let's support behind the pillar. Runs out into the open. See what he can do.
Yeah, once again, showcasing that beautiful transmog, nice sneakers. He's going to need them for running around this arena as he gets relentlessly trained down by Zozo and Zizzy. One Chaos Bolt lands onto Zozo. Zagorn, of course, it's going to be a lot more difficult for them in theory on this big map, but a lot of early pressure. Thug and Axton, both already down to half, and Tuna, I feel like it's nice. Oh, Zozo! Oh, no! Zozo solo on health. Trades out the lay on hands. What a close call. That's dicey. Tanking the Chaos Bolt at 30% health, that's a scary situation.
His healer's in a CC. He gets double bolts to the face. Doesn't press the bubble. Trades out his lay on hands. I can't believe he did that. Left 4 Dead, though. You need to get some CC on Zago, and let's see what happens here.
Bolt.
Nice. He stuns the Essence Break, and now he can put away as well. Zozo ends up trading his bubble. Z-rated. Not looking too hot right now. Zagon doesn't have his Trinket either as well.
And a Repentance, though, so Zozo at least gets the Repentance with the Divine Shield, but this map seems to be paying dividends for Left 4 Dead. They have way more pressure. They're getting cooldowns out of the way. Thug is a little bit low right now, is going to be using that high mountain to get back to his healer. Really good display of his mobility, portaling, gating, and then, of course, using that high mountain as well. Good damage incoming. Full Repentance into a Searing Glare. Zozo's down to half. Thugonomics still looking for those Chaos Bolts, but Zagorn's caught into a fear. It's great crowd control from the side of Left 4 Dead, but Zagorn is finally free and now try to get aggressive and offensive for his team. But Zozo's still just forced back to the pillar. He's having to play so defensive in this match. He's under constant fire.
Yeah, and Zagon has actually received the sank from Zozo, but full rep lands. Zozo in a lot of trouble right now. It does break, unfortunately, for Left 4 Dead. Zagon comes out of that. Zozo gets put into a full clone, but he's the one who's in so much trouble. He doesn't have Trinket, doesn't have Human Trinket. The next time they can connect, full Hodge onto Tuna right now, Thugonomics in a bit of trouble himself. Might have to trade out his wall, unless Tuna can save him. Trades out the wall as well as the Lay on Hands, a bit of an overlap. Zagon was put into a clone there. Can they follow that up? Full rep lands. Look at Zozo, he doesn't have Trinket. Can Thugonomics land the ball to his face? It looks like he's going to be just okay. Trades out the bop on himself, but Zagon, he's going to have to do a lot of work to keep them up right now. And Left 4 Dead are in the driving seat.
Definitely. Zozo, all the answers are gone. There's no Trinket, there's no Divine Shield, there's no Blessing Protection, there's no Lay on Hands, there's nothing. You're going to have to play extremely passive in this moment, but that is not what you want. You don't want to be in a situation where the Destro Warlock is in the middle of the map, just keeping you pinned at the pillar. This is basically exactly what Destro Warlocks love, and Thug is just, he's running in with his Infernal. They're going for the game-winning setup potentially, but it might cost them. Axton's low on health as well. It's a race between Zozo and Axton right now. The Sleepwalk comes in. Tuna deflects it with the Trinket, and Zozo still just line of sighting, wants to stay out of line of sight of Thugonomics as much as possible. And you actually are pretty advantaged as a Rep Paladin in this situation. You're able to do damage in line of sight, whereas Thug is struggling. Finally gets there for the double coil, though. 2 bolts land, and Zozo survive. It looks like they will. And Axton is actually just under so much fire. The Blessing of Spell Warding keeps him alive, but a great defensive positioning here from Z-Rated, and that's some big cooldown.
But you have a big problem because Thugonomics on Destruction Warlock is porting in to chase you. And when you're in that position as a melee cleave, that is not where you want to be. Full Hodge lands onto Tuna, he bubbles. He's looking for that CC on Zagon who doesn't have Trinket. And if they connect to Zozo right now, Zagon put into the full rep. Zozo into the bash. If they can connect any damage right now, Zozo is going to go down. Zagon, look at him, gets put into a re-rep. He's able to top himself. Not sure what was used there, but Zagon coming out of that CC now. He's on every DR. He should be able to recover this. Full sleep now onto Tuna, who's going to get punished for using bubble offensively.
Yeah, I can't believe Zozo actually survived that. He's spamming Word of Glory on himself, trying to keep himself alive. I think it was a cancel stasis as well from Zagorn that ultimately kept him up. But big one-shot Axton! Oh no, this is the series! Axton's gonna go down! Z-Rated does it! The game was not looking good, but they managed to just start playing defensive, and oh man, I can't believe it. Z-Rated, this is the end. Look, there's nothing left. There's no mana here for Zagorn. I promise you, Left 4 Dead, they cannot be happy with this. That was such an unexpected amount of burst damage coming in. But Z-Rated, they pull up the upset. I mean, there's some people in chat that are earning a lot of points. Super T's and Aya are super happy. But, I mean, I'm honestly happy too because this is just... This, to me, was very unexpected. But Z-Rated is showing they're here to play.
Yeah, I mean, I think this was a really well-played game from Z-Rated especially. Once they ran out of cooldowns, Zozo ran away. He started to pillar with his entire team, just buying time until something rotated back up. And Left 4 Dead, honestly, they threw caution to the wind. Tuna bubbling offensively to land that full rep on Zagorn because he thought that Zozo was going to go down. Looks like, as you said, a cancel aura stasis was able to keep him up, and they end up punishing Axton and catching Tuna in that sleepwalk where he didn't have that bubble because he used it offensively about a minute earlier. So Z-Rated, you know, playing very, very well, honestly, despite the pressure that's on them.
Yeah.
Winner, winner, chicken dinner. Haha.
Yeah. This is a solo shuffle move from Zozo. you run out of cooldown.
No,
and you just sit on the pillar.
It's a solo shuffle move from Tuna. Just getting to, you're winning the mana game, right? You're winning the mana game. At that point, just play safe, play to live. You're going to win eventually because Zagon's just out of mana. Instead, he trades out the bubble, tries to make the hero play. And while I respect it, it is a bit of a solo shuffle play because it ends up biting him in the backside about a minute later, and Axton goes down.
It was so awkward. Did nobody notice my Fortnite reference?
I didn't know.
Oh, okay.
I've never played Fortnite. I'll have to admit.
That explains it.
I have no idea what you said. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry.
It's okay. It's all right.
Okay, I'm sure they would appreciate it. Z-Rated will appreciate
Hope
it.
so.
Once
Yeah,
they watch
it's
for them.
It shows on the
For
screen or
players.
something when you win a Fortnite BR, something like that. I don't know, but Z-Rated, they took that series. Definitely the underdog heading into that newly formed roster, heading up against some arena veterans, some AWC veterans for sure, and they're going to take that 3-2. Congratulations to them. Left 4 Dead now knocked out of the tournament. Z-Rated moving on into the lower bracket. They're going to play the losers of the third matchup of the day, either Gators back or the Abjured. And looking at that, I'm kind of curious, Ben, how we think that matchup could go, depending on how it ends, depending on who they play.
Yeah, I don't really know. I mean, just talking about Gators back versus the Abjured. Gators back, they've been focusing on like just a couple different compositions, like the Rogue Mage, as well as the Shadow Priest Rogue. The Abjured, they're bringing in some compositions you don't normally see. Enhancement Shaman Destro, what? Windwalker Monk, Enhancement Shaman. They have 2 Enhancement Shamans on the team. Big Dam's coming in, and let's just say, Big Dam is kind of the one that has started this High Mountain Tauren legacy that we've been seeing too. He was the first that I know of, praising High Mountain for its defensive capabilities, and a lot of players have kind of joined force on that one. But yeah, it'll be an interesting matchup. I swear it's going to be a matchup that we haven't seen this entire season, at least compositionally.
Yeah, most definitely. But excited to see how the rest of these series play out, how we end up in terms of standings for North America. It is getting so tight up there in those top 3 spots. But we've got another lower bracket series coming up, and it is Dire Wolves versus Wage Gap Champ.
Yeah, I mean, Direwolves really have to win this one, right? They have to avoid the gauntlet. They're a veteran team. They won BlizzCon before as a team together, and now they're fighting to avoid the gauntlet. So, not where we're used to seeing them play, but I think they beat Wage Gap last time they faced them. I think there was the Red Hunter Priest, and then Lord Mez came out, and the reverse sweep happened with the PHDK. I think Direwolves are in a good spot, but there's a lot of pressure on them. If they get knocked out right now, they're probably getting sent to the gauntlets, and that's not where you want to be if you're them.
Oof, definitely not. So find out who is going to keep their tournament dreams alive, and who is going to get knocked out in the second round of the day. We're going to head to a break. When we come back, Dire Wolves versus Wage Gap coming up next. We'll be right back.
The light flickers, and in its trembling glow, you still cling to hope. How quaint. The shadow is closing in. It hungers to devour everything. Our home, our kin, our hope. We cannot succumb to fear. We must not falter. There will be no victory without suffering. No survival without sacrifice. You feel it, don't you? The call of the void, that devouring host, with no mercy, no equal. Come, little lights, and be extinguished. The darkest night falls upon us, but if we stand together, the dawn will come. I call upon you now, champions of the light, defenders of Azeroth. Summon your strength, steel your hearts, because today, we fight!
Hello, everybody, and welcome back. We are still here in the lower bracket. Dire Wolves facing off against Wage Gap. An extremely important matchup, Zico. A lot on the line here, but can either team here make their dream happen? What do you think?
Oh, I don't know. I think it's going to be a very important game, like you mentioned. Dire Wolves, they are trying to get into that top 3. They need every single one of these wins that they can get. And Wage Gap, they're playing for qualification. So if they win this, they're in the top 8. They can qualify to the gauntlet. So both of these teams, they have a lot to play for. For Dire Wolves, it's been, not the greatest season, I would say, compared to, how we usually see them perform. But they're still hanging in there. They're still doing a good job. I think also in the region, there has just been a lot of new kind of teams popping up, like Cats and Dogs that we're seeing here on the screen. Cats and Dogs kind of came out of nowhere, and they've just been making a big splash.
Oh, replaying the pain. We're watching the pain twice here on Sam. This is such a painful moment for him. Oh my god. The amount of damage that Cats and Dogs has been putting out, they've been stealing that top 3 position from Dire Wolves, and like Zico was saying, their performance not spectacular, which is a great opportunity for Wage Gap, as they're at the bottom of the gauntlet, currently tied with the ABJURED. So they are looking to take advantage of that weakness. If they can sense weakness, they are going to pounce on it here. So the Dire Wolves need to be ready to step up if they want to try and battle to get back into that top 3 placing that we expect them to be holding.
100% Supatees. I am curious then, based on what we've kind of talked about already, what we know about these teams, what is your prediction for this series?
Again, I'm kind of going against the grain with some of these predictions. Some of them might be more straightforward because I'm not taking too much risk, but I got to take some risk here. But in the predictions for this one, I'm leaning into the Dire Wolves. I do think that they will likely be able to come out ahead. Again, I'm taking the risk here. Okay, I think Wage Gap might have the comeback, but I think Dire Wolves, there's a lot of questions basically for them. Like, what is their mental game like, right? They basically took Welcome to the Jung's comp last week to try and beat Cats and Dogs. Couldn't pull it off. Ended up making some questionable decisions. But now, moving into this week, they might be looking stronger.
Okay. Read it too from Supatees. Zico? Wait, hold on. Before you say your prediction, I want you to guess Ven's.
I was gonna say, I don't think this is a risky pick at all. I think this is the meta pick, Sid, in the matchup. Now I think Ven is going for Dire Wolves, and regardless of what Ven thinks, I am still gonna go for Dire Wolves because right now I like the point discrepancy between me and Ven. It's just growing by every single one of these days, right? So he's not even on my radar. Like a couple of more series, and he can't even catch up, right? So right now, I've set my sights on the chat. Now, I want me and the chat to be united at the end of this. I want us to be at the top together because I am part of the chat. So that's what I'm going with. Ven Rookie, 3-2. Big surprise, I told you. Read him like a book. I think I have a book actually called Elliot somewhere here in the apartment. And my prediction is 3-1. So, yeah.
Okay, all right. Before I share my prediction, I just chat, listen close. He's just saying that because he doesn't think he can beat you. Hold the line. All right. I am on the side. I'm on the side here of you guys. I also think that Dire Wolves is going to be able to pull this off. But
I thought I was going the opposite direction. You guys still have a lot of confidence in Dire Wolves.
Nice,
like, what?
nice.
I thought everybody had given up on them. I thought everyone had given up. So I was like, I'm going to go with them because I think everyone's probably given up on them.
Did you do that yesterday? I feel like you also were like, oh, I have a weird out of pocket pick here, and then you.
I've been trying. I mean, maybe. I thought that this would be out of pocket, but obviously not. You guys still have confidence in them. You guys aren't shaken at all with their performance so far.
No, I mean,
the coin is
only the coin is the opposite direction.
I think when I have a hard time deciding based on like compositions, I kind of just look at like AWC experience, and obviously Dire Wolves have probably the most now that the move unfortunately isn't a roster anymore. I think that they were the second longest running team in the AWC. So these guys have got so much time together playing at this level, and I think that can oftentimes lend itself maybe a little bit better in situations like this. But Wage Gap, obviously, now we know they are for sure the underdogs here, but Left 4 Dead, they were kind of the favorite to win, I feel like, a little bit in the last matchup, so they certainly could do it, Supatees. So in your mind, if you were Wage Gap, what would you be looking to do against Dire Wolves?
I mean, you got to play to your strengths. So this team, they've got a survival hunter. Willie is like the Big Mex of North America. So definitely don't underrate this team. I feel like maybe a lot of guys in the chat might be coming in here and going like, Wage Gap, I don't know, I don't recognize that name, right? Like they're towards the bottom end of the standings at the moment. But they've got some very meta compositions. They've got a lot of hunter cleaves. And I think that they could pull off some surprises in the matchup against Dire Wolves, especially if the Dire Wolves aren't confident in their comps. I feel like their picks have been kind of questionable and they've been kind of spread thin as far as like what is their identity for this current match or current patch, because sometimes they're doing the Boomkin stuff and then other times it's a DK cleave, and then it just feels like they haven't figured out what their identity is going to be. Whereas Wage Gap, they're dialed in, they know what their strengths are. They're likely going to be bringing that at full force.
I'm curious, Zico, like what position you'd rather be in. Dire Wolves, they're BlizzCon winners. They've won multiple cups, and I've seen on Twitter, Sea-Doo multiple times have kind of stated that they're disappointed in their position. Would you rather be having a fight with that mental battle, or Wage Gap, where they're kind of the underdogs, that people are going to be underestimating them for sure? They're inexperienced. There's kind of like two mindsets going on in this series.
I think it's always better to be the underdog. You have no pressure on you whatsoever. Hey, if we lose, we lost to BlizzCon champs. If we win, though, we're insane, So I think that it takes off a lot of pressure. I mean, we saw the votes. It was like 90% votes in favor of Dire Wolves from the chat. All of us on the desk, except the coin, didn't believe in Wage Gap. And I think that creates a low pressure situation for them. And also, me as a person, like, nothing motivates me more than when people don't believe in me and when they think I can't do something. So like when people tell me you can't do that, it makes me say, huh, So if I'm on Wage Gap, that would also push me, a little bit more. Sadly, I'm too old to be on Wage Gap.
You never know. All right, well, let's see how this goes. It is the lower bracket, Dire Wolves, Wage Gap. The Wage Gap, nothing to lose, everything to gain here in this series. Dire Wolves, though, trying to prove that they are still the team that they once were and that they are still capable of greatness. Can they do it? Game number 1, lower bracket, starting off on the Grand Arena.
Okay, so Dire Wolves are going to start with their Death Knight cleaves, that Demon Hunter Death Knight, but we saw that composition, it was a struggle for Lontar in the European region. So this is it's mirroring under pressure, and they're in similar situations against survival hunters. So let's see if Sea-Doo can pull this off. They just immediately grip Smiten. They know that he's a threat with the Void Weaver. They don't want him to be max distance away free casting. They stun and they silence him. They don't even force a Sanctuary though. And Mez is just dying. He's taking so much damage in the middle of the map. And this is what I meant. Mez and Sea-Doo will be tested heavily in this matchup.
Yeah, and we got the Willy cam at the bottom there, so that's a nice little addition here from Wage Gap. Shout out to them. And Trill going for Willy actually right now. He's going for the trap. Oh, nice anti-magic shell though by Mez. Shutting it down for a second, but I don't think Willy committed his freezing trap just yet. He's waiting for that to fade. Scatter shot coming out into the freezing trap. I like to see it, but Zank is taking a lot of damage. Phase suppression is traded from Smite. Mez taking some damage as well behind the pillar. Zank actually getting gripped back here to his healer for a defensive posture for a moment. And Trill and Mez so far have kind of trucked through basically all of the pain suppression charges. They still have the power word barrier, they still have Void Shift and Trinket, but actually Smite had to trade out his Will of the Forsaken. He gets strangulated on it as well. Sea-Doo now in a Hammer of Justice. Do they have the follow-up trap? No, Mez blocks it. Beautifully done, and a huge explosion of damage there onto Zank and Willy. Smite has his work cut out for him, said.
Well, scatter shot on Sea-Doo. Mez the target. Does he trade in time? Sea-Doo's trying to recover, but Willy's there to kick him on a cast. He's just hovering right next to Sea-Doo. He silences him. He's still just hugging Sea-Doo right now to interrupt his cast if he tries to go for anything. Willy's putting so much pressure on Sea-Doo. That's going to force Icebound Fortitude, and he hasn't even gone for the freezing trap yet. He's waiting for the fade. He goes for the stun. He knocks him behind the pillar to avoid the anti-magic shield, but he doesn't land the trap still, surprisingly. He grapples over to go for it again. He's waiting for the fade. Sea-Doo is outplaying Willy right now, just patiently waiting, and the trap looks like it missed. So Sea-Doo's going to escape from that freezing trap in the corner. Willy needs to resurrect his pet. He does manage to get it off behind, the pillar here, but Zank is just dead.
Oh!
He just gets absolutely dunked on right there. I don't think he was anticipating that. Dire Wolves, man, take game number 1. They look impressive. They look threatening. They look menacing here in game number 1 as far as their pressure. I feel like Sea-Doo had a really good game with the mind games. It can be very difficult against a hunter as a priest, like with your fades and your deaths, but it really felt like Sea-Doo was in Willy's head, and he anticipated those traps excellently.
Yeah, no, he definitely was. And Mez also was in Willie's head, always getting the anti-magic shells on Sea-Doo and just stopping these traps, delaying their goes. I can see Sea-Doo right there, kind of dodging the trap there with the angel form. And then here, they got the Strangulate onto Smite on his Will of the Forsaken. And look at that trap right there onto Sea-Doo. You saw that? As soon as the trap was mid-air, Mez was there with the anti-magic shell. Because he doesn't just want to pre-do it when Sea-Doo is in a stun, and then Sea-Doo might get trapped afterwards. He wants to do it when the trap is actually committed, because then by the next trap, when the next trap comes up, it's likely that Mez is going to have his anti-magic shell again, or at least he gets full value. So, very nice. We get to see it right here on Sea-Doo. Right here. Trap, midair, anti-magic shell, that green circle on Sea-Doo. But what was that damage in the end, actually? Like, Zenk just took a surprising amount of damage in this moment here. Just everybody connected there with the DK pets as well. The Abomination took him down.
It was very surprising. I need to see, because he definitely used land hands earlier on, so is it possible? Yeah, I just don't think he anticipated that much damage right there. I mean, we see the Sanctuary. He sits through the silence. I think this is where they get lay on hands. We've seen a lot of Red Paladins die to lay on hands, though. So they go lay on hands, almost bounce him back down to 50% immediately. And he can definitely still use Divine Shield in this position. Smite gets gripped into a fear. It's just a miscomm. I mean, Willie's literally rezzing his pet behind a pillar. He's not in the game. So that had to just be a miscommunication there as far as assessing the situation. It could also be like tournament jitters, you know, coming into this. You're facing elimination. You've really got to try and do your best if you want to make it into the gauntlet. Really, so there's a lot of pressure, I think, on Wage Gap, because right now they're tied. They either need to win as much as possible and hope that the Abjured drop out, or if they lose here, they have to hope that the Abjured lose twice in a row, because then they'll have a tiebreaker for that 8th spot in the gauntlet. So like, there's a lot on their side that's probably pressuring them here for week number 3 in the final week. And then of course there's a lot of pressure on Direwolves to perform, and I'm glad that they went with like a more bread and butter option. You know, historically these kind of Death Knight cleaves, I feel like Mez has been a key player for their team, so I'm glad that they've decided to start out their roster with him. And Willie's got a pretty sick transmog. He looks like what's his name, Hemet Nezinwary? Like he's like an artifact collector. He's got like the jetpack that helps him pick up all these artifacts he looted from like the cave in Aladdin or something. He like found these shoulders. He's like smacked that on. I think those are 2 different shoulders. Also, one of those looks like it's from Shadowlands. The other one looks like it's from
Shoulders Own. Yeah, no, that weapon also. What is that?
The mythic one. Well, you can get the red one for the elite PP set, but that's the mythic one with the purple.
Literation Beam Glaive. Man, that is one sexy looking weapon. I'm not gonna lie. Nice I like Willie's transmog here. It looks really nice, actually. Yeah, he's definitely dripping. Direwolves versus Wage Gap. Game number 2, Empyrean Domain. You know what I wanted to say, by the way? I'm starting to notice a trend. We saw it yesterday. Casu locking in the Survival Hunter. Willie now locking in the Survival Hunter. And we're starting to see a bit of a shift where all of these hunters are kind of moving further away from the kind of standard specs and more into Survival Hunter. And do you think that is because of the success of Big Mex over in Europe?
He's finally defining the meta. I mean, I think Survival is strong just as a standalone, but a lot of times players don't take time on those specs that are hyper specialized. Like Survival Hunter, sometimes it can be like an Outlaw Rogue or a Feral Druid at times. Like it takes a lot of more effort to commit to those specs. So you need to make sure they're good before you invest time gearing your character and practicing that character. So they kind of wait, you know. Big Mix is the litmus test. Like, okay, he's dedicated to it, and now he's doing well, so it'll be worth our time to try and switch over to that. But Willie's been dedicated to it just as long as Big Mix. That's why I said he's kind of like the North American Big Mix, because he's been playing Survival for many, many years at this point. And this is kind of his chance to make a team here, because Survival is definitely slotting it better into the meta. So if they can just shore up their defense there, kind of respect the pressure that the Direwolves are bringing, I definitely think this is a capable composition. A lot went wrong for them. Willie not landing his trap for such a long time, and then having to res his pet, and then getting miscoordinated. That's kind of just a shake it off game before they move into game number 2.
That's dope. I didn't know that Willie had been playing Survival Hunter for that long. That's really nice, because like you said, meta fits the Survival Hunter playstyle right now. Let's see. I gotta say, Wage Gap, they
got good mogs.
Yeah, they got some fire mogs. They might be, you know, working on a budget, but they are definitely like
maybe they're on a budget because they're all the credit card on their transmogs. They're just in credit card debt for their transmogs. So
I don't know. Did they thrift these? I mean, this is a 9 out of 10 mog right there. Zank as well. We saw this transmog last week from Zank. He's sticking to it. I mean, it worked.
I'm so glad they made the chainsaw animated. I remember when they showed these. I saw it on a forum post what the transmog were for this season for the Undermine. I was like, that chainsaw better be animated, and I'm so glad that it is.
Yeah.
The animations on those weapons are sick here. So definitely dripped out. They just got to write that game off. Like, a lot just went wrong for them. Moving to game number 2, focus up. I think this is a matchup that they can definitely win. And we'll have to jump into it. They're going to Empyrean Domain. It's going to give them more space so their Disc Priest can stay farther away. Trill, of course, coming in on the Demon Hunter. He's been a melee specialist, also a bit of a range specialist, you know, playing Hunter. But do we consider Hunter melee or a caster? I feel like it's like a pseudo melee almost.
Yeah, I think it's kind of close to Demon Hunter, like survival Hunter and Demon Hunter. I feel like they're kind of the same. Demon Hunter has like a bunch of ranged stuff. Survival Hunter has a bunch of melee stuff. They both have Hunter in the name. I think they have the same weapon transmog too.
What is this? This is a Legion Elite set with the Relentless Tabard and then the Mythic. Okay, that's a Mesmog for sure right there.
That is
Mez and Venruki just
bold.
Have the done dad mogs all the time. I feel like it's just like I don't know what happens. I don't know what happens, but like as you get older, your transmog just like it's like when you're a little kid and you're finger painting, and then as you get older, you start reverting back to the finger painting. I think that's what's going on here.
I don't know. I feel like, yeah, it almost looks like he doesn't have a transmog on. He just like, it looks like he's been questing and he just like hit max level, and that's the gear that he had. Yeah. I mean, Cedar put some effort into this mog, but it's, yeah. I gotta be honest. Smite wins the transmog competition here for sure. Good.
Transmog gapped. Okay, they might be wage gapped, but they're not transmog gapped. Here for game number 2, and things are opening up here. There's a lot of pressure on both sides. Like, this is a lower bracket round, but Direwolves have an opportunity to make a run and try to grab a top 3 position if they can make it through this entire tournament. Wage Gapped also need to be winning as many series as possible to at least guarantee a spot in the gauntlet, which is where the finals are going to conclude everything, and they've been playing out this entire season. So a lot on the line for both sides. The pressure is at its highest right now. Who is going to rise to the occasion and ascend on Empyrean Domain here? We're 5 seconds away from the gates opening, and there will be no turning back. Wage Gap have a mishap game number 1. They can clean things up, get focused. They can definitely do this, but they have a very powerful opponent in that of the Direwolves.
Yeah, Wage Gap looking to get their qualification here, looking to turn it around, and they're going after Mez right now on the side of Wage Gap. Nice Blinding Sleet. Smite actually fades the Blinding Sleet. Really nice play there from Smite, and also gets sanked on that Strangulate. Looking for the ultimate penitence, but not able to cast it off just yet. Zank did get a pain suppression here. A lot of opening pressure coming through from both sides, but it looks like Sidu is doing a lot of work here on that priest, just keeping his team alive. And in the meantime, Zank is just flailing to even stay aggressive.
Willie is just waiting to get a trap. He just can't get it. He fades it, the anti-magic shield it, and then he's dodging it, and Willie's finally going to get it, and it just gets reversed instantly. He just spent 30 seconds trying to trap Sidu, and it just gets reverse magicked. So Willie having another hard game here with the matchup. They're switching their damage on Trill. They're not even getting a blur, though. Smite just needs to stay max distance. I don't like what Zank's doing here. He's retreating back to his healer. It's kind of instinctive, you know, when you start dying, you want to get close to your healer, but I feel like it's really bad in the matchup, and he's pulling back to his healer. That's stacking him up to get him interrupted and getting him stunned. I think it could end up costing them the game here if this keeps repeating. He's trying to push in. This is what you need to do. It's like the opposite of what's the natural instinct. You have to push in when you're dying in a cleave setup to get yourself away from your healer. Here's a stun trap, anti-magic shield. And it looks like Willie held on to it, so he might still have an opportunity, but he's got a lot of other cooldowns to work through. Is Willie going to get the trap here successfully? He scatter shots. He gives up on the trap. It's going to be a scatter trap. Try and get some pressure. Big setup on Trill. They get his darkness, showing some signs of life as far as offense. As long as they can clean up their positioning here between Zank and Smite, they still have a shot.
Yeah, really, really nice here. Trill still taking some damage. Does have the blur rotating back up in about 10 seconds. Still has his trinket as well. Mez is getting cleaved a little bit. Might actually getting cross-kicked there on Shadow by Mez into a Strangulate. and that is going to be the lay on hands there from Zank. A lot of damage coming through there just from Mez, kind of disrupting the Void Weaver there in that moment. Trill is taking some damage. Willie, again, is looking for that freezing trap onto Sidu. But look at Mez. He's just stacking on Sidu, just playing defense. He's like, yeah, oh, we got the cooldown. We got the lay on hands. And now I'm just going to try to play defense. And Sidu is in a Hammer of Justice. But Rip Blinding Sleet shuts it down. Once again, Mez just has such good synergy with Sidu. They've been playing together for such a long time. And it really shows in their defensive coordination. But Sidu stunned into a trap. No, Mez is there once again with the Anti-Magic Shell.
Willie's patient, though. He didn't throw the trap, so he still has it. He's going to scatter trap at the end of the anti-magic shield, try and get some pressure on Trill here. He seems to be still the focus. Blinding Light hits 2. Trill being pressured. Can they get the Nether Walk? Doesn't look like it. Zank's on the back foot. Strangulate comes through. They need a Sanctuary here. They bubble, but no Sanctuary. They have one more Pain Suppression. They still got a decent amount of defense here, but Sidu's crossing the map. A grip into a fear. Beautiful teamwork, but then they get reverse feared by Smite in this position, and Trill is forced into the Nether Walk. What a great response from Zank and Smite in that position, and now Mez on the back foot as well. Sidu's still trying to get in there for his team, repositioning out of the corner pocket. Willie jumps in, fade, AMS. Willie baits those cooldowns. How is he going to land this trap? He needs a binding shot. There's a reverse magic. He has to crowd control Trill at the same time. Can Willie get the trap and stun the Demon Hunter at the same moment? No, Trill's right next to him. He can't go for the trap. He has to pull away, but Zank is just dying while he's doing all of this. It's unhealable damage. They trade out major defensive cooldowns and overlap of Pain Suppression and the Spell Warding. Trill ultimately does reverse the trap here during the Hammer of Justice. He's taking a lot of damage from Zank, but Zank has such limited defense to make a push here. Smite is running low on mana. They just need to do damage. I feel like they could Sidu. Just play it safe at this point. Try and get some distance, but another grip into stun, double fear. No Sanctuary. Smite wills it into a Strangulate. Beautiful combo. Zank gets gripped back into Mez's clutches and is looking like he's going to go down. The Imprisoned to chain it together, and the Dire Wolves look good in game 2.
Yeah, they look really good in game 2. It's just, it just seems so difficult to kind of break through the defense here from what Dire Wolves are bringing. It's so hard because your win condition is essentially get a trap. But Mez is always there. Mez is always just playing spoilers. Sidu's in a Hammer of Justice. Mez is gripping everybody in. Double Blinding Sleet. You can't cast your trap.
You know,
Sidu is in a stun. Anti-Magic Shell stops the trap. And then also setting up these offensive pushes with the grip fears. I think just it's so hard. And then when you actually do get a trap, Trill is there with a reverse magic. So here they had to trade out the Pain Suppression and the Magic Buff like you called out. And I think was Zank going for Barons here at the end, or actually didn't have anything left.
Nothing.
Just has no buttons, unfortunately for him.
I kind of think they need to give up on landing the trap and just scatter. I mean, Willie's just spending so much time, just like get the the fade and get the AMS and just scatter him, do damage. Don't even try and trap him. Like give up on the trap, just do maximum damage and win on mana. I feel like if Smite is able to just stay in the back and do damage, you could probably just win in a scatter shot. Just scatter Hodge target. That's it. Just scatter heal Hodge target, do maximum damage, and stop. Like I just feel like they're playing into their hands. Like Direwolves know exactly how to disrupt their CC chain, and they're trying to play like too precise. Just brute force it. Just wait and then scatter the MS and send damage, maximum rotation, and win on overall pressure.
Yeah, I mean either way they gotta commit, because right now it's just Willie trying to go for the trap on Sidu, and it's just too hard for him to do that alone. I think maybe Zank could play Repentance, and then at least they have like 2 ways to kind of land that crowd control. And then maybe Smite also plays Holy and pushes in for Fierce. Or they just brute force it. They just sit back, maximum damage. They don't even try to go for traps unless it's like, opportunity presents itself with like Sidu pushing in offensively or something. Yeah. I think they just got to commit to either brute forcing or commit more to CC strategy. Because as it is right now, it's kind of in between and it's not working.
All right, well, they can be able to turn this around. They have to reverse sweep the Dire Wolves, right? Like this is been a top team for so long, although they do seem to be struggling in this season. They're not meeting their own expectations for their performance level. But wage gapped, it's going to be out of their hands as far as whether or not they're going to have a chance to make it into the gauntlet if they lose this game right now. Because if the Abjured even win a single series, they will take that top 8 position, and then all of this season's play will be for naught. Wage Gap will not be able to give any opportunities to get into the finals. But they have to reverse sweep the Dire Wolves, and I'm sure that this is going to be brutal for them after losing 2 games like that. First game, you don't really get to play it all the way through. Second game looks a little bit better, but it just seems like Dire Wolves are more than prepared for their strategies. ready to deal with their crowd control engagements. And I think Wage Gap need to make an adjustment accordingly there. The advantage they have right now is that Smite is just dunking massive damage. So I would think playing into Smite and enabling them to just do more damage than the Direwolves and Sidu is a better line of play for them. Just to focus on kiting the Demon Hunter, limiting their damage output, right? And then maximizing their own at the same time. I feel like Willie is trying really hard to make sure that he's not making any mistakes, and it's costing him globals on DPS. Like, he's trying really hard, like, okay, I didn't trap the Fade, I didn't trap the AMS, but like that whole time he's playing that mind game, he's not doing maximum damage. So now there's just 5 seconds of he's not doing maximum damage. So he's getting the CC, but the damage is too low to close it. So I think focusing more on the damage and focusing less on the precision for the crowd control could be a way for Wage Gap to overcome adversity here. But it's match point. They've locked in the same composition. Pressure is on. Their gauntlet position in the finals is potentially on the line here. Can they do it? Can they turn this around? Reverse sweep the Direwolves for 3 games in a row? Because this is probably the best Direwolves have looked. I want to say, like, their pressure is good, setups are good, crowd control avoidance is good. Like, this could be the return of the Direwolves if Wage Gap don't do something soon.
Yeah, I just feel like maybe their comp isn't the best in the meta right now, but aside from that, they are playing well. But yeah, I think that with the strategy that you mentioned, like pushing in and trying to land those traps all the time, and it's kind of, you're not doing max damage when that's happening, you're also kind of putting your healer in an awkward spot where he has to heal more damage, and he has to push in because you're overextended. So that's also damage that the Void Weaver is losing. So yeah, maybe just not even try to go for those traps. Just try to go for the guaranteed ones, you know? Like the 3-2-1, let's go. You Hodge Mez, you land a scatter trap, you know, on the healer. It's going to be a short CC, or you Hodge Mez and you get, or Hodge Trill, whoever you're going after, and you go like Intim Stun into a trap. Just like those guaranteed traps that you're going to land every now and then, but you don't have them up so frequently.
I just feel like you're not even getting a guaranteed trap. Like, you have to CC the entire team. Mez will AMS it, Sidu will fade it, Trill will reverse it. So if you don't have a CC for all of them, and then if you're allocating your CC like that to 3 players, you don't have a long enough chain to win. So it's like, just stop trying to CC and just do more damage. You have a Void Weaver Disc Priest. He's going to be doing as much damage as Trill is doing if he's able to free cast, whereas right now it's like Willie's going super deep, so he's like, oh my god, what if they swap to him, and then Zank's running back on top of him, and now he can't do max damage. Like, get a position where Smite's able to do maximum damage, throw out scatter, and stun the target, and don't overcomplicate it any more than that. Don't spend like the 10 seconds of trying to get the trap. Just do maximum damage, because I think Wage Gap, if they focus on overall DPS, will Sidu in like 4 minutes maybe, if they get good positions on this. And maybe if he grips Smite in, maybe you could do something cheeky like fear DPS and then go for a trap if it's available. But I think trying to be the aggressor just doesn't feel right. It just feels like they're spending too much time, and then they're playing into Direwolves' hands.
Absolutely. I mean, we saw it was a little bit different matchup, but we saw Caster and Tony yesterday literally kill a target in just a cross stun. Like, they just intim stun the healer and stun their kill target. So those short instant CCs requires like no commitment, and you can just do them when you have a cooldown up, and it's, you know, it's gonna make the other team kind of panic. So I think just doing that and focusing, like you mentioned, you know, just on their damage is probably the key to success here for Wage Gap, because they need to figure out something. They need to figure out an answer. Right now, Direwolves are running away with this, and that is not good news here for the qualification dreams of Wage Gap. But it is game number 3, match point. Direwolves looking to stay alive in the tournament, lower bracket elimination game. Wage Gap qualification for the gauntlet is on the line for these guys. They need to reverse this.
Okay, let's see if they can do it here. Match point, 5 seconds away. There's going to be no turning back once those gates open between these teams. Top 3 potentially on the line for Direwolves, looking to reclaim their former glory and position in the North American region. Wage Gap looking to make a name for themselves. Can they manage to do it and climb back through the ranks? I don't like this positioning of Zank back with Smite. I want Smite max distance away, just bombarding damage like a turret in the back line, and just do maximum damage. Willie's already doing decent damage here. I want Zank getting into the mix. Just max out their damage, throw out some guaranteed CCs, stop playing into the Direwolves' heads. Oh, nice grip. He fades the stun there, or the blinding sleep for a moment, but Trill follows up, and they do ultimately get it. Smite's trying to escape, but he's strangulated. Sanctuary connects. This is a good exchange, honestly, from Wage Gap. And they're playing the Diamond Dice, so they're going to be trapping Mez. They're trying to kite on the outside of the map with the Freedom, but I don't... He's just taking so much damage. What is happening to him? He has to lay on hands. He's trying to kite him and stay away from the Demon Hunter, but they're just not getting enough pressure out. Zank just needs to do more damage in this position. They get the stun, they AMS the trap. Just don't worry about it. Just do damage. Max out the pressure here. They're focusing Mez. They silence him. Try and just force their hand here. Lily's disengaging in aggressively. Smite's got decent position here to avoid blast. Look at this. If Smite's in this position, they start getting a lot of pressure. They get the Diamond Dice. There's going to be no reverse. They drop the anti-magic shield. Zank gets gripped away from it. They're repositioning. They're trying to kite away from the chainsaw that is the dire wolves. Basically, they get close to that. They're just getting absolutely cut down. Zank's into a stun. Strangulate the healer. No sanctuary available. Zank just seems to be really struggling right now in the matchup. It just seems like his confidence might have been shaken.
Yeah, and Zank right now is dropping quite low, down to 50% HP, but gets the pain suppression from Smite. Smite actually not doing too hot on his cooldowns. Has life cocoon. He has life swap and barrier still, but Zank also down his lay on hand. So defensives are dwindling a little bit, but I do like the strategy right now more from Wage Gap. Just focusing more on damage, going for some guaranteed Diamond Dice traps, and here we go. We get a stun into a full fear onto Smite. Little Chastise play coming out from Sea-Doo. It's going to force out the Will of Forsaken. Smite not able to respond here. Willie actually going for the freezing trap there, but it doesn't look like he actually committed. Just leaping over to bait Mez's anti-magic shell, and then he can go for it a little bit later, and there it is. Full trap is going to connect. Nicely played there by Willie. Do they have any damage to force anything onto Mez? Looks like Guardian Angel will be traded from Sea-Doo to follow it up with the Hammer of Justice as well. And now both teams out of crowd control. It's going to be Dire Wolves here looking to pounce.
The mind control and the ultimate pendant. Zinx is in trouble right here. A stun onto the healer. He's forced to bubble. Mez is low as well, but Sea-Doo has a lot of options. Mez would only choke and go down right here. Maybe he is going to. Nice fear. He's critically low. 1% health. Almost going down. Sea-Doo greeds it and void shifts him into Angel, immediately pulling all emergency measures to recover. And Sea-Doo is just blowing a lot of cooldowns. Honestly, if Wage Gap can survive here, they get the trap. They might be able to do it. Sea-Doo is forced to trinket. He pops the Holy Ward to avoid more crowd control, but he could get silenced. The Scorpion Sting is available. This is the cooldowns from Willie, but Smite gets kicked in the back line. He needs to get ready. Zank's going to take a huge hit of damage here from Trill, and Zank's trying to kite, but Trill is still all over him. Mez gets stunned up by the binding shot. Zank's doing what damage he can from range here, but he just can't get away. He gets gripped through the binding shot, so Trill gets hit. That was clutch from Smite to pull him into that position. Maximize their stuns here to try and find an opening. Casino, no trinket. Mez, no cooldowns. This is their last chance to win the game. Can Wage Gap pull it off and put a point on the board against the Direwolves? Direwolves know they're in trouble. They're retreating. They're getting to the pillar. They're hiding. This is the first time we've seen the Direwolves forced into a defensive position in the entire series. Zank can lead the charge here. He's got trinket spell warding. He can go all in and potentially go for the W here. He gets stunned. He's going to come out of that. They've survived the initial burst from Trill. They're trying to target Mez, but the longer they wait, the more cooldowns are going to be available. Sea-Doo pops the Holy Ward to immune a stun here from the incoming attackers. They need to purge that if they can. They're just focusing on their damage, which is good. They're forcing Mez back, and he's spamming Death Strikes. They swap back on Trill. Smite is free casting, but he gets gripped in. Here comes the stun on Sea-Doo. Can Wage Gap actually do it? Smite's into the fear. No Sanctuary. He wills out. Nice scatter shot on Sea-Doo. They're going for the safe crowd controls. Willie pushes in. Gets the fade on his trap, though. They drop the barrier on Zank. He's dropped his Divine Protection as well. Mez is killing him through both of those defensive cooldowns right now. Trill is ripping in. It's still match point. Pain Suppression has been used as well. Smite fakes a kick, but now he's into the Imprisoned. Zank is on the run. He doesn't want to trade that spell warding. It's his last line of defense, but I think he's going to have to commit it and go for the win right now. Did they make the commitment? Sea-Doo gets stunned into a blind. Can they actually pull it off? He traps the trinket. Can they drop Mez right now? Willie gets stunned by Trill. Smite gets gripped in. Double blind. Zank is trying to pull away. Double fear from Sea-Doo. Mez and Zank going at each other. Spell ward. He can Sea-Doo Master Spell. He gets the... He's trying to fake the kicks. He doesn't get the Master Spell. Mez is in trouble. Any CC on Sea-Doo, Mez might die. Maybe they don't even need to CC him. It's so much pressure. Knock him into the darkness. Good knock by Willie. Is he going to be able to do this? Oh my god. As soon as he comes into this Angel, if he lands the trap, it's GG. Can he land it?
I don't know if he's going to be able to land it right now. Full stun onto Sea-Doo. No anti-magic shell just yet. Being committed. Smite trinkets out. Though Smite is taking so much damage. Trill on a solo mission here onto Smite. He gets gripped back in. Gets fake cast the kick on the Mind Blast. Smite could recover if he can get this Mind Blast off right now. He does manage to get it off. Beautiful fake there from Smite. They stun up Trill as well. Trill's taking some cleave damage as he is outside of that anti-magic zone. Willie needs to find the next trap in 10 seconds. Can they do
Look
it?
at the damage,
That
look at the
anti-magic
damage.
zone is not
Look
even
at the
going to
damage.
matter. There's so much damage onto
One
everyone
CC.
on the side of Direwolves. Willie's pushing in for the trap, but no, CD has the spell warding on him. He's going to be able to block it for a second, and Mez now has his anti-magic
Lay on
spell
hands.
rotating back up, but still, everyone is taking so much damage. Zank has his bubble rotated back up, and he's laying on hands. He's feeling very confident. He's not going to be a good target for anyone on Direwolves to hit. Who are they going to go after?
Lay on hands, lay on
now,
hands.
full
Oh,
damage
Mez.
coming out onto Mez. I think he's just going to fall right now. Diamond Eyes connect. Can they finish the
Smite's
job?
finishing him.
Smite is spamming damage in the backline, and Wage Gap take the game, and they start their reversal of this series. You can see Zank feeling very, very excited and kind of fired up after that as well. You love to see that.
All right, they do it. They survive the attacks from the Direwolves. They don't overcommit. They change their strategy a little bit and their playstyle a little bit. It was rough around the edges, but it got the job done. They cross the finish line. They get a point on the board against the Direwolves, but they still need to win around the edges, but it got the job done. They cross the finish line. They get a point on the board against the Direwolves, but they still need to win 2 more if they want to keep their dreams alive of guaranteeing their spot in the gauntlet for the grand finals for North America. And the pressure on Mez was ridiculous. Sidu greeds it out at 1% and manages to hold on. They get back on Mez moments later and almost drop him throughout this match. And this was by far their best game. As far as overall performance, I really feel like they're top of the damage meter. That's the most important thing. Whereas before, I felt like they were lagging behind a bit because they're too focused on getting setups. This time around, they just waited for the opportunities, took the guaranteed opportunities, and honestly landed some clutch traps as well amidst a lot of the chaos towards the end of the game here. This was a really good game. It was rough, but it was dirty, but it's done. Can they do it 2 more times in a row against Direwolves? One of North America's most legendary rosters, the longest standing roster right now in AW history, at least for North America, maybe for both regions ultimately or globally here. And Mez was not making it easy. He did not make it easy. He was not going to go down without a fight. He was putting the pressure on here. He's not going to let Wage Gapped easily get through this lower bracket. And now, though, the Direwolves they've seen the strategy, and now they have an opportunity to adapt to it.
Yeah, I love that at the end when Mez dies, you can see his character name being Mez Beef. We got Mez Beef and Alberta Beef here on the desk as well. So everyone is coming through here with the beef in this Tauren, High Mountain Tauren meta. But yeah, no, this is exactly what we needed to see from Wage Gap. Just allow Smite to sit back and do his thing. Eventually, you will win. Just with that, like, abuse the fact that you have a Void Weaver. It's not on them to be the aggressor in the matchup. It's actually on Trill and Mez to be aggressive in the matchup and make something happen. Because if you have the late game advantage, this is basically how WoW works. If you're a team that loses, if the game goes long, if both teams just sit and do damage, if your team is the team that loses, your team is the one that has to push in and make plays before you get to that point. Because otherwise, like, why would you do that? You can just sit back in PvE and stop setups and win. So that's the first thing you got to know about your comp. And we're going to hook point, so a little bit harder to execute on that strategy. So they might need to adapt a little bit to the map. But I really like the Diamond Dice as well. Even though the crowd control was shorter, I think Willie did a good job with the Diamond Dice.
Yeah, I think just taking a target out of the game guaranteed. Also, Trill will probably adapt to that. He probably won't play reverse. But if Wage Gap think he won't play reverse, maybe he should go back regular trap. Is this going to be like a little mind game thing here between the teams or not? Wage Gap, they're taking the time to see hook points, so they know Direwolves, they're going to switch their strategy. Which honestly, maybe Wage Gap, it's like, okay, if Direwolves play defensive, we play defensive. But if Direwolves play offensive, we match them. And maybe that's how the strategy needs to evolve here, because it'll be easier to get crowd control, right? If Seed is pushing for fears, it'll be easier to fear him back. It'll be easier to stun him back. And maybe this is like a case where you have to adapt to depending on what the Direwolves do. And if Wage Gap can respond to that appropriately, they may be able to actually pull this off. I think regardless, getting a win here, considering how bad, down bad they must have been after the first 2 losses, things might start heating up for them here. Direwolves, they've got time, but maybe they could switch comp. Maybe they're not going to switch comp. I was wondering maybe if they'd run like the Assassination Rogue, and that's been like their Void Weaver Slayer, basically. because Smite's playing that, but maybe they're worried about the Ret Paladin utility, obviously, and the Survival Hunter utility. It's honestly a nice comp from Wage Gap. They protect Smite from the Assassination Rogue weakness that the teams detected last week with this. So the Direwolves, same comp, same matchup. Direwolves still on match point here. They have the advantage. It's really up to Wage Gap to pull this off. They could do it on the big map. Can they do it on the small map when the pressure is at its highest? And I think the Direwolves, they sense that. They're like, all right, we're gonna go to a small map and we're gonna really test you. Like, how do you handle this when your Void Weaver isn't able to stand 40 yards away and free cast as he was able to in the last game?
Yep, true. Hook Point's going to do a lot of work for them. Also going to be a lot easier for Sea-Doo to land those fears. And things are looking actually very exciting right now. So either I get a perfect prediction once again, leading on those as well, by the way, or we just get more games with these two teams. Maybe we get an insane reverse sweep. So I think either way, this is looking to shape up very nicely here in the lower bracket. Dire Wolves looking to close it out, but I feel like Wage Gap, they got the. You could see, this is why it's so nice to have the player cams as well. You can see the excitement.
You can tell when they're excited or they're defeated.
Yeah,
I like it too.
exactly.
Yeah, you can see how they felt about the loss because of the response on the face. You're like, he didn't like that loss.
You can tell if they're tilting or not. And right now they have momentum. Look at him. He is excited. He is locked in. Zank is looking to lead the charge here for his team. Potential knockout here for Wage Gap unless they can turn it around and bring us to a game 5. Let's see what they do, Sid.
Direwolves are going all in with triple crowd control, targeting Willie initially here. Here's the stun trap window. Are they going to just go for the scatter? They're not going to go for either here. Sea-Doo Angels, they're going to be patient. They're going to pull away. Mez is the target once again. Willie is the target, though, and that seems to be a big adaptation from Direwolves. They went on the Ret Paladin last time. Survival Hunter is taking a lot more damage, it feels like, so far for them, and it's pressuring him away from getting crowd control. They do get the scatter trap. Can they dunk on Mez here? Smite's trying to stay in the back. I think that's correct. Just range and do as much damage as possible, but it's a really risky exchange right now. It's so explosive. Everybody is low at every passing moment. Sea-Doo recovers Mez here with the Apotheosis. They're trying to get close to Sea-Doo. Willie jumps over with the grappling hook, but AMS is blocking the trap for now. It's actually not off cooldown, so they kind of baited the anti-magic shield. That was a nice move here by Wage Gap.
Oh, nice. Sea-Doo pushing in for the fear, though. This is the small map doing some work. Smite brings out the Will of Forsaken. Gets strangulated on the Will of Forsaken. They don't have cleanse for it from the Red Paladin. And Willie is going to take a decent amount of damage, but still holding on to the aspect of the turtle. Has his Roar of Sacrifice as well. I like that kiting as well. Just taking a little lap there behind that fence and ensures that he can actually survive through that line of sight, some of the damage. And meanwhile, you can see Smite just free casting here in the backline. Look at Mez taking so much damage. Beautiful fade on Smite there. He gets cleansed there as well by this Paladin. And Zank has to trade out the lay on hands. Willie now looking for the full trap. Baits out the anti-magic shell. Still holds on to the freezing trap. And the magic zone is going to drop from Mez as well. Willie's still looking for that trap. Sea-Doo trying to avoid it with the fade. Manages to avoid it with the fade. Well played by Sea-Doo.
All right, Willie stunned. Nice grip from Smite, but now they're stacked up. Is Mez just going to die? Sea-Doo grips him over around the corner. Still match point against Wage Cap. Top 8 on the line for them, but they got pressure on Mez. Look at this damage. What is going on? He's almost dropping. They have to use Icebound and Darkness, but Willie is almost going to fall there as well. Pain Suppression and Survival of the Fittest. He holds onto the turtle, but he's gripped back into their clutches. And now Willie is on the run, bro. He is trying to escape all of the damage right now. He's grappling in. He's going for the trap. He baits the fade. He gets feared away, though. No dispel, it looks like. Finally dispelled. Zank no lay on hands. They've both recovered on each side. They're evenly matched here in game number 4. Wage gapped. Can they get the crowd control? Can they get the pressure on Mez? Mez knows he's the target. He's line of sighting like we saw in the last round, but now they're switching their targeting to Trill. They're just keeping their pressure high, which is good. Their secondary win condition is ooming Sea-Doo, so max damage on anybody that's out here. Smite gets gripped in, double blind, but Willie's line of sighting and avoiding all of those stuns. He has great positioning. He's jumping in for crowd control. He's leading with the Scorpion Sting, I believe, and maybe is he going to go for the Diamond Ice here? He's just doing damage, staying max range right now. He's baiting cooldowns, getting ready to go. When's he going to pull the trigger? Fear of the Eagle still just staying a safe distance away from the cleave. They're just dunking on him. Stun. Hodge. Beautiful combo, but he trinket AMSs. Good reaction. He might just die anyways. It's so much damage. Void Shift available, but Zank is now getting pounced on. He gets gripped back into Mez's clutches. He has Divine Shield. He's trying to be greedy. Is he going to get away with it? They used the spell warding first, but now Smite could get dropped as well. He's just in the back line. It's such a close call for both teams. The Blinding Light connects. Mez in trouble. Is he going to die through the Guardian Spirit? It's so much damage from the coordinated assault. Willie's in position and ready to land this freezing trap. Sea-Doo needs to holy ward it. He holy wards now, but it's still so much damage. Smite interfere. Zank in trouble. Has to bubble. Where's the master spell? Cedo even going to go for it? I don't think he's going to risk it. He just needs to keep his healing high. He doesn't have the mana to do it. And okay, Zenk has no cooldowns. This is the moment for the Direwolves. Can Wage Gap hold on with no cooldowns here on the Ret Paladin?
Yeah, but they have the pain suppression here. They might need to trade it right now. Smite is being greedy. Oh my god, it could cost him. He trinket pain suppressions. Smite being very greedy in that position. Now he's not going to have trinket. Void Shift. Cedu's pushing in for the game-winning fear. Can he land it? Willie is trying to block him. But Smite gets the Void Shift before the fear.
The stun.
He can't use Willie to take it. They could swap to him. Meanwhile, Cedu is getting cleaned up as well. Had to trade out his trinket Void Shift. Huge damage coming in from both sides, but Zenk has nothing left. Smite just has to Void Weave right now and make sure that he tops him. He does manage to top him. Anti-Magic Shell gets traded onto Cedu as well. He gets gripped back to safety. Both teams with nothing left. This is an elimination series in the lower bracket. They swap into Trill. Beautiful Diamond Eyes.
What?
Can they do it? No way. Wage Gap ties up the series, and we're going to Game 5.
Bro, I don't think Zenk even expected that to happen. His eyes just went completely wide when Trill died there. Like, he had blur up. He got caught in the binding shot, and he just got absolutely dunked. We're going to Game 5 between Wage Gap and Direwolves. This is a tight race. You know, you're wondering if they're just going to be out. They might have been getting disgruntled being down 2 points, but they adjust their playstyle, they adjust their bearings, and now they're sailing across the sea. And they put a point on the board, a complete curveball swap onto Trill in those final moments, considering this has just been a pain train run down on Mez for like the past couple of minutes. They just swap out of nowhere on Trill and absolutely knock his lights out here in game number 4. The confidence there. And now the Direwolves, now they're put in a tough position because it's like this didn't feels like they got robbed. He pre-blurs the binding shot. He just dies through it. Anyways, the Ret Paladin damage and the Survival Hunter damage. I think the death log is gonna be like really impressive. I think for those final moments because like that's a pretty significant damage reduction from Trill. Like the difference there is like if he nether walks, he takes 0 damage and he lives, but he thinks he's fine with blur and he's not. And that calculation there from Trill is going to cost his life here in that moment. Mez is just charging around the maps. He's thinking that Trill's fine. He's got defenses, but that's a full Diamond Ice. And this is the Diamond Ice that I wanted to see EU adapt against these comps because it just feels like it's way better to get guaranteed CC. And they just squeezed that in at the last second. Like he's got Guardian Spirit coming up in like 1 second. They just squeezed through the cracks right there in order to get that win. But a win is a win, man. Doesn't matter. And now the Direwolves, the pressure is on. They're going to lose an opportunity to try and secure a position in the top 3 if they go out this early on in the competition, given that Cats and Dogs are already in the lead and so many other teams possibly on their heels. So there's a lot on the line for both teams. This is the best way I think you could the best you could ask for to start out North America on this lower side. Very entertaining, back and forth. Pressure is high. It's just constantly just like who's going to die at any passing moment. Between the teams. Trill's got an interesting build though. He's actually not running the Eldraki Reaver Demon Hunter. He's running Fell Surged instead. And I don't think we've seen a single Demon Hunter play that. And Trill is always kind of like, you know, concocting these new strategies, and it gives you a lot of like burst damage in your meta window basically is the difference. But then your damage kind of falls off outside of that. So maybe it's giving them a little bit more kill pressure, and that's why they've decided to run for it, because I think MVQ is mostly playing Eldraki Reaver in his game. So a little bit of an adaptation there. I wonder if maybe Trill will change that or not. It'd be interesting to get his thoughts on it. Maybe if Dire will somehow win this and have a lower bracket run, we get an interview or something and get a question for Trill about that, because that's definitely unique. I've not seen a lot of players playing that. They go to a big map. Direwolves are scared. They're scared.
I don't know. I don't like the Void Weaver. Look at the insta lock coming in.
Yeah, they're like, oh, hey, thank you for that.
But are they
changing
Sam? Yeah, I think so. There's no way they're doing this this melee clip. I think we're gonna see Sam. So there's no way they're doing this this melee clip. I think we're gonna see Sam.
Okay, I feel like that's risky. I feel like Sam, like he's had a couple good games and good wins, but also a couple of really bad losses. So this is a coin flip for me, honestly, if the Direwolves actually make a sub in right now here. And what is the comp going to be? Rogue Boomkin? Like,
I have no
Demon
idea.
Hunter Boomkin?
I think they're going to play a Void Weaver of their own.
It's Demon Hunter Boomkin. They're going main team. They're going main comp. They're going the OG BlizzCon comp. BlizzCon comp in the matchup. I don't know, man. They have so many ways to get a Root Beam. Root Beam is basically, you have to use it to kick a cast. Honestly, you probably should against Void Weaver. If you can land like on the Void Blast window, that could be an advantage. But I feel like putting Mez on the bench is a big mistake.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I feel like Mez has been a huge reason to their runs. Like, there's been so many times where it's just looking really bad for them, and they tag in Mez, and they just turn around the whole series. Always tough when you have such a great player on your team to bench him. But so in Sam's defense, he is definitely an extraordinary player as well. So Direwolves gonna be tagging in the rest of their pack. Gonna be hunting together. But Wage Gap, they have a chance right now to secure their qualification to the Gauntlet and eliminate Direwolves from the top 3. They have a chance to upset the entire bracket and also secure themselves their Gauntlet positioning. So Wage Gap, they're coming off of 2 back-to-back wins. They just made the enemy team swap their comp. They got to be feeling good right now. I don't know, man. I think momentum is in their favor. Direwolves, what are they going to do here? What do you think, Sid? Is this going to work?
Every time I've seen Moonkin Demon Hunter, it gets absolutely destroyed. I don't think I've seen a game where it did well. So Direwolves making this swap, they've been like, Sea-Doo's got to switch healers now. Obviously, Shaman is his home turf. He could probably run this on autopilot at the highest level, but this is completely a big shift in gears from Direwolves. And I think Survival Hunter can still put a lot of pressure on a Boomkin. Boomkin can do well, though, here. There's a lot of like melee kicks. So Sam is going to have to be MVP with clones if they're going to pull this off. If they just get on top of him and he's getting spam kicked and he can't do anything, then they're just going to get run over. And the gates are open. There's no going back. It's game number 5. Is the Sam I Am tag in going to be enough? He's pulling them back into the corner, baiting them into a position so that Smite will be exposed in the middle of the map, which is great. I love the Hexes. Hex is definitely something they can abuse here. They're getting clones on the Ret. They switch the clone on the Hex. They drop a solar beam. I don't know what that solar beam was on, but they're gonna swap over to Willie. Maybe they're trying to stun him and he got gripped on the stun, like a stun beam on Ret. We've seen some Boomkins and Demon Hunters doing that to stop the Divine Protection, but that one got completely thwarted. And now Zank and Willie have good position. They're going in for the trap. Oh, Sam jumped on top of Sea-Doo with the wild charge to stop the trap. That was really clutch, but now they're just getting cleaved.
Yeah, the Turtles did just reverse that trap anyway, but it was a nice try from Sam. Sam fake casts a kick. He gets the precognition, gets a nice cyclone onto Willie, taking him out of the match for a moment. Smite now getting full hexed. He actually get full hexed on the Sanctuary there from Zank, so really nice place. Lightning Lasso onto Willie as well. Nice kick though from Zank. Gonna shut it down for a moment. And this comp from Direwolves, I mean, maybe it's not the best comp, but you can tell like everybody's on their mains. They're looking very, very comfortable right now. Fury of the Eagle coming out onto Sam, though. Full Hammer of Justice onto Sea-Doo. And they find any more crowd control. It doesn't look like it. Sam shuts it down
the beam.
by crowd controlling Willie. And there's the beam coming out onto Smite. Smite is not playing a Gnome, by the way. Smite is not playing Gnome. That is a huge issue for Direwolves. Or sorry, for Wage Gap. Zank taking a lot of damage as well. Smite is in a full Cyclone as well on his Trinket. Doesn't had the pain suppression, but still a lot of pressure. Now Willie as well. They trade out the sacrifice onto Willie. Zank flailing, still alive as well, but they do manage to recover at the cost of some very expensive cooldowns.
And all they got in exchange was a bark skin. All of that effort, just a bark skin. Zank's still in trouble. He's trying to make a push, but he's worried because Sea-Doo is getting so much pressure. Sea-Doo is getting hex after hex. It looks like Smite faded that one, and Zank is on the run, but now they just go for an Imprison instead. Zank's stuck behind the pillar. He can't get on the Boomkin. They're trying to line of sight. He gets cloned again. Sam, man, Direwolves are playing so well on this composition. They switch back onto Willie, and they're looking for Cyclones. Willie feign death camouflages to try and get a little bit of an extra heal there, but he's just dying. He might just die outright. Aspect of the Turtle at 10%. Tournament lives on the line. And our Wage Gap's going to be, getting defeated here. Direwolves getting in their head with their offense because they're getting so much crowd control out with these Hexes and Cyclones, and they're trying to play it patient. They're trying to pull away from the fight. They get double stunned, though, into a Hex. Sea-Doo's just on fire this game on this Resto Shaman. Willie grapples over. He baits the Grounding Totem. He's waiting for it, but Zank is getting owned. A full clone again from Sam onto Smite, and Zank's Shield of Vengeance has been cracked. Willie is almost dead. He feigned death. They're in the barrier. They're hoping its defense will be enough to stay alive here. Zank gets cloned at low health. Sam is popping off. Willie gets close for the trap. He's not able to land it, and it looks like it's going to get reversed anyways. Willie now into a clone, and the Direwolves are on fire with this composition.
Yeah, they're having a tough time actually landing the crowd control on the side of Wage Gap, but if they can stall for a little bit, it's not looking too bad. Willie just needs his turtle to come back off cooldown, and Smite fades that static field. That was a really nice attempt from Sea-Doo, but Smite with a nice outplay there. Willie's still taking a lot of damage, gets sacrificed by the Ret. And they're just perfectly happy right now letting Willie kind of tank up the damage. But at the same time, Cyclones are landing. They need to make sure that they stop these Cyclones. What are they going to do? Full Chaos Nova, Zank behind the pillar, but
big swap!
Catch Trill, huge swap. Forcing out his Trinket and the Nether Walk, now going after Samayam and Wage Gap. They're starting to show some signs of life. They trade out the Pain Suppression to keep Willie alive and aggressive. And Zank now pushing in as well, has his Divine Shield available. They land finally a full trap with no reverse. Can they get something here? Smite's looking for the fear as well. Beautifully done there. Full fear connects onto Cedo. Can they get anything more out of the darkness? Doesn't look like it. Willie's going to get Cyclone, but still pushing darkness, getting Trill's cooldowns as well. He could be a liability. They're doing it. So much damage is coming in. Spirit Link gets traded. All this cleave pressure. Wage Gap have waken up.
Oh my god, they're so close to a win right now. They burned every single cooldown in that last push. They caught Trill in a swap. They scattered the Hex into the trap. Trill is isolated. They're on Sam. I can't believe it. Wage Gap are just a few moments away from eliminating Direwolves from the competition. Sam is trying to step up to the plate. He's into Eclipse. He's just dumping Star Surges here into Willie to try and finish him, but he's line of sighting. I-beams out. Trill is ramping, looking to finish Zank, but Zank has so many options. He could spell warding into a bubble right now. He's going to Divine Protection. He gets stunned up by Cedo. Can they stop it? Doesn't look like they can. It is going to subside. Zank, they're scared to make a push, but I feel like they need to commit. They have the advantage. This is their moment to push and win the game, but Sam is blocking. Cyclones are good. Willie grapples in, but they're on top of each other. He can't land the trap, and now Willie's into a Cyclone. There's a beam down on Smite, and he's interrupted, it looks like, in the back line. Can Smite find a target here for his Void Weaver pressure? He power infuses. Sam runs for cover at the pillar, but they could swap Trill. If they get a scatter on Healer and stun Trill, they're going to get the binding shot. Where's the trap? Zank is baiting them off the pillar. Both teams don't want to commit. You can tell their nerves are really high right now. They're both terrified of losing this game. We're 5 minutes in and there's no going back.
Yeah, that reverse magic is coming back up for Trill here. They had the window, finally get the trap, but they do it too late. But at the same time, nice fear on the reverse magic. Huge damage.
They stun the Trinket.
Can they stun? Can they win the game off of this? Cedo actually had to trade out his Trinket in that position. This is a huge push coming out, but now Zank in big trouble. What are you going to do? Doesn't want to overlap. Nice grip coming out from Smite, but Willie's left up in the midfield. Does have the Roar of Sacrifice. Does have a Survival of the Fittest. Ulti Penny coming out from Smite in the back line, and still a lot of damage here. Trill still not feeling too confident here. He's got no Nether Walk. They got no reverse magic. Nice Cyclone onto Willie to shut down the trap attempt for now, but Cedo with no Trinket. Smite knows this. He could push in for a fear out of that trap and potentially win the game. Here's the blind. Can they push in for the win? Full trap connects. Zank is going to Trinket out aggressively, but they can't connect onto Samayam. This map might come back to bite them a little bit here. It's looking very tough to actually get the pressure onto that Moonkin. They need to make a big push together as a team, and Smite's mana is dwindling. He gets interrupted as well from the beam. Zank in big trouble right now. Here comes the damage. The Incarnation is popped for Samayam. He's looking to put his team on his back. They're pushing for the win right now. Can they do it, Sid?
Oh, pain suppression on Willie. They're trading defense to make the push. Cedo still doesn't have a Trinket. They get the full trap. They have to win. He reverses into a double fear, but he pre-tremored it. Cedo was playing out of his mind. He instantly knew he was going to get feared, and he tremored the millisecond he got reversed. And now Willie is in trouble. Huge play from Cedo in this position. Smite's in a Cyclone. He can't help. Willie is just dying. Zank is flopping at the same time. They have Lay on Hands, but he's going to be on forbearance here pretty soon. Trill in trouble. They could swap. He's got Darkness. He's got Netherwalk. He can't afford to choke like he did. They might catch him behind the pillar here. Smite fades the crowd control. Cedo is casting heals. Can they finish him? Sam's on the run. Stuns are down. Sam's got renewal. He's looking for the clone. He needs to get it. They clone him low. Barrier's down, but it's on a clone. Willie's trying to get into the barrier. He's got nothing. He needs to use Feign Death. Smite gets kicked on a cast. Everyone is dying. They're all rotting. Their pressure is starting to just dissipate for the side of Wage Gap. The Cyclones are so good from Sam, just rotating back and forth. Smite deaths the Hex. Smite makes a play. He's going for the fear. Can he get it? He gets the fear. He forces the Trinket, and Sam is dying through every cooldown, but he fakes every kick. He gets a clone on Smite, and Zank's in trouble. He Lay on Hands. They both recover. What an insane exchange. It is coming down to the absolute wire between these teams. Static Field pulls them up. They're stacked together. Zank bubbles. He's going for the win. He's committing everything to win the game right now. They get the blind, but Willie goes down right in the final push in their final hour. Dire will stay alive. They stand their ground, and we'll have another chance in the lower bracket.
That was an insane series, man. Coming down to the wire, Dire Wolves and Wage Gap. Well played, guys. Well, Wage Gap definitely went down swinging. I mean, Willie in the end kind of fell. They still had the Void Shift, but I think it was covered with a Fell Eruption onto Smite. So I think they just got that kind of micro CC coming out. But so many close calls, man. I thought Samayam might die through the darkness at one point here. They almost got themselves a triple kill. but this was a little bit later in the match, going after Smite, and this was the big play from Sea-Doo there, pre-tremoring that fear. Absolutely crucial. They could have won that game right at the back of that play right there, but here, this is the darkness play onto Samayam, and almost going down through it, but Samayam with the beautiful fake cast gets cogged and finds the counter pressure, the Cyclone onto Smite. And I want to see what happened actually right at the end, because it looked like Smite was in some kind of crowd control. I think he was in he was in a Fell Eruption, but he has Trinket, he has Void Shift. And Willie, he has Exil. Oh no, the choke.
The choke. Look at Trill's damage, bro. What the... What is going on?
They played so well, man.
To copy Trill, because I feel like MVQ is getting gapped by the Survival Hunters in EU, but Trill is doing 200 million more damage. I think Trill has found some secret spice here. Bro, I think MVQ needs to copy Trill, because I feel like MVQ is getting gapped by the Survival Hunters in EU, but Trill is doing 200 million more damage. I think Trill has found some secret spice here with his Demon Hunter build, because he is doing crazy pressure, man. I can't believe it ended like that. They had some cooldowns left in their pocket to go a couple more seconds, maybe pull off a win against them, but there's no second chances. And now Wage Gap are preying on the downfall of the Abjured, because they might have like a tiebreaker. If the Abjured lose 2 series in a row, they'll have a tiebreaker, but it's out of their hands now. So they're just praying that the Abjured choke so hard right now and fall out of the tournament, because we'll get an extra series also as a tiebreaker there.
Against Gators back in this next up series in the upper bracket, so it could happen. They're definitely going to be hate watching this next series a little bit. We can take a look at the bracket. We've got 2 series down. Left 4 Dead out, Wage Gap out for the weekend, and then there we are in the upper bracket. Gators back versus the Abjured. That's that next up series. Then Cats and Dogs versus Welcome to the Jung and Rookie's matchup of the day. So definitely make sure you're tuning in for these next couple of series. We've got a lot on the line. So many scenarios that could still be happening in terms of the standings for North America. They're trying to get into that top 3 or into that gauntlet. Placement is extremely important, Super Tees.
Insanely important right now. There's a lot on the line. So Z-Rated getting a good opportunity to start climbing some ranks. Direwolves want to take that spot away from Cats and Dogs. So they're praying basically that Welcome to the Jung sends them down there and that they can finish them, because they're tied right now for 3rd. So Direwolves versus Cats and Dogs, that is just a straight up head-to-head for a 3rd place position. And then obviously Gators back and Welcome to the Jung, they're fighting for dominance to be the number 1 seed for North America. So a lot of head-to-heads here. The Abjured just need to win 1 series, they're top 8. So their first opponent's probably their toughest. And honestly, the lower bracket looks really threatening too. So, but maybe they can do it. They just signed up. They've got 2 enhancement shamans on their team. They've got Big Dam and Ronnie, and they just like, let's sign up, bro. Let's play enhanced lock. It'll work. And look at them. They beat Direwolves. They're on the top side. They face Gators back. Maybe they can do it. All they have to do is 1 series. Is the meme dream alive? The meme dream team here for the Abjured. We will have to wait and find out. And it is an upper bracket round, so we don't have to wait too long.
Yeah, we certainly do. We're going to head to a quick break. And when we come back, we've got more series for you coming up next. We'll be right back. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. We are in the upper bracket. Gators back versus the Abjured. Wage Gap need the Abjured to not do well here if they want to keep the dream of going into the gauntlet alive. But Gators back, very, very strong team. And of course, the Abjured as well, Chan. What do we make of this series, especially the Abjured?
Oh man, I'm excited to see the Abjured play. I want to see them on the Enhancement Shaman. I think that spec is, maybe it's not so strong in the meta right now, but when you have Ascendance up, you can absolutely smoke someone. And WizK against melee cleaves, against Enhancement Shamans, maybe doesn't have the best track record, but I do think that Gators back, they're probably just gonna clean sweep this. I think they've got some options they can pick through, and I'm not too convinced on the Abjured side.
Okay. All right, given that then, Chan, what is your prediction for the series?
This is a hard one. I mean, like I said, I think Gators back is going to win. I think it's going to be 3-0.
Ooh, okay. Zico, what about you?
I'm with Chan. Gators back. I'm not sugarcoating it. I'm not like, you know, it is what it is. Look, Gators back are back, okay? They are, it's not, okay, that's what I think is going to happen. That is what a prediction is, okay? I just think Gators back is looking like the team to beat right now, you know? Them and Welcome to the Jung, they are tied on points. They are the top dogs in North America, and both of those teams are looking better and better each week. So, you know, I think sadly for the Abjured, they are up against a really tough opponent here, which makes it even more impressive though if they actually win. So yeah.
Yeah. I'm 3-1. I'm 3-1 for Gators back. I also think that it's going to be a difficult series for the Abjured. I saw the Abjured in their offline games in the open bracket on Wednesday. They're really fun to watch. Ronnie was even wearing like a full suit. Looked like he was competing in AWC from The Office. But I do think they're going to have a hard time here, just given what we've seen from Gators back so far in this season, or into season 3. So. The Abjured, though, they are the underdog, and we've had a lot of underdogs do very, very well so far this weekend on both NA and EU. And Zico, as you that said, you're kind of being in the underdog position is a great place to be, mindset-wise.
100%. I mean, the Abjured, they know. Everybody has counted them out. 91% of the chat, the entire desk, most likely the coin, the machine, the guests who aren't even here, everybody thinks that they're going to lose, and that is the best position to be in, because it's like, okay, well, we can just play our game. We can be completely confident. We just full send it. What do we have to lose, right?
Yeah.
That's the mindset that you want to be in. When you're in that mindset as the favorite, it's way worse, because then you're thinking like, oh my god, I'm gonna let everybody down if I lose. There's way more pressure. Like, I hope I do well. Oh god, you know, like that's when you can start choking. But if you're the Abjured, you're just no pressure. We'll send it.
Yeah. So if anything, if you're a fan of the Abjured, you should thank us, because we're giving them a bit of a DPS boost for making them the underdog. But hey, it's chat too. 91% in favor of Gators back. So the Abjured, incredible team. We saw them in the open bracket. We know what they are capable of as individuals, as a team. They are here today in the upper bracket. They've gotten this far, but they have to get through Gators back, a tremendous team in North America, in the North American region. Let's see what they are capable of. Can they keep that winning streak going? Game number 1 here on the Grand Arena, Chan.
Yes, and we'll see what they're going to pick here, but I'm expecting an RMP, and I am indeed right. Calvish is going to be playing that Fire Mage, and Dazed, interestingly, is actually playing Assassination. So that's not what we're used to seeing. Normally when we see Echo and... Oh, looks like we're going for a remake. Normally when we see Echo and Dover playing this Fire RMP, it's normally with the Outlaw Room, right? So, Dazed on the Assassination here into the Warlock Enhanced Shaman Holy Paladin. Kind of an interesting pick, Zico. What do you take of that?
I mean, I like the Outlaw more, I think, to be honest with you. I feel like Assassination, it's really bursty, and it's really good at kind of ending games quickly. But I feel like in a longer game, I'd rather play with an Outlaw Rogue. And also, as a caster, I feel like I would much rather play against an Assassination Rogue than an Outlaw Rogue. Outlaw Rogues is just way more annoying. You're just constant. They have 100% uptime. You're constantly getting gouged, getting kicked, you're getting stunned. it feels like you can never really like actually play the game. So that's what I think. But what do you think, Chen?
Oh, they dazed on the assassination rogue, man. That is gonna be annoying to deal with. All the Garrett silences that he can put out. Maybe there is the opportunity that they can stack all 3 players. That's really what this assassination rogue wants to do on Gator's backside. They want to stack the enemy team all up, push on top of them, and just AoE cleave with the assassination. And the other added benefit of that is when the enemy team does stack up, right? Those triple DBs, those triple Garrett silences are going to be so annoying to deal with. You get someone low, the Fire Mage combustions, suddenly you force a cooldown, you get a kill.
Yeah. But which one would you rather play against, Jen? If you're the...
I hate facing assassination. Dude, when I get that DR Garrett silence as a Warlock, into an assassination rook, it is the most annoying thing in the world, right? You get Garrett into Garrett, and they do it again just to interrupt the cast. And then the gouge with all the dots sticking, it's infuriating. So Nos is actually on the Demo Warlock into an assassination rogue. He is not going to have a fun time, I think. They do have the Mortal Strike through the Demo Lock on the Abjured, and Big Damn is actually the one who's
Yeah. Okay. Well, I think it's nice also. I think it's also nice as the Fire Mage to have another big hitting cooldown on your team with that Death Mark. So I think that's an added benefit as well. Like sometimes the Rogue is going to be able to force cooldowns for you, but they're going after Big Damn actually. Just everybody connecting onto him. I think it's because the Void Weaver can free cast onto Big Damn right now. And also a little bit more defensively positioned. Gonna go ahead and potentially look to summon his Tyrant. A lot of damage here onto Big Damn. And Ronnie is... He's suited up. He's ready for the bench. He's taking notes. He looks like the manager of the team, the coach of the lob. But look at Big Damn taking a lot of pressure here, Chan.
Yeah, he does have his wall available, and Montage actually shrinking earlier there, gets caught into a full poly. But right now, Gator's back in the driving seat. The Abjured are taking so much damage. And the issue is, as Demo Enhanced, you have to get CC on Cubsy. If you don't get CC on Cubsy, there is no way you're killing any of his DPS. He's always there to protect, pain suppression, and he's also going to be sitting in the back, PvEing so hard. And through that, atonement healing, he's going to keep his team healthy. Big Damn right now, using his health zone, not using his wall just yet, finally trading it out, is going to be okay with that. But the Abjured have no offensive momentum whatsoever. Calvish is just pressing combustion and just PvEing Montage. Oh my god, Montage almost falling right there. Calvish with the combustion. So scary to face. Big Damn though, now Big Damn is the one who's under fire.
Yeah, Big Damn taking a lot of pressure here in this position. And we're seeing a big play happen here. Smoke bomb being dropped. Dropping to 20% HP. But it looks like they're going to be able to survive. Montage trying to keep his team alive as well. And nice lightning lasso here onto Calvish, slowing him down for a bit. Nos gets a nice double Howl of Terror. Big Damn looking for the Hex. Can he find it? Cubsy, nice fade there to avoid the crowd control for a moment. And here comes the Void Blast onto Big Damn. Is he ready? What does he have? He has Stone Bulwark Totem. He might need to trade that as his last line of defense here. But looks like the sacrifice is going to come out from Montage. And it should be enough right now. But good pressure coming out from Gators back here. Just really taking down the Warlock and the Enhancement Shaman. Anyone that they can hit. Obviously just free casting on whatever he can target. And the full kidney shot onto Big Damn as well. Big Damn, though, is going to be able to survive that one. He's here or not in any crowd control. Days getting spam feared as they look to potentially target Nos here. Nos gates in. Looks for the Howl of Terror. Finds it onto Cubsy. Big pressure here potentially. Who are they going to go after? Looks like Calvish will be the target, but a gouge sneaks through. And looks like Dazed is going to be completely fine here, making his way back onto Nos.
Yep, and look at Gator's back positioning. Look what Cubsy and Calvish are doing. They're just trying to... As soon as the Abjured pushed in, Nos under fire right now, does have his health zone available, gets the Bob traded out, so he's going to be okay. But the Abjured, every single time that they push into Cubsy and Calvish, look what they do. They do a full loop around the map just to get away, to buy the Void Weave at that time. And Big Damn right now, he does have the wall available, is going to trade that out, but Montage has the bubble there as well. And now he doesn't have that trinket left either, and Nos is also going to be in a lot of trouble. The Assassination Rogue just doing so much AoE damage as well, in conjunction with that Fire Mage Combustion.
Yeah, and Nos right now getting his Tyrant out as well. So looking to reverse the pressure here a little bit. But I feel like they're losing so hard on damage. But somehow Montage has done a really good job just kind of keeping up with his mana. Ulti Penny in the sky. Who is going to be the target? It's going to be Big Damn. Nos, beautiful fake cast there. Gets precog. Nice fear attempt here coming out to get a full Howl onto Cubsy as well. Nos doing what he can. The Repentance being kicked there. Nice kick from Daze, allowing, making sure that Daze Montage is not allowed to crowd control Cubsy in this position. Nos in a kidney shot. Sacrifice will trade. Montage actually going to be the target here. Looks like they want to swap on that sacrifice, but a big hit of damage coming out from Big Damn onto Calvish. Now swapping over onto Dazed as well. Pain Suppression was traded in that exchange for Cubsy, but he's just weaving away with the Void, doing a lot of damage here onto Nos. He got the
nice
collapsing boys. Nice death on the Howl of Terror there. Cubsy is just a goat. I mean, as somebody who's played with Cubsy, like how, I mean, you already know how that plays out. Like, you know how
he knows
is.
exactly what's coming. Instantly ready to Shadow Word Death on that gate attempt to howl him. Excellent from Cubsy. But look at Cubsy and Calvish. They're just running away. And this is so impossible for Nos to play because as the demo lock, you need to cast continuously on people in order to kill them. They're now connecting onto Montage, who doesn't have that bubble, does have the trinket available, should be okay for now. Deathmark is rotating back in 20 seconds for Dazed. But the Abjured now, Ascendance is popped onto Calvish. He should be okay. Cubsy used... it should be able to top him off here. Maybe go Pain Suppression. Oh my god! Cauterize gets procced. Calvish might have to block behind the pillar. Cubsy has to do a lot of work right now, but I think he is able to get behind the pillar and get recovered to safety from Cubsy.
Big Damn with a big spike of damage right there. You can see Coach Ronnie there on the bench looking very pleased with his team's damage in that moment. Montage taking a lot of damage as well. Had to trade out his human racial to get out of that kidney shot as it was the death mark being committed. Dazed now as a frog, making his way back to Nos. Nos trying to get a precognition here, trying to fake cast some kicks. It's a fear onto Dazed. Actually, looks like it was onto Cubsy. Pushing out the Will of the Forsaken. Montage, though, in a lot of trouble here. No bubble. What is he going to do? Taking a decent beating, but at the same time, Calvish needs to be very careful. Oh my god, Smoke Bomb attempt here onto Montage. Can they take him down? Combust is rolling, sudden demise. And that is going to be the Gators back, taking the win here. But honestly, the Abjured did a great job here. They had the good pressure, forcing out that Cauterize there towards the end on Calvish. And as a mage, one of the absolutely scariest things that can happen is when you're caught procs and you don't have to block, and then later you don't have Cauterize and you're playing against an Enhancement Shaman, because the risk of pulling a Venruki is just sky high in those moments.
Yeah, and I'm sure you know how that feels as well, dying before block, because you've been there many times before as well. That was the Ascendance from Big Damn in order to force that from Calvish. That is quite a long cooldown. So Calvish, he did have his court forced, but he was going to be quite fine, because the reality is the Demo Warlock doesn't really have much burst. Big Damn, outside of the Ascendance, really doesn't have that much burst either. So they did force that, but that was really the only window of opportunity that Abjured had in this series. And also, Cubsy came a little bit late with the Pain Suppression. I think that was a positioning issue. Outside of that, the Gators back were absolutely cooking the Abjured at every moment. Big Damn was in trouble, Nos was in trouble so many times, and of course Montage was in trouble himself. And at the end here, that was the combustion from Calvish. Cheap shots into the Garrote, sudden demise procs, and Nos a little bit too late with the Howl, but honestly, I don't think it would have mattered. Calvish could have blocked as well to the Montage there.
Yep. I think it's really nice. They got the bubble earlier, and then they used the Death Mark, and this is kind of what I was talking about earlier. When you're playing Fire Mage and you have another big threat on your team that can force cooldowns on his own, that's really, really nice. And this was the moment where they actually forced out the Divine Shield. So big go onto Big Damn. Sheep onto Montage. He has Trinket out. Then they use the next Death Mark onto Montage. And I think it was actually in this moment where Calvish had to Ice Block, or where he's Cauterized proc. But then right after here, in this moment, they go onto Montage with the Death Mark, with the Combustion, because the Death Mark forced out is Human Racial earlier. So we can't Trinket here. Doesn't have Bubble because he had to use it to save Big Damn. Smoke Bomb gets dropped as well. Sudden Demise, Combust. Yeah, really, really nice. Gators back. Bringing in some new tech here. The Assassination, Fire Mage.
I like this.
I like it, yeah.
They completely smoked the blind pick, right? Because you have to lock in your race as well as part of the blind pick. And normally when you face an Assassination Rogue, you want to pick that Dwarf or Dark Iron Dwarf so you can remove those bleeds on the Death Mark. Now, because it's a blind pick, Gators back, Big Brain, picking the Assassination Rogue, getting that racial benefit there, and of course, High Mountain Taurens all the way on the Abjured, they can't cleanse a Death Mark. And so that cooldown becomes so lethal, when normally you can counterpick against it. Now, of course, Hook Point gets picked. They are going to stick to that Assassination Fire Mage Disc Priest, and I think, on Hook Point, they're going to have a harder time, right? It's not going to be as easy for Cubsy and Calvish to play far away and PvE with the Void Weaver. But on the flip side, you're playing a small map into an Assassination Rogue, and you cannot play a Demo Lock into an Assassination Rogue. It's probably one of the biggest counters out there. It is absolutely horrifying to play against because you have to cast so much as the Demo Warlock. But you have the Assassination Rogue attacking you, Garrett silencing you, stunning you, gouging you on cooldown. It is just so hard to develop any sort of pressure. Of course, with the Void Weaver backing him up in the back and just doing so much damage of his own. And I think Cubsy actually almost out-DPS'd Big Damn on the Enhancement Shaman.
Yep. Now, let's talk a little bit about Cubsy. As somebody who's competed with Cubsy in the past, what can you tell us about Cubsy? Can you glaze him a little bit?
Yeah, I mean, I think he's one of the best healers in the world. I think he has been for a long time, and I think the reality is when he was on that DPS role in his previous teams in the past few years, it was a waste of his potential, I think, because he is so good on that healer role. Finally getting to see him back on it, and Priest is actually not one of his main healers. One of his main healers is Druid or Resto Shaman, and I think his Priest is one of his weaker healers. I think if the meta ever changes, if you get to see him on that Druid or Resto Shaman more, it's going to be super fun to watch him. And he can play all of the healers, of course.
So how do you think he's been performing on the Priest now?
I mean, he has an easy job, doesn't he? He gets to sit back, he gets to relax, and well, he's got a very interesting mog. I think Halloween is rolling up on us in a few weeks' time.
Finally!
And he's got a nice helmet on. He's getting in the festive spirit. The hallowed helmet is equipped, of course, with his signature transmog from his Arcane Mage. Except this time it's on an undead.
I like it. We said that yesterday on the broadcast. We want to see some more Halloween-inspired transmogs, and Cubsy appears to be the first player who actually does it. Now, I like it. Actually. I like it a lot. He's using his kind of favorite staff. He's using his the Halloween helmet. The rest of the set doesn't really go that much with the helmet. It doesn't really scream spooky to me as much as it screams like. Yeah, no, that's the thing though. It shows a little bit of his personality, right? And that's Cubsy is just like Cubsy is probably the most relaxed, like chill, laid back healer in the entire game. Like if you're in a high pressure situation and you want a calm healer on your team, he is the best to be in that position. I like this from Calvish though. This is actually a transmog that I used a lot in the past. A little bit of a twist though on it. I used to use the top hat. And then I would use the flying carpet, and I would use a purple staff with this, and I would basically look like a magician. And there's this toy that lets you pull out a rabbit out of your hat. Now, if you want to know how to BM somebody after you kill them out in the open world, a great way to do that is to kill them, and as soon as you kill them, take off your hat and put it in your inventory, and then use the toy to pull a rabbit out of the hat, because the hat that you pull the rabbit out of is the exact same hat as your transmog. So it looks like you take off your hat and you're pulling a rabbit out of it, and then you just pop greater invis and just disappear. So you're just like Houdini.
I'll tell you, I have war mode turned off because I always lose in wild PvP as a warlock. I get picked on. But the Abjured got the enhance, got the Windwalker Monk now with Montage on the Holy Paladin, backing them up. And Ronnie is on the enhance this time with Big Dam on the Windwalker Monk. I don't know how this one's gonna go. I think this comp has the potential to do a ton of burst. It's really can Calvish, can Daze keep up with it? Big setup right away onto Big Dam. Looks like it's a combustion from Calvish. What CC can they follow up? Ring of Frost after that blind onto Montage. He's sitting for now. Ronnie does have his wall available as Big Dam traded out his karma and put it behind the pillar. They should be okay for now.
Coach is getting a little bit of playtime here. His cleave is looking good. This is F tier's main comp, of course. And they're doing a pretty decent job with pressure, but right now Big Dam is in big trouble. Actually, Ronnie is in big trouble. They're both in big trouble. Daze is just cleaving everybody down. Kingsbane coming out as well, doing massive damage here. Ronnie, how are you going to survive this one? Full Hammer of Justice onto Cubsy, though. Montage making offensive plays here, gets the full blinding light. Calvish needs to survive, but that powered barrier did a lot of work, and now Cubsy manages to get the Collapsing Void, manages to get a big swing of damage, and that Collapsing Void should be enough to top Calvish off in this moment. Full cheap shot onto Montage. Calvish not going to be able to find it. Nice knock. Nice fear, actually. But the Tremor Totem will drop here from Ronnie, and Montage is going to break out of that crowd control. Calvish now in trouble. Ulti Penny is in the sky, doing a lot of work here to top the heal and avoid crowd control. Cubsy doing a great job. Full kidney shot now onto Big Dam. The Phoenix is there to blast a little bit longer. Still the hyperthermia now for Calvish doing some work as well. And that hyperthermia and combustion has subsided. Now Calvish in trouble. Pain suppression being traded out, but they could just swap to Dazed, and he knows it. He might need to trade out the evasion. He interrupts the lightning lasso. Nice plays from both sides. Right now, Gators back, struggling a little bit to find their pressure. Ronnie still down to 50%. Big Dam has karma, and I'm a little bit worried for Calvish.
Yeah, I mean, he does have the block in the court still. Cubsy still has one pain suppression, but Ronnie doesn't have his wall available. Stun goes onto Montage into a full Ring of Frost. Ronnie right now under a lot of trouble. Breaks on Montage, I think, to the bleeds from Dazed. But what I really want to see from the Gators is actually pressing on top of Montage and just stunning and cleaving it like that. Deathmark is committed right now. Who does Dazed actually press that on? I think it might have been on Ronnie. Calvish under fire right now. Cubsy trades out his last pain expression. Trinkets the blinding light in order to try and top Calvish off. But he gets kicked from Montage. Nice plays from Montage. That was on the Mind Blast, I believe. Calvish should be fine right now. But Ronnie, he doesn't have wall, and combustion comes through from Calvish.
Yeah, big combustion setup here. He's got the little Phoenix there blasting away. Ronnie could be in big trouble here. How are you going to respond to this massive swing of damage coming out? They need to trade something. Finally, the sacrifice comes out onto Ronnie. Is that even going to be enough? He's dying through it right now. Leon Hands as well being popped, but Ronnie's just dead through every button in the game. There's just so much damage coming out from Calvish in that moment that I think they just under-responded. Sacrifice and Blessing and Leon Hands is not enough. You need more, or you need to line of sight that mage.
Ronnie had his legs crossed. He thought he was chilling there. Montage straight out the Leon Hands, the Blessing of Sacrifice. Ronnie thought he was completely fine. He didn't have the wall though, and that was the combustion from the mage. Montage bubbling a little bit too late to heal Ronnie up there. That was so much damage. That was not the death mark committed. If you look at this right now, this is where it all comes through. Ring of Frost. Nice fake from Calvish. Full Ring of Frost onto Montage, right? That is the Blessing of Sacrifice. It breaks. Leon Hands gets traded out onto Ronnie. But watch this. He keeps going. There is so much pressure onto Ronnie, and Cubsy is just blasting him from the side, just barely off screen. Montage not able to heal this. Bubbles the blind. Despy has to waste the global at the last second, and Ronnie goes down. If you're Montage right now, you have to trade earlier. I know you use the Blessing of Sacrifice, the Leon Hands, but it's the unmitigated combustion that is so much trouble for you that you have to deal with.
Yep. I mean, it's also the Phoenix. Like, the mage, sure, the mage does damage during combustion, but it's just tanking the Phoenix. Like, when you're in this position, like, you can see this, the little Phoenix is right there. It was right there next to Calvish. It's just doing so much work every single one of these times when you're going for those kills. It's just blasting away, and you can see the meteorites just come crashing down onto Ronnie, and it's just unhealable at that point. So you gotta respect the Sun Fury. You gotta respect the Phoenix, and
the damage.
Look at the damage from Cubsy, man.
Cubsy actually equal in damage to Daze on the Void Weaver, so he's having a very comfortable game. And if you have a comfortable game as a Void Weaver priest, your team just isn't going to die. And there were a few moments where it was scary, but look at the damage contributed here. Dazed was not the one who, did most of the damage. Of course, it was Calvish with the combustion, but then Cubsy was doing so much work here as well.
Yep.
Double with hands.
What is going on here, man? That is crazy. Absolutely crazy here. I don't know about this. How do you feel about the double enhance? It sounds a little despy.
Oh, no.
I'm not going to lie.
This
It sounds a little bit despy.
This is extremely despy from the Abjured. I think that they have a chance to potentially cheese kill someone with a double Ascendance. Outside of that, they're really not going to do much work either. And I think the Rogue Mage, especially with Cubsy on the Void Weaver in the back, is just going to crush them. Montage, he won't be able to keep up with this. And really, their win condition here is to run around, wait for the Ascendance to come back, and try and kill someone. As long as Gators back are prepared and ready for it and aware, I don't think that they're going to be able to pull off.
Yeah. I'm not sure. I feel like Gators back has their numbers here. And again, on this map, as a Void Weaver, we just talked about it, but Cubsy's going to have another comfortable game, most likely. Unless they're running at him, trying to target him down, in which case the map is not, it does make no sense if that's the strategy. I feel like Cubs is going to be very comfortable in this match, and once again, it's going to be a tough choice. Honestly, I feel like the High Mountain is a little bit overrated in this position. I think that the Dwarf would be better also.
Absolutely.
Against Assassination Rogue. I think a lot of people are just caught up in this High Mountain meta, but we're forgetting the basics here. Like Death Mark, you need Stoneform.
A little Water Strider hanging out in the river in Astra main.
Nice.
He is ready to observe the double enhancement shaman and really want to pay attention to that bloodlust, making sure they don't overlap that and what they're going to do with the ascendances, because it is possible for Gators to get caught off by surprise of the double ascendants, but we'll have to see what happens. Opener onto Ronnie. Looks like they're committing onto Ronnie. Kidney Shot is committed right now. See what they can do with that. Calvish swapped his combustion. I think Ronnie does have the wall available. He should be okay. There's the ascendants from Big Dam. He's going to hit. Instant disarm comes out. Ronnie now trading out his, but Gators back instantly running away. Cubsy's the only one in the open. They're not able to do anything with their ascendances at all.
Yeah, what are they going to do here? Ronnie is taking some damage as well. Garrote coming out. Calvish does snipe a polymorph. Oh my god, nice play there with the mass polymorph. The reason why he goes for that as well is because there's two grounding totems. Beautiful DB as well. Calvish on the nades is kind of clean, I'm not going to lie. He blinks behind the pillar there to avoid the wind shear. And the reason why he does a mass poly over the regular poly is because the mass polymorph can't be grounded, and he's playing his two shamans with grounding totem ready. So Calvish getting fancy with it for sure. I approve. Ronnie right now taking a lot of damage from the collapsing void. They're pushing in onto Cubsy. Cubsy fades before the hammer connects. Gets a full fear onto Montage. Then Montage gets the Tremor Totem, but then he has to Trinket sacrifice another polymorph that Calvish managed to snipe. So I feel like Gators back are just playing so well right now. Big Dam could just die right here. Daze gets the Trinket wall out of Big Dam with that cheap shot Garrote on the healer as crowd control. Assassination Rogue doing some work. All three members of Gators are looking absolutely back here, and Ronnie's left alone. I guess the ulti penny might just die right now. Full Ring of Frost. Nice get. He gets it. Ronnie is just going to die to the sudden demise right now, I think. No. Lay on Hands comes through in the nick of time. Bomb is a little bit too late right there, but still, Ronnie, I don't know, man. How is he going to survive this, Chan?
I mean, he does have the wall coming back in 15 seconds. Montage going through for a hot right now. Maybe he has to heal his teammate instead, but the issue is they didn't get anything done with the Ascendants at the start of the game, and you're seeing how easy it is for Gators back to just keep running at them. Calvish in a little bit of trouble right now, going to the Lightning Lasso, but Cubsy isn't in any CC, doesn't even need to use his Pain Suppression. Ice Cold. Wall does rotate back for Ronnie now, but Combustion is available for Calvish. And if Calvish presses this Combustion, full stun dance onto Ronnie, he does have the wall coming out of this. What are they going to do with it? Combustion comes through. Ronnie does have the wall available. He should trade this in a moment here, countering the Combustion. Looks like he's not going to. He thinks he's fine. Counter Ascendants popped onto Calvish now. Double Ascendants from Big Dam as well. Calvish gets the Pain Suppression from Cubsy. Garrett Silence landing now. The wall finally gets traded up, but Montage, I think, should be able to heal him up here.
Yeah, let's see if he can do that. Right now, Calvish taking a lot of damage, but he fake cast, gets the precog. Full polymorph onto Montage. He has the Trinket. Does he need to make the trade is the question. No, it looks like Ronnie is going to be able to survive on his own, but Empowered Ship comes through. I don't know, man. Finally makes the trade on the Trinket. Ronnie is going to be able to survive with that Trinket sacrifice. But now they're swapping to Montage. Montage has nothing right now. No bubble, and he has no Trinket. They could easily just press Kidney Shot onto Montage and take him down, and Calvish knows it. He's trying to butter him up a little bit with some damage. Cubsy in a Hammer of Justice as well. Looks like they're going to abandon that strategy. Go after Montage now. He's off Sheep DR. Nice wind shear, though, onto Calvish, interrupting that polymorph. Montage going to be making it around the corner to avoid that CC chain. Big Dam now has a moment to get aggressive. Blink counterspell onto Montage as they continue to cleave everybody down. Huge damage. There's the death mark. Here's the combustion. Mass polymorph gets interrupted. Calvish with the fake cast, looking for the full sheep out of that couch onto Montage. Ronnie could just fall right now. Calvish free casting in the back line. How are they going to survive this one? Sudden demise could proc at any moment here onto Ronnie. Montage also getting rotted down here. Gators in full control.
Yeah, the Abjured have nothing really left except for that magic pop. Wall is rotating back up for Ronnie. Goes for a Blinding Light on Cubsy, but I think Gators should be just fine. Kidney Shot now lands onto Montage. Trades out his Human Racial, but he goes into a re-cheap shot. Garrett's follow-up as well. No Combustion available, no Deathmark available. I think the Abjured will live for a little bit here, but they're just not getting anything done. As Double Ascendance is back in 20 seconds, and that's their last hope, but they still have cooldowns on Gators' side. There's Cloak available, Void Shift available, and Block, of course, for Calvish. So we'll see what happens with this Combustion coming up in 10 seconds here.
Yeah, let's see. Can they close it out on that Combustion? Right now, I don't see too many signs of hope here for the side of the Abjured. There's still Void Shift. Actually, there's no trinkets for that Void Shift, so maybe. But they're swapping to Montage. Big Dam coming through. Kidney Shot onto Montage into the Gouge. We saw that play yesterday, and they might just be able to ride down this momentum. There's the full Garrote. Can they take him down? High Mountain to try to save the day. Montage almost in sudden demise range. Manages to catch a huge heal there with the Lay on Hands, but Ronnie also running down this, doing a lot of damage. And Calvish did block offensively, like you mentioned. Calvish has still the cauterize, but now they're swapping to Cubsy. Huge pressure with the double Ascendi from the Abjured. They are not giving up just yet. Days taking so much damage. They might have done it on the side of the Abjured. And they just hold on for a little bit longer here. They're running out of cooldowns on the side of the Gators.
Full Sheep though lands onto Montage. It does look like a brace. Dazed is connecting to Montage now. I think Gators should be fine. The Ascendance is over. Calvish does have the Court available as well as one Pain Suppression from Cubsy. Void Shift is available as well. So Gators are going to be completely fine right now. Cubsy trying to fade the Hodge. The Cap Totem does land onto him. But let's see what they're going to do with the Death Mark and the Combustion, both available. Montage has no Trinket. I don't know if his regular Trinket is going to be available just yet. If they can connect onto anyone with no damage reduction, they're going to score a kill. Full stun lands onto Ronnie. Smoke Bomb as well. Montage comes in, is able to save him for now, but they might just slice through it anyway.
Yeah, let's see. Ronnie right now, not feeling too confident. Montage is in a full sheep. He trinkets out of that one immediately, but still Ronnie is just falling down. He has nothing left to reduce the damage. Montage just has to free cast heals to get a half sheep. Can he take him down in a half sheep? They might be able to, Ronnie. How are you going to survive? Montage working miracles there in the back line, but still the Divine Shield is available for Montage. Might need to press it right now. Full cheap shot connect, and they managed to get the Garrote there as well to follow it up. Montage has a lot of catch-up to do. Dragon's Breath coming out into another Garrote onto Montage. They're buttering Montage up for a swap, potentially. Big Dam is getting rotted down as well, and this is the worst position to be in. Triple stacking against the Assassination Rogue. Cubsy flies up to the sky, juking away, avoiding that Hammer of Justice setup for a little bit longer, and now Montage is in a sheep. Ronnie could go down. Cubsy with a massive outplay, but here comes the Ascendance. Calvish does not have any ice block. It's about to rotate back up, though. That shifting power doing a lot of work. Still has the cauterize to fall back on as well. The Gators still have decent defense, but they might need to pop something right now. He's getting swapped to. He's taking a lot of damage. Ronnie at the same time as well. Rotting down. This could be it. Ronnie on 1% HP, and he will fall. The Meteor connects. The Combustion is good, and the Gators back. Take it 3-0.
I mean, this was a super Despy pick. And the Abjured had, a few moments with the double Ascendance where maybe something could have happened. Cubsy is just always ready with the Pain Suppression to protect them. The reality is, man, the Assassination Rogue and the Fire Mage, they have no peels for them, right? There is no threats, and there is no peels for the Assassination Rogue or the Fire Mage, and just Calvish and Daze are able to walk all over them. Ronnie, of course, just goes down to raw damage at the end there. It was the Combustion from Calvish. The Montage just ran out of cooldowns. He couldn't keep them up anymore, and that's the issue. They were so close to getting that double Ascendance back up again, but ultimately, there are still cooldowns on Gator's backside. I think this comp pick, it was a Destiny pick, right? Like, it was a Destiny.
Yep.
I don't think that this is actually a winning matchup, but they tried. They survived a few setups, and Gator's back, they played well.
Yeah.
Did you guys comment on how he was sitting?
Oh, yeah.
No.
He was sitting with his legs crossed. He was fully relaxed, but he went down like that on a hook point. You need to sit up, and you need to sit up.
I don't know, man.
I don't know about you, but if you're leaning back in your chair when you're playing arenas, you're going to lose every game. If you want to win, you need to sit up. You need to lean
sit
forwards.
up and lean forward.
Yeah, you need to lean forwards. Your nose has to be touching the monitor. You have to be locked in.
Yeah, you have to be
Either
locked
on the
in.
wall or like up above his monitor. I don't know how he's doing that.
Yeah,
Incredible.
no, I don't know. I can't sit like that. Like that's
No way.
that's like if I'm playing against like my nephew or something, like I'm just chilling. But playing against Cubsy and Dazed and Calvish, I don't know, man. I'm leaning. My face is on top of my monitor, touching it. So
Yeah.
that's the only way.
That's probably how you were playing when you roached out in that Dead Mine Z.
I didn't roach out in the Dead Mines, guys. Okay, I'm gonna triple down right now. I played perfect. My group. Listen,
I saw the
call
clip.
was made. The call was made to run. Okay, like it is what it is.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, maybe we revisit that. But Abjured knocked down to the lower bracket. They're going to be facing off against Z-Rated a little bit later on. Well, actually, after this next up series, Cats and Dogs versus Welcome to the Jung, yet another upper bracket series. And I am the most excited for this one. Welcome to the Jung. They've been such a consistent team for so long, but now you've got these teams like Cats and Dogs, Gators back, kind of threatening that spot a little bit there, Chan. What do you think that Cats and Dogs is capable of against Welcome to the Jung in this next series?
I mean, after what I saw last week when that matchup happened, I don't think they have a chance. I think the Rogue DK was such a solid pick into the Destruction Warlock, into the Rogue. I think Cats and Dogs are cooked here, to be honest. I think Welcome to the Jung is going to be the fastest 3-0 of the AWC. It's a natural counter. Rogue DK, Assassination Rogue DK especially, into a Warlock. It's miserable to face. DK, of course, is probably the most disruptive melee, and you have an assassination rogue on top of that. It's just so hard for shards to develop anything. And if you don't develop any pressure as a destroy lock, you're just going to get run down.
Most definitely. All right. Well, might be a bit of an uphill battle for cats and dogs. The good news is, though, they are in the upper bracket. So regardless of what happens, they are going to have another chance if they do get dropped down. So could be an exciting day for them against Dire Wolves if that does happen. But welcome to the Jung, of course, looking to keep that top spot as it's looking a little scary up there in the top. No one is safe at the moment, Zico.
Yeah, I mean, usually I'm so excited for NA right now. Like usually it's just welcome to the Jung is farming everyone and everyone else is competing to be second or third. But right now we have a tight race, ladies and gentlemen. The Gators right now, of course, they just played, so they've secured themselves more points. When the Jung plays, if they win, then they will be tied again. So Gators back and welcome to the Jung are going at it, tied. We might have a new champion in North America, and it could be Wiz on his new roster, back with Cubs. I mean, I would love for that to happen. So it's really exciting to see. But then also in third place, Cats and Dogs, Dire Wolves. They are battling for that last gauntlet position. They are absolutely neck and neck. If you're a Dire Wolves fan, if you're a Sea-Doo fan right now, if you're a fan of Mez, Trill, and Sam, you are praying that Welcome to the Jung farms Cats and Dogs right here. Because then we might get to see later on in that lower bracket head-to-head for that third spot as well. So yeah, very, very exciting stuff here. Let's see how it plays out.
Yeah, let's see. We're gonna unfortunately have to head to a break before we do get those series. It's Cats and Dogs versus Welcome to the Jung. Stick around. You definitely don't want to miss this. We'll be right back.
The light guides my steps and illuminates my path. The light flows through me, and by its grace am I made one with all that is sacred. The light guides my steps and illuminates my path. The light flows through me, and by its grace am I made one with all that is sacred. The light
Liadrin, it has begun. I need you with me on the wall.
Lorthamar, the void will envelop us soon. Only the light can save us now.
No. The time for prayer has passed.
The sunwell will not fall. Not while I draw breath. Little elves. I can see you grow weary. How much longer can you hold out? Flee and save yourselves.
Liadrin, don't.
Light be with you. You see? She understands it's hopeless. Soon, you all will. The light guides my steps and illuminates my path. The light flows through me, and by its grace am I made one with all that is sacred. The light guides my steps and illuminates my path. The light flows through... I know that I am unworthy. I don't know if I deserve your help, but I know my people do. Please give them strength. I admire your spirit, but that will not save you. Soon, I will break your world.
You can't even break one elf.
This darkness comes to devour everything. And when it is finished, there will be no more light. Without your aid, we will perish. I beg you, help us. The Sunwell will not fall!
Not while we draw breath.
Welcome back, everyone. We are still in the upper bracket. It is Cats and Dogs versus Welcome to the Jung. Welcome to the Jung, currently tied for first place right now in the North American standings. Cats and Dogs, though, looking to kind of shake things up a bit, Chin, in North America.
Yeah, I mean, they're trying to secure their spot, avoiding the gauntlet. If they can somehow pull this series off and Direwolves lose, they secure their spot in the gauntlet. In the top three, send Direwolves and Cedu and Co. back into the gauntlet, which is not where they want to be. So this is a massive series for Cats and Dogs. Chat is predicting Welcome to the Jung to overwhelmingly crush Cats and Dogs. I think Chat might be right this time.
Okay.
This time they're always right.
Yeah, go ahead, Ben.
No, I was going to say this time they're always right. Actually, that's why it was like, wow, because it was like 50-50. I was like, is Chat watching the same tournaments as me? People really like Cats and Dogs, I guess.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised too. I mean, Cats and Dogs still only at 22%, but I would have thought it would be a little bit more overwhelming on the side of Welcome to the Jung. They're definitely the underdog going into this, Ben.
Donks are plummeting for Cats
yeah,
and Dogs.
right. As soon as you said that. But what is your prediction, Ben, on this series?
Oh no! Like I don't want to add fuel to the fire. Welcome to the
Yep, you gotta
Jung.
do
Chat's
it.
going heavily in favor of them. I said 3-0. Welcome to the Jung is just looking like they always are, right? Like sometimes a team will beat them, they come back stronger, they evolve. Every loss just makes them stronger, and they're looking unbeatable from last week. So I'm going heavily in favor of them.
Okay, Chan, what about you?
It's the same. I mean, last week, Cats and Dogs, they went 3-1. They lost 1-3 against Direwolves Rogue DK. The one win was a bit of a fluke, to be honest. I just think Welcome to the Jung they're a much stronger team than Direwolves are at the moment, to be honest. And of course, Welcome to the Jung, they can play the exact same comp with Rogue DK. I just think they're gonna smoke them 3-0.
3-0. Is everybody 3-0?
Super Tease is probably going to go in favor of Cats and Dogs. I hope he does.
Yeah, he might. Let's see what's Super Tease.
Come on, Sid. He's going for the underdogs all day long. Just keep it going. No.
Oh no.
That's not good.
I'm 3. Okay, so I am in favor of Jung, but I'm 3-2.
I like that.
I don't know. Yeah, I think they've been playing well. I think maybe they'll get some games off. I think this is more just like a heart pick. I'm hoping that they take them to a game 5, but historically, Welcome to the Jung, we kind of know what they do to teams like this. But Cats and Dogs looking to keep going in the upper bracket. So if they do drop here, they have another chance, and they'll have to face off against Direwolves. But one thing is for sure, Ben, no matter how this ends, these teams are not going to have an easy rest of the day by any means.
Definitely not. I mean, especially Cats and Dogs, if they lose this, there's a lot of really strong teams in the lower bracket. We have to give credit to Cats and Dogs, though. This is a team that kind of came out of nowhere for me. They're in top 3 right now, so they're looking really good. Obviously, that's all subject to change, but yeah, they've had incredible performance in Cup number 1, Cup number 2. If they can beat Welcome to the Jung, this is a team that really can go all the way. So we'll have to see what they prepare. Are they going to play the Warlock or the Druid? Interesting. Both.
Okay, here we go. Game number 1, Cats and Dogs versus Welcome to the Jung. Game number 1, Chan.
I do think the Feral Druid pick is interesting compared to the Sub-Rogue. You're going to do a lot more damage, especially to the Unholy Death Knight. But man, I just think it's going to be so hard for Dallas to find any opportunities to land any Cyclones. You've got the Assassination Rogue and the Unholy DK, and Shards is just going to get bullied. Awaken as well. I think they're going to grip Awaken in and just completely bully them.
Yeah, this is a bit of a nightmare situation. I feel like fighting a good Assassination Rogue DK is the most difficult thing to deal with as a caster. Let's see what they can do. Drake getting hit a little bit here by Awaken, but Awaken gets caught into a kidney shot, and that's one thing that Welcome to the Jung is really good at, is basically riding momentum. So if they can find momentum in the match, it can be really difficult for the side of Cats and Dogs to recover, but so far pressure is decent onto Nick and Drake, but it is a silence onto Awaken. He's just getting chain silenced here by Drake, and all of a sudden Welcome to the Jung have a lot of pressure.
Nice. I love exactly what Drake did there. Garrots into Gouge, into Blind on Awaken, just shutting him down. But Shards gets a pain suppression, does have the port available. Is under so much fire, and Awaken going to the cheap shot into the Garrot again. Drake is not insta-kick onto the Mind Blast. Awaken just can't develop any pressure. Also, Penitence gets ghoul kicked now from Nick. Shards getting connected to, does have the Dark Pact available. Awaken has to do so much work. Unending Resolve gets straight out on the smoke bomb. He might just die! He might just die!
I can't! I mean, Drake. Okay, so I was in Waz's stream. Let's bring up Waz. I was in Waz's stream. I was asking him who he thinks the best melee DPS in NA is. And he said Drake. Drake is insane. I mean, the things he was doing to Awaken this game, it was not fair. I mean, hopefully we see it in the replay, but that was insane.
Look at this.
We missed
Awaken
a
trinkets
bunch
the
of
blind, gets a cheap shot, right? But then look at this. Cheap shots the Mind Blast again, and then watch the DR Garrot, and the Mind Blast got kicked, and then Nick kicks it again, and then lines the next one.
And it bombs it.
I don't think Awaken got a single Mind Blast off this game. Maybe at the very, very start. This was a horrible, horrible game for the Void Weaver, and that is exactly what you need to do against the Void Weaver. Deny the Mind Blasts. Just look at that from Drake.
He's so annoying.
Beautiful. Oh yeah, and then the ghoul moving as well.
There was actually more to it than that. Like the chain started with Garrot into Garrot into Garrot into cheap shot into blind, insta step cheap shot on his trinket into another cheap shot into an insta kick into a pet stun, like into a smoke bomb. It's just Awaken unfortunately just cannot heal the situation.
Awaken got completely owned, and I mean, there's a sick play from Drake, of course. That's what you want to do as a rogue, chaining all that CC, and then the Smoky Bee coming down at the end. Unending Resolve gets traded up, but it's just not enough. Awaken, of course, has no trinket, doesn't want to run into that bomb and get re-CC'd. Goes for the ult TP instead, trying to heal the atonement, but it's not enough. Sudden demise procs, and this was a complete stomp. 1 minute game.
This is the first time where I'm thinking like Awaken might have to actually change, because I legitimately can't see them winning this matchup. Like, I think if Drake and Nick are playing this on point with their stops and interrupts, like, I just don't know. A bigger map might help. Maldraxxus certainly will help a little bit, but I don't know. Like I said, welcome to the Jung. They're just a team that once they get momentum, they're so good at continuing the momentum and just developing more pressure, getting further ahead in the match, and it'd be so difficult to recover if you're cats and dogs.
Yeah, and I wonder if they'll keep the cat for cats and dogs or go back to Jax on that rogue. He has actually competed at BlizzCon back in 2016. He's been around for a long time. But I'm not sure what is better between the Feral and the Sub-Rogue. But that last game was a clinical game for Welcome to the Jung. Understanding how the Void Weaver heals, how to prevent it, and they just walked in and completely mowed them down. That was, that was perfect. That was really quite a perfect game from Welcome to the Jung. So cats and dogs, they need to figure something out now.
I feel like I want to see if I wasn't really paying attention to the Feral, but if the Feral wasn't cloning a lot, I want to see more clones, because I feel like that's one of the annoying things about this composition. Okay, they're mixing it up entirely. They don't want to play Warlock, and they don't want to play Void Weaver, so...
Yeah, and Jax is actually on the Assassination Rogue now instead of the sub that we're used to seeing from him. I wonder if we would have seen an Assassination Destruction. Obviously, the Void Weaver got exploited the last game, but I feel like that is almost a better solution if you're going to face the Death Knight.
You think so? I feel like one of the nice things about the Balanced Druid is you don't really have to cast any of your damage. It's all just instant, so you're not dealing with the infinite... Well, you're still dealing with Garrotes, but, at least missing like a layer of kicks to do damage, but yeah, it's going to be really difficult for Shards to actually...
I feel like the Warlock is, quite squishy, but I feel like the Boomkin having to cast Clone... Once that Bark Skin is down, I think Shards is just going to get absolutely murdered from Nick Drake. I don't know if he's going to have time to find space to cast those clones and get those precogs going. Of course, if he has a perfect game and does a really good job with that, there is the potential. I really struggle to see how they're going to close this one out, especially because Zhang can lock it that gnome to get out of Ruby.
Yeah, that's a pretty important thing to know. So after the blind pick, players can actually choose whatever racial they want for the matchup, even if they're going into the matchup blind, right?
Yeah.
So having the gnome for the root solar beam is going to be really important. Cats and dogs, I feel like to win this matchup, they need to find CC. I almost feel like they kind of have to go after Zhang Bahai, because I think it's really unlikely they're going to be able to push on Zhang Bahai and get crowd control on him. And I feel like if they don't get crowd control, Welcome to the Jungle is just going to passively win the game with the Unholy Death Knight versus the Druid in terms of damage and pressure.
Well, they do have the Holy Priest now going for a Chastised Sphere to win those Fear battles. Of course, Zhang will be trying to do the exact same back to Awaken. Be up to Nick then to keep Chains of Ice on Awaken to prevent Awaken from pushing on top of Zhang. Of course, he will know that though. Open out onto Nick. Zap onto Zhang.
Oh, whoa.
Incarnate! And Nick actually trades out the IBF AMS immediately. He is going to be fine with just that. That is so much damage from Shards and Jax.
Yeah, great push. That wasn't even the death mark as well. Just one incarnation. So good start here from the side of Cats and Dogs. Not afraid to play aggressive, but Shards is on the back foot. Barkskin trades. Awaken immediately trading out the Guardian Spirit. Spirit of the Redeemer. Just throwing in heals with the Divine Spirit. Now just bombing out the flash heals. So Cats and Dogs will recover, but they do make some big defensive cooldown trades. And this is the moment where Welcome to the Jung can get aggressive.
Exactly, and Shards doesn't have skin for 42 seconds now, right? Look what Drake is trying to do. He's trying to Death the Blind. Drake doesn't fall for it. Full blind lands. He's just going to CC while Shards gets solid from Nick. I like this play. There's a sap following up this potentially. Look at this. He's able to get the sap finally. Shards, no skin, half health. Does have the trinket available. Drake instantly gets bashed and chooses to sit. Counter Incarn onto Nick. See if they can follow up any CC on Zhang. Garrett lands onto him, but that full blind didn't really achieve too much. Nick did trade out his AMS though, but does have the AMZ and gets the Guardian Spirit. Should be okay for this second incarnation.
Yeah, Nick keeping himself alive, throwing in some death strikes, continuing the pressure here onto Shard. Shard's actually topping the damage right now, so that balance through damage starting to add up here onto Nick, but Zhang, full mana, actually completely destroying the mana of Awaken. So in terms of the long game, Welcome to Jung might have a big advantage here. There's still an incarnation available.
Nice fake.
Yeah, big crowd control coming in. Looking for Cyclone. Is he able to find it? Unfortunately, not able to find the Recyclone. damage here onto Nick and Drake, but it looks like Welcome to the Jungle is just completely fine outside of those incarn windows.
Yeah, and as soon as Shards gets a clone onto Drake, leaps
nice
forwards,
blind.
tries to snipe the clone onto Zhang. Zhang just goes into Guardian form, just instantly knows this team defensively is so great, and now Guardian trades out onto Shards. Garrett Silence is landing. This is a big push from Nick using the Unholy Frenzy right now. Drake has Deathmark coming back in 30 seconds. Arcskin is available for Shards. I do think that Cats and Dogs should be okay right now. Smoke Bomb gets traded out, uses a skin very, very late, and that's going to attack some of Awaken's mana. Awaken at 60% already, and it's only been 2 minutes.
I don't know. Zhang is just so good at managing his mana in these matchups. One of the most efficient healers in the game. Charge goes for a Cyclone, gets kicked. Kitty shot here onto Drake.
Nice
In a double fear. Nice setup, but might just break it. It looks like there's a bit of a mismanagement on who they want to go after. Jax was focusing on Nick. Shards breaks the fear on Drake and starts attacking him. So definitely need a little bit more coordination here from Cats and Dogs if they want to pull off a win.
Yeah, Deathmark just rotated back up, finally gripping Awaken out into this. Here comes the triple Garrets from Drake. Gets instantly disarmed from Jax. Nice play from him, recognizing the situation. Shards though, no skin, has a trinket available, and there is no smoke bomb on Welcome to the Jung side. I think Cats and Dogs should be okay. Nice grip attempt from Nick, but Awaken does land a fear. Drake under a little bit of fire, but pre-cloaks the stun, so nice play from him. Shards getting the full clone onto Nick right now. Has an Incarn charge available after this stun if he wants to pull the trigger.
Yep. Zhang in the back line, no crowd control on him just yet. And that's one thing Cats and Dogs has really struggled to find is crowd control on Zhang Bahai. He's just positioned so far away on the pillar. See Awakens falling further and further behind. This is a nightmare. Cyclone comes in. Beautiful fake there by Shards. Able to land one Cyclone, but once again, no crowd control on Zhang. There's the full blind. Kidney shot on Drake. This is a very important setup for Cats and Dogs, but this get blinded. Nick has been doing such a good job with his zones, with his blinding sleets to just slow down the damage, reverse the tempo, and Shards might just fall. Awaken does trinket, he fades, he's in so much trouble. A full kidney comes in from Drake, but Paramending doing work, and I think it might be Shards that actually ends up going down. The gouge out of the kidney shot. Shards is low on health. Can he top him off? The ray of hope. Is it going to be hopeful? Is he going to get topped off? Some heals come in, but it is looking like it's not going to be enough. Cheap shot on Awaken, and it looks like Shards will fall. Welcome to Jung, owning this game as well.
This was a bit of a longer game compared to game 1, but this was domination again from Welcome to the Jung. The issue is, as Cats and Dogs, they're losing mana. Awaken is falling so far behind. I think Zhang was at 90% mana at the end of this game, wasn't he? Whereas Awaken was at like 50%. They're losing the game, and, you know, they tried to make something happen. Jax blinded up Zhang. They went for a kidney go on Drake, who did have the trinket available. And what happens? Nick just grips them together, blinds the DPS, and then stuns Jax afterwards, and then drops the zone. And Shards the entire time is just getting cranked by Nick. So it's such a hard game to play. And then, of course, the Void Shift comes through, the Despy Ray of Hope. Awaken doesn't have enough healing because the consistent damage of the Unholy Decay and the Assassination Rogue is too much to keep up with. Run out the Serenities, you just can't keep up. And that's the whole story of this this matchup, isn't it? Welcome to the Jung. They're brick walls, and they're going to win eventually. How do you beat that? You have to crack the brick wall somehow.
Yeah, not an easy thing to do in this matchup. Cats and Dogs, back to the drawing board. I don't know if I really like the Assassination Rogue, because it feels like the consistent damage doesn't really matter. I'd rather have more control, like be able to set up your team more for crowd control. I feel like he's got to go subtlety. I don't know, maybe even bring back the Feral Druid. How do you feel like the game could have gone better into Grand? Like, I was gonna say this before they locked in this composition. Like, when you're playing Feral, Destro, Void Weaver, I feel like the thing you need to do in a matchup like that is just everybody's casting. You need to spam clones, you need to spam fears, you need to spam chaos bolts, and that will maybe give Awaken a little bit more freedom in the match. And if they're putting so many stops on Awaken, maybe those cyclones will start sitting. That will allow them to build some momentum. So I wouldn't even mind if they tried that game 1 matchup again. Maybe just approach it a little differently.
I agree, but I mean, I think it's just the fact that they got smoked in the first minute. You know, do you experiment again? That's the question they're asking themselves, right? They don't know if the Feral Lock Priest is good. They tried it one game, they got owned. Do you try again and play super defensively, triple casting, trying to eat interrupts so that Awaken can have some space? It's such a hard decision to make, so I understand why they switched off it. But this was a longer game, but it didn't actually look better. The Unholy DK just has full uptime, and it's so brutal. Hook point this time. They're going for a smaller map, so maybe more, you know, there is a potential to play more aggressively, try to CC up Zhang, but Man, you're playing hook point into an unholy DK and an assassination rogue. I think that Welcome to the Jung are going to enjoy this one.
Yeah, even I don't know if you saw it, but the damage done by Nick in that last game, he
doubled the next person.
Doubling the next person, which is just insane. Nick is extremely good. Like he is such a good World of Warcraft player, and the thing that's remarkable about Nick is he's so good at every class and every archetype. Like he can heal, he can do damage, like he can do range damage, he can do melee damage. He just has such a good awareness of the game, the win conditions, how he's going to lose. It's really impressive.
He understands everything. He understands how every class works. He understands the strengths, the weaknesses, and that's so valuable to have on your team. He's almost like that's the same thing about Swapsy, right? Swapsy reads every single spell in the game, understands every single class, and so does Nick. He's got rank 1 on every single class, and that is so helpful. He logs onto the ZK, gets rank 1 on it, plays an AWC on it, and he looks so comfortable.
Yeah, I mean, he's looking as good as any DK I've ever seen, so he's especially annoying with his peels. Like, the way he uses Blinding Sleet as basically just a defensive option. Anytime Shards and Jax try to get anything going, they're just immediately caught into the AoE blind. And Nick has been so consistent with that. Curious to see if he can pull it off again. Cats and Dogs, unfortunately, if they lose this, they will be going down to the lower bracket. Welcome to the Jungle, looking good for a potential 3-0 here.
Yeah, Nick actually gets Jax out on the Assassination Rogue. Does get the Step Garrote. Stun onto Jax to deny further Garrotes. Nice plays from Zhang. Goes into the full kidney now, and there's going to be an instant zone on the Incarn. Instant blind as well. Nice foresight from Nick. Shouldn't have to use any more than that. Does trade out the IBF as well. Zhang choosing to sit the blind into the sap now. Big go onto Drake. Does trade out the Trigger Cloak. AMS comes through from Nick. But Zhang now shouldn't have any further CC available to him. Can go into the Angel form if he wants to as well. I think Welcome to the Jung are going to be...
Yeah, seems like they will stabilize, but that was a really good offensive push. Jax is doing work with that Kingsbane anytime he has it available, putting out a massive amount of burst on the Assassination Rogue. Shards, Bark Skins in a full kidney shot, Double Fear coming in, into a Garrote on the Will of Forsaken, and nicely done there, but Big Zhang Bahai tries to stay ahead of the damage, immediately going to the Spirit of the Redeemer, just bombing out heals, keeping his team topped off and avoiding those incoming crowd controls.
Yeah, and Zhang using Angel like a minute into the game, just staying so far ahead in terms of cooldowns. Shards getting kicked now. Nick not falling for that one again. Drake doesn't have the Trinket, doesn't have the Cloak of Shadows, if they can CC Zhang, but Shards right now doesn't have skin, gets GS traded out from Awaken, who now gets gripped in. The Fade comes through, but the Garrote is able to land. If they are able to connect onto Awaken now, desperately trying to get the Fear, misses it onto Zhang. Nice sidestep from Zhang, not peeking, not giving Awaken the opportunity. Full blind now, and Shards doesn't have skin available for 15 seconds.
Now, let's see what they can do. Gouge here on Awaken. Shards falling further and further behind. This small map might just backfire here for the side of Cats and Dogs. I mean, this is not looking good. Welcome to the Jungle is completely topped off. Zhang has full mana. Cooldowns are rotating back up. Shards might just outright die.
Nice
he
grip.
Gets gripped away. Back into the bomb. He gets gripped back into the bomb. He's just taking so much damage. Awaken manages to keep him alive, but he is falling further and further behind. Jax is forced to go into the Cloak of Shadows. Shards' desperation trying to get something going for his team. Awaken might push in for a Fear, but seems like he's going to change his mind. Just needs to heal so much in this match, Shan.
Yeah, and I like that actually for that income from Shards, just to push them away. Ultimately doesn't really get anything. Does get a fake kick though, precog though. Nice play from Shards, faking Nyx, interrupts. Perhaps his mind freezes aren't the best. Awaken gets gripped in again. Kidney shot lands. This is the issue. No skin. Shards in so much trouble right now. Zhang going for a follow-up Fear. Lands it. Nick, though, is going to get recovered. Trades out his IBF. Awaken using the voice shifts right there. If they can follow up any CC onto that. Shards, you are on a timer right now. You have skin coming back in 15 seconds, but after that, you have nothing left to save you.
Oh my gosh, this is looking so dangerous for Cats and Dogs. Nick grips.
Nice grip on the Angel.
That grip was so insane. Oh, not getting the heals out. This is so unfortunate for Awaken. Not really many answers. Nick is low, though. They're finally getting some crowd control going. The grip, Awaken fades it into a full kidney shot. Drake does not get faked. Gets the kidney shot. Now Shards is on the back foot once again. Awaken getting bled up. Garrote's coming in. Drake is just on an absolute tear, putting out damage. Nick at the same time. I mean, Awaken is burning through so much of his mana. We're only 3 minutes into the game, and over half of his mana is gone.
Yeah, and the problem is now that's the skin that's over. Zhang gets into the kidney shot. Awaken grips Shards back. Shards does have an Incarn available if they can follow up with any CC. Gets lined by Zhang. Gets there too late. Shards now in so much trouble. He has nothing left. He has nothing left. He's going to go down. Awaken, you don't have swap. Shards, 10% health. 2% running away. Isn't able to get away. Awaken gets put into the full blind from Drake. Welcome to the Jung, just clinically taking out the cats and dogs and sending them straight into the lower bracket.
Yeah. Fortunately, going to the pound. I'm in that lower bracket. Welcome to the Jung, looking incredibly good with this composition. And I've talked about it. Welcome to the Jung. They're such a deadly roster because any composition in the game that could be good, they will play. And they'll play it most likely better than you will. So this is what makes this team so deadly is they can play these cleave setups. They can play the Hunter setups. They can play
I love this grip.
Anything they want. Beautiful grip here by Nick. Playing that awareness, really turning this map around, giving them an advantage. This is a really close call here on Nick, but doesn't panic, trades out the cooldowns, and this is where things just go real bad. Awaken starts really struggling to top off. His team just cannot recover, and inevitably Shards does go down. That Unholy Frenzy is just such a nightmare to deal with. Unholy Death Knights do a ton of damage right now.
Yeah, I mean, look at details. Nick is absolutely cooking Boomkin, the chicken, right now. Awaken, trying to outposition and get away from the blind from Drake next in the end. But at the end of the day, whether he dies here or not, Cats and Dogs, they just didn't have too many openings. And the few ones they did have on Welcome to the Jung, there were plenty of cooldowns to trade. One thing that I love from Welcome to the Jung is Nick will grip Awaken in. Drake will not fall for the fade, right? Awaken is trying to outplay with the fade. He'll wait for the fade and then land the kidney shot. And then Zhang is always close by to follow up with that fear. And they did this sequence a few times, and it ended up scoring them, some cooldowns. And at the end of the day, ended up getting them the kill.
Crazy performance. Welcome to the Jung. I mean, I don't know. If it feels like we are lining up for a rematch in the upper bracket once again. It's going to be Toads back versus Welcome to the or Gators back versus Welcome to the Jung.
Toads.
Yeah. I mean, Cubsy changes his name literally every season, so it could be hard to keep track.
For me,
of it.
that one.
Chance having flashback.
Throwback, yeah. Casting with you, talking about Cubsy.
Yeah, Cats and Dogs, they're going to be up against Direwolves now for the last matchup of the day. So curious if we do get to see a rematch between Gators back and Welcome to the Jung, because you're right, kind of does look to be headed in that direction. But well done to Welcome to the Jung. 3-0 made quick work of that team. They did not have an answer for Jung on the side of Cats and Dogs, but now I'm kind of curious if they have one for Direwolves, Chin.
I don't know. I don't feel confident in this. I think that Direwolves can just easily run this rogue DK into Dog again. Whether it's with a Shaman or with a Holy Priest like Zhang is playing, I think CU has the option for either. I just think it's going to be such a hard time for them. Now that Welcome to the Jung has really exposed this comp, I guess, I don't see how that Cats and Dogs have an answer for this. I think rogue DK into rogue caster is just so brutal.
Yeah. Well, we will have to wait for that series, but in the meantime, we're going to be hopping back down to that lower bracket. We've got the Abjured versus Z-Rated up next, and Wage Gap, they're still closely watching the Abjured. They want them to lose this one. They want to be in that gauntlet. Z-Rated, though, looking to take this victory. Of course, Ven, in this next series, what chances in your mind does Z-Rated have?
I feel like they have a fair chance. To be honest with you, they were looking really good earlier today. They're representing the Ret Paladin. We saw Ret Hunter, the Ret Demon Hunter. Everyone counted them out in their last series, but they proved us all wrong. They managed to take down Left 4 Dead, get the win, stay alive in the tournament, and I don't know. I feel like I shouldn't count them out again. That's for sure.
Yeah. Definitely not. Do not count this team out. The Abjured versus Z-Rated going to be coming up next after this break. We've got 2 series left, 2 more teams to eliminate before we go to Championship Sunday. Stick around, a lot on the line still in terms of standings, as you just saw in the North American region. We'll be right back.
I have witnessed this battle before. They who would stop at nothing to destroy our world. And the heroes who would sacrifice everything to save it. This is the timeline you know. But the past, like the future, is never etched in stone. This time, we experiment with new variables. We play with power. We wield weapons of unimaginable strength. strangers look beneath the shifting sands of time. You will grow stronger and faster to face them. But so will the enemy. Tell me, Time Runner, are you prepared?
Welcome back. We have 2 series left in the day. 2 more teams going to get knocked out of the tournament, but the dream is still alive for some of these teams. Wage Gap closely following this series. If the Abjured lose here, we will have a tiebreaker for that 8th and final spot in the gauntlet at the end of the day between Wage Gap and Abjured. So tremendous amount of things going on behind the scenes in terms of standings between the Abjured and Z-Rated. But Super Tease, I would love to hear your take on these two teams. Do you think that Z-Rated can do it?
I mean, I think that their compositions can definitely do well. I think the Demon Hunter is particularly good into Warlock compositions. And I think that type of cleave setup can do really well for them. Chat's obviously leaning very heavily into Z-Rated at the moment. I don't know if the Abjured lost confidence with their double enhanced pick, with Ronnie getting his feet up. Maybe they lost some confidence in them. I'm not too sure. But the Abjured really need this, because if they win this series, then they're just in the top 8. They don't have to play a tiebreaker, and their tiebreaker will be against Willie's team. And Willie's team, man, they are just you can tell they really want that with how much they put into that last series against the Dire Wolves. So the Abjured here would really like to just kind of close this out and move forward and just be in the top 8. But if they can't, they will be out. And then now immediately everyone's voting the Abjured. I wonder if it's because of what I said. Am I influencing this? I just want to be the opposite of my predictions. They're like, oh, Super T said Z-Raid's winning. Time to put points in on the Abjured. I feel like Jim Cramer right now.
Yeah, that's usually Zico's job, playing mind games with the chat. But I mean, if you remember right, the first series of the day was Z-Rated, and a lot of people counted them out, and they actually ended up winning against that series against Left 4 Dead, I believe 3-2. And so now we've kind of got the flip side going on. The Abjured are actually the underdog leading into this, so maybe we have another upset in this series, second to last of the day. Zico, we've got predictions ready to go. What's your prediction for this series?
Oh man, this one was hard, but ultimately I think Van Rookie is gonna go with the Abjured, so I'm going with the Abjured as well, 3-2. Plus, I have a chance to take the lead against the chat if they are going for Z-Rated. So I feel like it could be a risky play here, but we'll see if it works out.
Ooh, you're off. I think this is the first time.
This is Ven's chance to catch up right here.
Oh no!
This is Ven's chance to catch up right here.
This is brutal.
This is the first time you've been.
Zico's gonna be the only one.
Big Dan, don't let me down, bro.
Super T, what's your prediction for the series?
I'm leaning into Z-Rated right now, compositionally. I think that the Demon Hunter comp, the Prez Evoker pressure, I feel like the Warlock's going to struggle a lot here. I think Zozo on the Ret is looking good. Yeah, I don't know. I think the Abjured, just compositionally, it's going to be tough. And their open bracket games were very close as well against F-Tier, and F-Tier was playing similar Ret Paladin comps. So I think Z-Rated are of equal caliber to F-Tier, so this is going to be very difficult for them.
Yeah, I think both of these teams are going to be in for a long, difficult series for sure. But I have a similar prediction. I do think, just based on what I saw, I think from Z-Rated this morning, I think that they're having a good day. So I am on the side of Z-Rated. Although the Abjured, they've been so fun to watch, especially in those offline games. I love seeing Ronnie come in as the coach. You know, them trying double enhanced Shaman was exciting to see as well. So I'm kind of curious what they're cooking up, Zico, in terms of compositions.
I mean, it's probably going to be something enhanced based, maybe some more enhanced Warlock. I'm not sure. Yeah, it's looking cooked right now. It's looking cooked for sure. But I think that Abjured, they have some good players. They have a good D machine and the coin. Let's go. At least I'm dragging you guys down with me. I'm just kidding. I think that they could win. I think it's going to be a close series. I mean, to be honest, I first voted for Z-Rated, but then I changed it at the last second to the Abjured. So I think either way, it's going to be a 3-2. I think both teams are really solid. The reason ultimately why I went with the Abjured is because I think that they have really strong teams in terms of players. They have a lot of competitive experience. You know, we've seen them on broadcast before a lot of times. And this is the biggest reason. They are playing for Gauntlet. They are playing, I think that they're in a situation, right, where they have to win. There's no option but to win. I mean, sure, you could lose and then play the tiebreaker and then win that, but you could just win right now. So
yeah, just get it over with.
Yep.
I think that's fair. I think that's certainly a good motivator for sure. I'm curious if, getting a little bit ahead of myself, and this isn't me like thinking it's for sure going to go one way or the other, but if we do see that tiebreaker, Super T's, between Abjured and WageGat, who do you think wins that one? I don't know if we're doing predictions or not.
A little closer, because I think Ret Hunter is a bit different than Ret Demon Hunter.
Yeah.
I think like a Demo Lock Enhance might be able to do decently into Ret Hunter, so I think the Abjured might have a shot. But Zico's making it sound like, the Observed need to win. They just locked in double enhance, bro. I think they're just vibing. I don't know if they feeling the pressure right now. They
were against the Gators, bro.
Well,
Like,
they
that
were
was
vibing
different.
in game 3 when they were down 2-0. Like, perhaps that was like, I mean, I don't know. I feel like this is like a stupid take right now, but like, could they've just think like, hey, we're probably gonna lose. Let's have fun with it. Lock in double enhance, put the feet up on the table type thing, or is that?
I mean, I don't know.
BM.
I feel like Ronnie's kind of like he's like a character and he's also serious at the same time. So
Yeah.
he's trying to like maximize that element of his appearance here. I think in the tournament. So
That's good.
the double enhance, maybe it could have done something. I just feel like into the Asa Rogue and the Void Weaver, you don't have a lot of disruption. Like you're just gonna get Khalid by them. So not really having a good shot there. I feel like they were more doing that just for the crowd. The fact that they're like the double enhanced team, then they're just like, we're losing anyway.
well.
So just try and throw this at them. So it makes me wonder if the Abjured are in the same spot here with Z-Rated, if they just throw their hands up in the air and hope that something can happen. At least fortunately, Z-Rated, I don't believe have any like disarms. And that's usually like the main counter to the Abjured roster. Like the Enhancement Shaman, if they see it, it's like he's Superman until he sees disarm. And then he's useless. It's his kryptonite. So Z-Rated actually don't have a disarm available on the roster. Maybe the Abjured can take this.
Okay. Interesting. Well, gonna be an interesting series nonetheless. We've discussed so much, just how much is on the line. Sounds like the teams are getting ready to go. Bit of a delay going on behind the scenes, but we'll get that game started as soon as possible. But one thing is for sure, these teams are going to be putting their best foot forward because they need the standings points. They do not want to get knocked out because it's do or die here. It's the final season of the War Within, and it would definitely be good for them to kind of finish off the expansion in a nice little bow on top of the season of the War Within. But it looks like we're getting the game started, and I can stop yapping. It's the Abjured versus Z-Rated. Wage Gap desperately want Abjured to lose this one, but they are going to put out a very strong fight here against Z-Rated. Tremendous amount of pressure on both sides for these teams. This is game number 1, best of 5. We are here in the lower bracket. Game is starting off now. Super T is here in the Grand Arena.
All right, the Abjured, what's going to be? What's the game 1 here? What are the comps? What kind of mystery concoction have you got cooking up here in the laboratory? What is the CEO, Ronnie, decided that is going to be your blind pick composition? Is it going to be some Warlock enhancement? Is it going to be some Windwalker enhancement? Is it going to be something that you guys have not even shown us yet today? Z-Rated, similar questions. Are they going the kind of bread and butter path? And they're going to be bringing in a Jungle Cleave. So Zozo is getting off of the Ret Paladin, going in onto the Feral Druid. Typically a really good kind of like Warlock running down composition. It also gives them D-Curse that the Ret Paladin wouldn't have had. But he's going up against mains here with Nos, Ronnie, and Montage running that Destruction Warlock, Enhancement Shaman, Holy Paladin.
Yeah, we'll see if this works out for them. I'm feeling the jungle, man. The Void Weaver jungle seems really solid.
A lot of damage.
I don't know, man. They have a lot of damage. I'm looking at Nos, bro. Nos, we're gonna have to make it count here. You need to trinket on True Shot. We saw it yesterday in another Warlock matchup in Europe. You trinket before True Shot is committed. You're gonna sit a full stun. You're gonna tank 8,000 billion aim shots, and you're most likely just gonna die through everything. So don't instantly trinket here. You trinket Porch first global. Yeah, and True Shot it actually does get committed here onto Ronnie though. So I think JWaz made a bit of an error there if they're deciding to go after the Warlock. Now they just get to trade full cooldowns, full fear onto Montage. Montage gets tremored out. Montage looking for the Hammer of Justice onto Zay. And Nos is taking a lot of damage here. He gets the fear, but like, where's the pressure? Everybody is full HP on the side of Z-Rated.
Oh, nice interrupt on the Repentance. Scatter shot on Ronnie's Ascendance, but Zozo gets blasted. Almost going down here. The Ascendance is uncontested, and Zozo almost dies. Zay grips him to the other side of the map. This is what I was talking about, that Ascendance window. If you don't have a proper way of controlling it, it just will absolutely erupt massive pressure for your team. So the Abjured putting themselves in the match there with that big push on Zozo, but now the damage has subsided with that cooldown completing. Nos is looking for Shadow Furies, his Paladin in a clone, but Zozo is low with a full fear. Nos is getting crowd control. Here comes a Chaos Bolt straight into Zozo's face. Here comes the Bloodlust. He ports back out of line of sight, and he's actually relayed his port in enemy territory here. I'll funnel over onto the pet, down to some cleave damage here. JWaz is lining up some aim shots, swapping to Ronnie for the moment. as Nas has his Dark Pact, but now they're switching back with Bleeds. They get a Fear montage, DR'd. Ronnie's not going to trade. You got an Ascendance proc, a couple of Globals of Stormblast here. Ducks into the barrier, a couple more Chaos Bolts onto Zozo here. That just seems to be uncontested at the moment as far as getting these Chaos Bolts, but Zay gets spell locked. There's a full freezing trap. Clone, Nos is alone. Zozo chases after the port. He high mountains back into midfield. Ronnie is getting destroyed by the Hunter as well, trying to maintain their momentum, but Montage is free of crowd control. He's closing in towards Zay to stop the Void Weaver, but that Void Weaver has already secured a ton of pressure for the team, forcing the unending resolve. And Ronnie, he's what is that, like 30 seconds away now from his Ascendance? Can he live to it? He walls. Nos uses Dark Pack. Big damage on Zozo. If they can get a Void Shift before the Ascendance, that is going to create a win condition in about 20 seconds.
Oh, nice play here from Zay. He comes out of that ulti penny and then secures himself a nice fear onto Montage. Ronnie in big trouble here. What are you going to do? Doesn't have the Astral Shift. Nos is running down on the other side as well. Montage has a lot of healing to do, but at the same time, there's a Hammer of Justice play here happening onto Zay, but Montage just kind of has to abandon the offense and get aggressive or get defensive here to heal up his team. Finally, a Shadow Fury connects. Infernal Stun lands on the Feral Druid, but still, the Void Weaver is doing a lot of work. Finally, they do secure a fear, though. Repentance being casted as well. Nicely done, but I think it was Shadow Word Death there by Zay. Very unfortunately, he wasn't able to get that off in time. Zozo fake casting and getting a Cyclone here, potentially. J-Wall's taking a lot of damage as well. Ronnie eats the trap. Beautiful place here from the coach. Scatter shot onto Montage, though. Nos in trouble, teleporting away from the field. And looking to get aggressive here onto Zozo again. I really am afraid for Z-rated here. A big hit of damage. One more Chaos Bolt connects. And that is going to be it. The Abjured taking game number 1. You love to see it. Beautiful setup there. Getting the stun, getting the counter stun, and then just 1-2 punch through the pain sub. Nice.
So happy for the prediction leaderboard. I don't even think you're happy for the Abjured. This is a very selfish
I'm happy
laugh.
for the Abjured.
I can tell. You're just so happy. Vent is a different vote. You're up a point now. This is the chance to really create a bigger gap and get to be on the top. And the chat also, I think, were voted for in favor of Z-rated. So maybe
let's
you
not
can
get ahead of ourselves.
Spot. I see what's going on.
Listen, I'm conflicted, Sid. Okay, because on one end, I really enjoyed watching Willie, and I really enjoyed seeing what they can do. And like their PH Hunter it looks really solid. I would love to get that tiebreaker match and see how the Abjured would do against that. But I also really enjoy watching the Abjured. I enjoy watching Coach Ronnie. He's brought a lot to the broadcast. Anybody who streams with or plays in AWC with a cam on, I'm automatically going to root for them. And both of those teams did that. So like for me, they've both won me over. What can I say?
This Chaos Bolt Lightning Lasso, dude. You know, we say it a lot, like teams that don't have Mortal Strike aren't viable, but this team just won in 3 minutes without a Mortal Strike.
Yep.
So I wonder if that's like old logic to think that you can't play a comp without Mortal Strike, and it just won't work at all, you know?
You get a pseudo Mortal Strike too with Felfisher.
Okay, I guess, yeah.
He's running it. He is running it, yeah.
He is running it. So he would have got Felfishered on the stun here. So a little bit of compensation there for that. Nos just getting a ton of pressure out. It's like, oh, I got kicked. Oh, well. I'll just cast a Chaos Bullet again. And with Stun Repentance, I mean, he trinkets, but he doesn't get the swap off in time. Just a little bit of a too slow of a reaction time. But I also feel like Zozo just tanked too many bolts, like, just throughout the game. Like, he was trying to line. It's like one of those things where, like, if you're going to line the bolt, line it. You don't just, like, tank the bolt and then run behind the pillar after you lost half your health. It's like you're doing 0 damage and you took the bolt. Like, that's just, like, a double loss. You either face tank it and do max damage, or you need to get out of the line of fire for that spell. And the Tempest is a really powerful combo with those Chaos Bolts as well. 5.1 million for Ronnie, comboed in with the Awakening Storm. So the Abjured, they take point here, and they're going to move to Hook Point, Z-rated. Are they going to change their comp? What's their game plan here? Because Hex could be devastating. That's the other thing, is that Ronnie being in Enhance, Hex and Chaos Bolt and Repentance, those 3 spells are all very threatening. So having the Feral as backup for Decurse is nice, but is the Feral actually better? Would Marksman be, maybe it's better to be Beast Mastery to get more consistent damage? You just get like line of sighted, you know? I feel like the Warlock having pets coming after him would be a lot more challenging to deal with.
So here is something I just got to ask, okay? Because like this is something that we see a lot in North America, where like like with the Gators, for example, you have 2 rogues, like you have Dazed and you have Calvish, and it's like, and it's the same thing with the Abjured here. Correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't Big Damn literally a one-trick enhanced main?
He played Windwalker throughout the open bracket. He beat Sea-Doo as Windwalker.
Yeah.
So he's playing Windwalker. They could do Windwalker enhance.
I swear I saw like a screenshot of him having like 20 enhanced shamans in rank 1.
He did, yeah. I don't know if he's retired. I haven't looked at the enhance.
Has he retired
in
enhance?
a while. He
Is
still
like
plays it. He definitely still plays his enhance. I just don't know if he has 30 of it anymore. That was like an interesting time.
But if that's his main,
yeah, why isn't he playing right now?
Yeah, exactly. Why is Ronnie tagged in? Like, is there no ego here? They're just like, okay, well, you're gonna be the bench or you're gonna be the enhance. You know, like I don't get it. Like, how
maybe
do they decide?
Have more time practice. Maybe Montage plays with Ronnie because I feel like Big Dam's kind of like a solo shuffle player. So maybe Ronnie has more synergy on the team or something like that. Or maybe they just chill. Maybe Big Dam is just like, whatever, bro, you got this.
Do you think they just like duel before the AWC? They just go out, have an enhance versus enhance. They're like, all right, loser benched, winner, and then Ronnie just like just kicked his feet up on his desk.
Bro, that's how I got on my first Gladiator team back in the day. In Cataclysm. No, yeah, I was on the forums and there was a shaman and a warlock looking for a boomkin in Cataclysm for 3s, and I asked to join their team, and they're like, yeah, sure, just transfer over. So I transfer over and I paid money and I get there and they're like, yeah, but there's one more check that we need to do. We currently have a Shadow Priest on our team, and if you can beat him in a duel, you'll get a spot on the team. So I had to duel their Shadow Priest for the spot. I got the spot, okay? I got the spot. I kind of felt bad for the Shadow Priest because he seemed like he was really good friends with the Shaman and he was disappointed. But they were just like not getting the performance they wanted with him, I guess. But that used to be a thing. Dueling for a spot on the team, yeah.
That's how I found my first arena teammate way back in TBC, like in season 1. I was just out there, you know, there was one guy beating everyone, and then I beat that guy, and then we became friends, and we started playing. But anyway, the Abjured versus Z-Rated. Abjured right now looking to potentially take a second win. Z-Rated looking to tie things up here. They did swap their composition to that Demon King and Retribution Paladin, and Nos is going to be in a lot of trouble, especially on hook point, but can they return some fire? Chaos Bolt does get interrupted. One did go through. Nos gets sacrificed here from Montage. A lot of opening pressure to get a full fear onto the dragon. It looks like it was reversed or broke. Actually got sanctuaried by Zozo, so a nice sank being forced there. And Abjured has kind of dealt with this opening pressure, but here comes round 2, Sid.
Nice fears, good searing glare. They're attacking Zagorn here. There is no disarm, so Ronnie can pop off in a matchup like this with Hexes and with the Ascendants. But right now, Nos on the back foot uses his Hellstone. They're cutting through it. He ports back, but not too far away. Zizzy's right back on him, and he's taking a lot of damage. Gates across the map, looking for a Chaos Bolt. Who's that on? Looks like Zozo. He's going to munch that. He munches 2. Zagorn recovers with the time dilation, but he's got to be careful. Repentance is threatening. Hex is threatening. There's so much crowd control for Zagorn, and Montage sees an opportunity. He pre-time stops the Hodge and then gets a fear. That was a beautiful time stop from Zagorn here in this position. He rescues Zozo on top of the Warlock here, trying to keep him on target, but he takes another Chaos Bolt. And see how he's like pulling away from the Warlock, but he's not avoiding the Chaos Bolts. I feel like this like middle area, Zozo is going to get just absolutely destroyed if he keeps staying in this position. Like he can't stop bolts right now. He's taking a multiple at the moment. Somehow doesn't go take any damage from it. Nos is trying to fake kicks with fear. They're not falling for it. He's just wasting time faking fear. He's faked fear like 8 times in a row. Now he's stunned. Oh no, he might just die. Montage, can you deal with this? Everyone's low. Unending Resolve is going to pop. Nos still at low health. Chaos Bolt with the Shadow Fury. Targeting down Zozo again. No, Repentance gets kicked. Zagorn's having a really good game as far as stopping crowd control, but his mana is just looks so bad right now.
Yeah, that's kind of what I wanted to highlight as well. Holy Paladin should be winning this if the game goes on long enough. So the Abjured really just needs to focus on survival. And they do it, though. They're already down the Unending Resolve. Full Hex connects here from Ronnie onto Zagorn, actually. They're getting aggressive onto Zozo. Big Chaos Bolt is going to land. Nice magic bop to respond from Zozo. The big cooldown being pulled to get a full fear onto Zagorn as well. Zozo doesn't have the Sanctuary. Nos is rotting down behind the pillar. He's kind of teleporting. I don't like where his port is right now. It's too far away from Montage. But here comes another Chaos Bolt. 2 back-to-back. Huge damage onto Zozo. What are they going to trade here? Rescue comes out. Managed to get a big shield and connect back onto Nos. Looks like Nos actually got a magic bop as well. That spell warding onto Nos is going to keep him nice and safe in this position, stopping a lot of that creep damage.
Repentance. Oh, it lands on the dragon. Reverse magic. Into a stun. And what just happened to the poor
headshot?
He is just taking Chaos Bolt. Bro, I'm looking at the Repentance. I'm not even looking at what's going on with the Rep Paladin. He just gets Chaos Bolted twice while all this crowd control is happening. And Zozo, bro, he's just Chaos Bolt he's not having a good time with Chaos Bolt today so far.
Yeah, definitely not. I mean, we're going to see it on the replay, but he got absolutely blasted. I mean, even when he was running to the pillar, Ronnie doing a great job as well with these offensive hexes, forcing out the Emerald Communion here. These double cap totems as well. Ronnie doing actually a great job enabling his Warlock, even as an enhanced shaman. This is all Ronnie. The Warlock just has to cast Chaos Bolt there because he hits the double cap totem stun. He lands the Hex on the healer, and then the Warlock follows it up with the Infernal. So he gets 2 Chaos Bolts, and then here you get a Fear onto Zizzy. You get a big Chaos Bolt into another one, and it's unfortunately that the Trinket Chaos Nova, I think it was, from Zizzy, just wasn't fast enough to interrupt that Chaos Bolt. Man, I gotta say, man, this is like a Z-rated.
How did he not bubble here, though? Look at this. I don't know how he got away without bubbling during Ascendance and all these. He got away with it. And then 2 seconds later, he dies. He's like, yes, I got away without needing to bubble. We're ahead. I'm going to make the push. And then 2 seconds later, just dies. Like, so much crowd control is being casted here. Like, as soon as I saw the reverse, I'm like, they should be good. And Zagorn Verdant embraces in, and he just dies the global after. He gets sundered at the same millisecond as the second Chaos Bolt. I thought there was no way someone was going to die. As soon as the reverse hit, I'm like, all right, Zagorn is in CC. They'll be fine. But, nope. Just absolutely iced out in these Chaos Bolts, bro. Destro has been a really good pick, it seems like, into the Ret Paladins, seemingly so far, which is probably why Zozo went on the Feral Druid for game number 1, but then on Feral Druid, it seemed like he was just munching Chaos Bolts as well. So Zozo not having a great time so far in this series. Z-rated, they're already in the gauntlet, but they obviously would like to, climb as many ranks as they can so they can avoid as many series as possible on the grand final day for North America, so not to beat as many teams. But right now, I mean, Zagorn's having a really good game, it feels like, and they're just getting caught off guard. So do they run it back or do they switch? I feel like a BM jungle would be a safer option for them as far as comps.
Yeah, could be Z-rated. Going in for Asherman's Fall. It's interesting. See what they decide to lock. I don't think it's going to be a Ret Paladin, though. If it's Asherman's Fall, that is a nightmare as a Ret Paladin to go versus a Warlock. I think that maybe they will do that, but it's interesting because over in Europe, a lot of these hunters, they default to Empyrean Domain if they want to play, especially Marksman Hunter, because of the skinny pillars, the dieting pillars on that map.
The toothpick pillars?
Yeah. But for Z-rated, they decided to go for Ashamans, so maybe we'll see a BM Hunter, potentially. Not sure. Maybe a Survival. I don't know. I feel like Survival Hunter also on this map is not ideal. A lot of times you can harpoon in and then find yourself kind of stuck in the open. So, see, they decide to do.
I think taking a moment is good on their part. Like, those games feel like they went by so fast and they didn't really get like a lot of information. So, like, taking a second and kind of like cooling off is going to be important for Z-rated if they want to come back in this series, really think this through, think about how they want to deal with these situations, and they have to stop face tanking the Chaos Bolts. It's just too many Chaos Bolts in these past 2 games from Nos that have been connecting here. So what are they going to do? Tournament lives on the line. The Abjured will qualify into the gauntlet and eliminate Wage Gap if they just win one more game. Who would have thought they would make it to Championship Sunday? Enhance, Warlock, Holy Paladin. Who would have thought they would have made it through F tier in the open bracket? They made it through Dire Wolves in the upper bracket. Didn't do so hot into the Gators, but not many people do hot into the Gators. But now they're in the lower bracket. They're up 2 points, 1 point away from qualifying, getting to Championship Sunday, getting into the gauntlet. Z-rated are going back to the jungle. I think they kind of have to.
But it's with the dragon instead of Weaver. Void Weaver.
Okay. It's a little bit more burst healing, I guess. A little bit more, well, it's about similar crowd control avoidance. I feel like he's going to be more susceptible to crowd control actually as the dragon. I don't know.
I feel like the Void Weaver is kind of nice.
Yeah, I don't know about this. Do they have enough damage to win without a Void Weaver?
I mean, yeah, we saw it from Full Smart in Europe, right? Just winning in a stun with this exact comp. But it was obviously in a different matchup. There was a rogue that they one-shot, but still, I think that they have enough damage, but I'm worried about the longevity. Like, you're playing on a map where the Warlock's going to have a lot of range. Enhancement's going to bring in a lot of off-healing and just, like, being annoying. And the Paladin is going to out-mana your Dragon. So you put yourself in a timer and you're not playing close quarters. I would have at least liked to see, like, a mid-size map, like maybe like Tiger's Peak or something. Or Blackrook Hold, I think, could have been really good, too. but they decided to go for Ashamans. I guess it's good for the Hunter, but I feel like it's bad for everybody else on Z-rated. So I don't know how this one is going to play out, but it is the Abjured Montage Ronnie Nos versus Z-rated elimination match. Zagorn, Zozo, Zizzy, and commentated by Zupa and Zico.
Thank you for including me in that. I appreciate that. 5 seconds until there's no going back. The Abjured can qualify into the gauntlet for North America's Grand Finals in November with just one more win with their oddball composition. The only ones in the tournament to run an Enhancement Shaman, let alone a combination with a Destruction Warlock and a Holy Paladin. Zozo's immediately going to open up on the Warlock. They've already got a Freezing Trap. Warlock isolated in center field. Ronnie intercepts, but he gets disrupted. Scatter onto him. Sleep on the Paladin. They tremor it. That bash just a second too late from Zozo as he jucks back in on top of Nos. They need to win a game here to stay alive in this series. Zozo gets coiled. Here comes some Incinerate, but Zazorn pre-time stops, but he doesn't hit the Hodge. Montage is patient. Hammer of Justice connects. Zozo is tanking Chaos Bolts as he munches on 2. He survives with the Bark Skin.
Yeah, Zozo's had the Bark Skin, and it has subsided now, so it's going to be a little bit more susceptible, but they're looking to make their punch here on the side of Z-rated. Nice fear onto J-Wall's kind of stalling the trap here, but now he's going to push in. There it is. Full trap is going to land, but one Chaos Bolt is going to connect. Nice Quell coming in from Nos. Here comes the Sleepwalk. Beautiful Sleepwalk. Overlap defensively here. Nos is going to trinket out, and so did Montage in that position, I think. I think he traded out something, but Nos going to be able to survive with that. And Gateway's back. Repentance being casted by Montage. Can he land it? He lands it. Overlapped with a fear, but still Zozo is just immediately out of there. He's in a 3v1, and he's in bear form, line of sighting everyone, and then he re-selfs and stuns Ronnie. Looks for the Cyclone, but he gets caught up by the coil. Here comes one Chaos Bolt, Lightning Lasso. Nos not going to be able to find the second one. Really good kiting, though, by Zozo. Nos is in trouble.
Oh, Cyclone, nice out of the Freezing Trap. Nice Sleepwalk on Ronnie. Nos is isolated. How do they trade? Montage will Trinket lay on hands. Still kind of dying through it. Zagorn is flying through the skies, raining terror down from above, and they force the unending resolve. Zagorn caught into a fear. Chaos Bolts are coming. They can't be interrupted. Zozo's running for his life. J-Waz got left behind. More fears are incoming. They land a Repentance. They're swapping on Hunter. They Cyclone the Warlock to stop the Chaos Bolts. They want to go on to him out of this. He's trying to switch it, but he gets stunned on his clone. Ronnie trying to tear into Zozo here, but Zozo has a lot of defensives. Probably the best game so far from Z-rated and Zozo. Nice scatter on the healers, sleep on the Shaman. That gets the Dark Pact from the Warlock. They get another sleep. It gets tremored. Ronnie is just stuck behind the pillar in a root, it looks like, at the moment, waiting for his opportunity. Lasso doesn't hit anything. They go for the double coil. Nice kick on the Chaos Bolt. Zagorn flies in. I guess that is the advantage of the Dragon. They get an extra interrupt for the Warlock in this matchup compared to the Priest, but Zagorn gets caught in a fear. True Shot's up, but the Infernal is here, and Nos is matching damage with damage on match point. And will J-Waz survive? He feigned death. And now we can see Zozo behind the pillar just going after the Paladin. Cyclonium low potentially and setting up for damage here. Incarnation is up. This is what Z-rated needed. Can they close out the game? Montage into the Sleepwalk. They just can't get to Zozo. J-Waz in trouble. Zagorn needs to make an important decision here. When is he going to commit that Emerald Communion? He's still going for Sleepwalks, finding those on Ronnie. Montage not having the time to dispel just yet. Nos goes for fear again, but it breaks to cleave. That's fortunate for Zagorn. Here come Chaos Bolts. Oh, no, but Zozo is low at the same time. He ports back over. And Z-rated, finally, they're looking evenly matched. Nos is looking like he could go down at any moment. But he gets a huge heal and recovers. They're line of sighting the Ascendants. Ronnie gets coiled back. Zozo gets coiled right back to him. Chaos Bolt Ascendants, double combo on Zozo. He's going to pop Survival Instincts. Look for a clone. Get wind sheared. Put even further behind. They have to win before Zagorn is zoomed, though.
That is the question right now. I feel like they're playing too aggressive on the side of the Abjured. They just need to stay alive, hold on a little bit longer, and they got this in the bag. They're playing into their hands, but here comes the Chaos Bolt. 1, 2 is going to connect there onto Zozo, but he manages to survive with the Bark Skin. He also had Survival Instincts up there as well. Nos in big trouble, though. Montage has got no cooldowns here for Nos. Nos has got no unending resolve. True Shot is active. Here comes the rapid fire. Nos, what are you going to do? He teleports away from the danger, but J-Waz is all over him still. Montage needs to play some defensive in this position. Ronnie gets cycloned on his Astral Shift. Nos still in a lot of trouble. There's the Sleepwalk as well. How are you going to survive this one? It has to be Ronnie saving the day. The double coil comes out. Fell Hunter as well to resummon, and Nos is looking for the fear. He gets precognition. He might be able to survive here. This was a big hit coming through from Z-rated, and with that sacrifice, I think Nos has managed to weather the storm.
For how much longer? Sacrifice up for a few more moments. The Winch of the Clone. Chaos Bolt gets kicked. Zagorn in another fear, choosing to sit. Stun on J-Waz. Chaos Bolt, they're swapping on Hunter. Is he going to go down? He's getting Chaos Bolted multiple times. He feigned death to the follow-up. They stun Montage. They boop him out into the open for a trap. And they secure the freezing trap, but there's just no pressure. Nosport's back away. Zagorn is slowly but surely running out of mana. He's making more Hellstones. He gets the cast off. He just used his last one. That's critical for him to get major healing there with the Soul Burn. He gates across the map, trying to kite away from Zozo. He's going to have to use that Hellstone just after making it, I think, here with his Unending Resolve. He's critically low. He's going to pop the Malevolence. He's ramping up his Withers, but here comes Zagorn flying through the entire team into a silence, and Nos is likely to go down at any moment. Montage somehow defying death once again. Zozo gets kicked on his Cyclone, but Jawaz is ripping. It's so much hunter damage. Zozo is low. Here comes Ascendance. Ronnie's looking for the carry, but Zozo gets rescued in. Zagorn has confidence that they can win the game as he's blinking in on top of Montage. He finds the Sleepwalk. Where's the Tremor? Ronnie can't. He's cloned, and Nos is isolated. He Hellstones. Will he fall? 1 second left. It's not enough. Z-rated. Strike back, putting a point on the board. They are not going to go down without a fight.
That was a great cross crowd control there at the end, making sure that the Shaman was out of the game, because if he could have tremored that, they had lay on hands, but nope, not allowed to. Beautiful 3v1, and I gotta say, Zozo did a really, really nice job as well on that Feral Druid. Line of sighting, anytime he was in those situations, 3v1, he just line of sighted, just sat in bear, didn't give any openings, and here we can see the chaos kind of unfolding. Zozo manages to get a nice stun there, and then get a full Cyclone, gets knocked on the Cyclone right there, but this is the true shot, doing tons of work onto Noz a little bit earlier. Did survive that one, and then Zagorn pushes in, gets the Sleepwalk, and look at that stun into full Cyclone onto Ronnie. Noz is completely alone here, and unfortunately for him, will go down, even though there was buttons available on his Paladin. Just didn't have any breakers out of that crowd control. So nice stuff from Z-Rated. You can obviously tell that they've been putting in some time to this jungle. I think the Abjured, though, they kind of throw. Like, I want to see them just... They could play this matchup on a big map again and win, I feel like. They just need to play more defensive. Like, I think a lot of the times, like, for example, when Montage actually used his Divine Shield in this game, Nos pre-ported on the Incarn, and he was line of sighting, and it was looking really good. But then he just peaked. And then they just followed it up with the, I think it was a Sleepwalk, and then they got the bubble anyway. So like stuff like that, there's no reason to trade cooldowns to be as aggressive. Like just try to focus on using your defensives defensively and running with them, and then just try to counter pressure. They're gonna win the late game. I mean, look at this. This is the last attempt here. Zagorn has no mana left. He's got no Emerald Communion as well, and they do have Lay on Hands, and they have Divine Shield. If Montage is not in crowd control, they have access to ways to prolong the game and just auto-win on damage. So I think that they need to shift their focus a bit on the win condition to more of a dampening playstyle than more than trying to like outplay and win with CC chains.
I think it's probably a balance of the two. I don't think if you don't CC Zagorn at all, you're not going to win. But I see what you're saying. Like you could win on mana. But I feel like if you play too defensive, then they just run you over. If you're not pushing them back at all, like you're just a pushover, you're not threatening the healer at all, then they're just going to run you down. So a tough juggle here. Abjured kind of get dominated here by the crowd control from Z-Rated. I think Zozo made a lot of good corrections in his play as well. Just kind of like pulling away when he knew he couldn't stay on the target and committing to that, as opposed to like before it was like half in, half out. So he's like not avoiding chaos bolts and also not doing damage. So it's like the worst of both worlds. So I think Zozo did a much better job here, and he's learning and adapting to the matchup, which obviously a lot of teams probably have no practice into this. So it's like this is going to be a learning curve for a lot of teams. But you know, have the Abjured run the clock? Have Z-Rated solved them? Have they figured it out? And now they run out of time in order to win the series here. Now begins to be the question, because Z-Rated looked really good in that last game. Really only mana was the issue, but I think they still had Communion to regenerate some mana. You can obviously disintegrate a couple times too to regenerate mana, so he probably had at least like another 20% on top of what he had in that game to keep going. But it's Maldraxxus Coliseum. It's still match point. The Abjured are looking to lock in their spot in North America's top 8 for the grand finals in that gauntlet. Can they manage to do it? Can they win one more game, just coming in just out of nowhere as a double Enhancement Shaman roster with a Destro Lock and a Holy Paladin, just coming straight from Solo Shuffle into the AWC? Can they make the dream run here? And Z-Rated look to defend their position within the gauntlet and climb its ranks in this weekend's cup. As the gates are open, they're moving in. Here come the stuns. Binding Shot. They stop the grounding with a stun. He trinkets for it and doesn't get it. Ronnie's going to get punished for that. Trinketing outside of his Ascendance. Beautiful punish on Ronnie. They switch to sleep and they kill the Tremor. No, they weren't able to kill the Tremor. Binding Shot. Nos is getting destroyed. So much damage incoming. He does manage to recover from Montage for a moment, but another rapid fire. Nice stun from Ronnie, disrupting that rapid fire. Zagorn and a Hammer of Justice. Here comes a Repentance. They're trying to match crowd control with crowd control. Chaos Bolt over on Zozo. Ronnie jumping over around the corner. He's met by a bash, a cyclone. Nice cyclone here. Full fear. JWaz disengaging in for a trap. He doesn't care. He's just pushing in to win the game. And Z-rated are all offense right now. Nos gates across the map. This map is going to pay dividends. It's so massive. Zozo has a lot of distance to close to get back, but they get another sleep. Looks like Ronnie has another tremor in his pocket. He's going to break that sleepwalk. They go for it again. They killed the tremor. Can they get another sleep? Is JWaz in position? Trap's coming up in 8 seconds. They have to wait for the sacrifice. They likely need to pull away here during this cooldown as it's going to redirect damage and break crowd control. Zagorn's in a fear and they're not pulling out. This could be dangerous, but they're still going for it. Are they going to regret it? It's match point. They face elimination and Zagorn trades the Emerald Communion, his most vital cooldown. But I do kind of like it early because it might mean he gets 2 of it. It'll help his mana later in the game.
Yeah, this is a great trade here from Zagorn. Sleepwalk being casted. It's going to land onto Montage. No Tremor Totem available for Ronnie. Montage is just going to trade out his Trinket in this position. And Nos right now, they're getting a lot of uptime onto Nos. He's got no Demonic Circle. Actually, he does have it on the other side. And it goes for the Shadow Fury. Here comes the Chaos Bolts. Triple stun into a full fear onto Zagorn, but it breaks 2 damage there. It looks like Ronnie was zapping away here onto the healer for some reason. Ronnie now caught up in a stun. What are they going to do? He's got no Astral Shift. He's a viable target as well. Montage not in any crowd control currently, but here comes JWaz with the True Shot aura. Big damn connecting. They get a full cyclone onto Montage. Nos in so much trouble. Surely it's going to be the Divine Shield. No, they trade out the Unending Resolve instead. And they're just getting so much pressure, so many setups back to back to back. Full trap now onto Montage. Huge damage. We're casting Chaos Bolts here onto Zozo, not trying to teleport away from the fight here. We already got the survival of the instincts. No reason to even be in the open field. He's going to get away with the gateway. They're going after Montage. Montage actually looking for it. Can he find it? Doesn't look like he's going to get that repentance. Nos caught up in a stun now. Montage still looking for the repentance. And a trap is going to land soon here onto Montage. Scatter shot onto Ronnie. Full trap onto Montage. Nos isolated. Beautiful play here from JWaz. But Zozo, huge damage onto Zozo. Nice counter push.
Oh, JWaz. The ascendance here from Ronnie is menacing. Zozo charges in, goes for the Shadow Melt stun. Ronnie trinkets instantly. He's in a coil. It's so much damage. Chaos Bolt's in the sky. Is Zozo going to be able to stay alive? To connect. Barskin's up. He manages to stay in it. He kicks the fear. They're setting up, but now he's in a Hammer of Justice. Repentance around the corner. Ronnie's in a clone. Is this going to be it? They stun for the trap. Zozo's in trouble. It's back and forth. Zagorn jumps in with Rewind and recovers Zozo for a moment. They get the trap on the Paladin. They're going for more crowd control, but they're not getting it just yet. They're cleaving them down. There's the Sleepwalk. It gets tremored preemptively from Ronnie before the stun, and they're going to bop just in case there's more crowd control. They swap on Ronnie. He pops Astral Shift. That's immediately over, actually. They're crushing him through it. Z-rated are so close to a win, but also so close to death at this point in time. It's such a scary moment for them to make a decision in this game. They'll be eliminated from the tournament if they make the wrong one. They're trying to stand their ground, but Chaos Bolts are being casted. It's so much damage. They get the trap. Montage trinkets instantly, knowing that his team has the advantage, and he wants to maintain it. Repentance being casted. Zagorn line of sights. Zozo is alone in the middle of the map. Is he going to get back to his team? They kick the Chaos Bolt. He goes for a clone. He gets sundered. They're going for fears. Zagorn gets caught. No trinket available. Zozo stuns. He barkskins at critically low health. He's on the run, trying to line of sight. Ronnie got an Ascendance proc in a critical moment. Big Storm Blast, but not enough damage to finish. Ronnie gets cloned. Shadow Fury hits the whole team. Chaos Bolts are flying into the sky onto JWaz. Zagorn gets spell locked on his heel, but his Emerald Communion, because he used it early in the game, means he can use it again to keep his team going.
Yeah, and he might just need to press it at any moment here. He's caught up in a full Hammer of Justice. Can they get any follow-up? Here comes the Chaos Bolt.
The rep, he's done.
2 is going to connect. Beautiful rep, but he feign deaths the Chaos Bolt. Another rep here onto Zagorn, but he does get interrupted. Nos getting interrupted as well, but they do get the aspect of the turtle. Zozo, I don't know how you're going to make it out of this one. Emerald Communion trades for Zagorn. Full trap onto Montage. They're trying to make something happen, but Montage still has the Divine Shield. He still has the sacrifice. He just needs to make a trade. He manages to trade out the sacrifice. They get away from the entire exchange here. The jungle is chasing them down with True Shot Aura, with Incarnation. If they can live these cooldowns on the side of the Abjured, they might qualify for the Gauntlet here. It's so much at stake. Can they manage to close it out? JWaz has no cooldowns left. Zozo, his barkskin is fading. He's got nothing left. Ascendance has been popped, but Nos is taking a huge swing of damage. Bubble lay on hands trades for Montage to save the day. High Mountain coming through, but Nos is taking so much damage here. I feel like he just needs to let Ronnie win the game for him. He's stuck in a clone, and things are not looking good here. Full Sleepwalk onto Montage as well. Nos has no buttons left. Montage has no buttons left. They might be able to do it, and I think they will. Huge swing of damage onto Nos, and Z-rated climbs back and ties it up 2-2. I feel like why are we sitting in the open the entire game here? Just face tanking the Hunter. What's going on?
It's the reverse of what was happening before with Zozo against the Chaos Bulls, and now Nos is tanking too many aim shots here. But Z-Rated, they're adapting, they're evolving, and they are overcoming. They are making up for their shortcomings. They're correcting their errors. They're not letting their past mistakes dictate their future. And now they're going to be moving into a Game 5 position. But it is still close throughout all of this, with multiple crowd control chains looking like it could be threatening and lethal towards Z-Rated. They tried to make an emergency measure by gaining across the map, but even after repositioning to the opposite side, Nos is positioning with his port in line of sight also. Like, even if he ports right now, he's just going to port right in line of the Hunter. So it seems like they're positioning portal placement. They felt maybe it's just overconfidence. He thinks like, I'm the Destro Lock, I get to control the open field. So he's putting his port like that and trying to control the space like that, but it just doesn't seem to be the case as he's falling behind in that position. Maybe it made sense because they still had bubbled lay, and he's thinking like, I'll just play aggressive, we can win the game. But it ends up coming back at him here in these final moments as he is unable to recover, and he gets disrupted too much. And this counter shot from JWaz was critical also because it just stopped the repens. That would have hit his dragon, and it also prevented him from healing for a global. So really good interrupt timing from JWaz in the final moments, and we got a series. We got a Game 5 here. It's not a free prediction win for Zico either.
Making me sweat right now. Making me sweat in my prediction.
Ben might pass you. You went the opposite direction. Ben might pass you here.
No, he's still far behind.
Sorry.
He's still far behind. We're chilling with that. But I feel like here, like, we dropped the gateway. We're looking for repentance. Like, we're playing so aggressive when the win con is obvious. It's just run Zagorn out of mana. Like, there's no reason to be at the pillar. We just teleport behind the pillar, and then we just chill there. And then when the Feral Druid comes in, we blast him. I think that was the actual play here. We got kicked at an unfortunate time. You know, that happens. We couldn't Demonic Circle as well. But, yeah, I feel like trading your own defensives or, damage in that position is unnecessary. But at the same time, it was a well-played game here from the Abjured. I think that, when you play like a long, drawn-out series like that, and it's, going the distance as well.
Oh, Blackrock cold.
I think we're getting fatigued, and I think we're swapping comp. And that's exactly what's happening. Big Damn tagged in.
Who would have thought that Big Damn and Ronnie would be on a roster together fighting to qualify for North America's AWC? Big Damn was just the solo shuffle aficionado. He had 30 enhancement shamans on the solo shuffle ladder last season. He signed up for an AWC with a roster, and he played Frosty K Enhance, and he beat Seadu's team. He signs up here in the last cup. He beats Seadu's team. So is this the Big Damn come up here on the Abjured? His team needs him most right now. If they win this game, they'll be in the gauntlet. Just one more game. They're putting all the chips on the table here with Ronnie and Big Damn teaming up together. The main advantage with this is they understand the synergy, how to enable Ronnie. After playing Enhance yourself, you'll know what you need to do as the Windwalker to set him up for success here. And this is going to be a very bursty game. A very, very, very bursty game from both sides. I don't think any prediction here is guaranteed to be correct because this is going to be the most volatile game of the day, likely, between these teams. And there's so much on the line right now.
Yeah, I mean, Big Damn being tagged in at the final hour. If they lose here, they are going to be knocked out. If the Abjured loses, they are being knocked out of the tournament, and they're going to have to play a tiebreaker for guaranteed gauntlet position. If they lose here, they are going to be knocked out. If the Abjured loses, they are being knocked out of the tournament, and they're going to have to play a tiebreaker for guaranteed gauntlet position. So for the Abjured, they want to just guarantee their gauntlet right now by winning this game right here. Big Damn on the Windwalker, playing F-tiers comp kind of with Ronnie and Montage. I mean, they have a good map for it. They can do a lot of work here with Ring of Peace. They can go into the room. They can put the Monk Port as well in the room and just TP out when the Hunter pops cooldowns, because Big Damn probably going to be the target a lot of this match. So they can do a lot of plays here. Question is, do they have it ready? It's match point. Somebody's going home.
Oh, Big Damn the target right off the rip. Multiple stuns. Montage recovers. No big trades just yet, but JWaz is blasting, man. He gets disarmed finally with the grapple. Ronnie goes for a Hex during the stun lock into a double blinding light. JWaz is isolated. They're trying to train down the Hunter. He's trying to get away and kite, and they're just all over him. Montage pre-sacks, but it looks like it's faded. Big Damn, what's he going to trade in this position? Is Montage sitting through crowd control? He's being greedy. Big spinning crane kick. It's so chaotic. Just health bars are yo-yos up and down constantly. Big Damn gets stunned. Aim shot set up here. Doesn't do too much damage just yet. Rapid fire for follow-up. He clashes back in to stay on target, but Ronnie's not able to get there. They swap on the Feral Druid Zozo for a moment. They touch Karma. He gets cloned on the Karma. This is really bad. It's the Aura Mastery also, so they're going to lose a lot of damage mitigation. Big Dam rolls to the pillar, ports back to his teammate, but now they're going to swap on Ronnie, who's left out, so Big Dam has to come back in the middle to support him as they're getting back onto the Hunter and getting prepared for the next trap. It's a scatter shot, grounding's down to prevent it, but they get the Sleepwalk. Where's the Tremor? They get the Tremor, they move it over. Zozo takes a huge hit. They grapple weapon during the scatter as well to stop the Hunter damage, but here comes another round of rapid fire. Big bloodlust. Big Dam gets cracked. He pops the diffused magic, and my eyes are just ping-ponging back and forth from left to right to try and track who's going to die in the next millisecond.
Yeah, it might be J-Walls. He's up to 40% HP, but at the same time, Big Dam is taking a lot of dam in this position. Ronnie's in a full cyclone. Big Dam is going to be in trouble. J-Walls pushes in. He finds the full freezing trap. Montage is going to shrink it out. Big Dam in trouble once again. Half HP, but Montage is free from the crowd control. He gets fake casted on his kick. Full cyclone by Zozo, making some MVP plays. Big Dam, what are you going to do? He's got no defensives right now. Montage trying to greed it here. I don't know if the greed is going to be good. It looks like it's going to pay off here for Montage, but still, Big Dam might just die right here, right now. Montage finally makes the trade with the lay on hands, but now Big Dam still just dying through everything. Huge spinning train kick, turning around onto J-Walls. He trades out the turtle. He trades out everything in his entire spell book. Survival of the fittest, War of Sacrifice, every button being traded with Big Dam now with no karma for 5 seconds. Needs to be careful. He ports out and then ports back in. Now turning it around onto Zozo. Zozo with the bark skin. Zozo with the incarnation. What are you going to do here, Big Dam? He's got the karma at least.
He's got karma. He's got karma. He's line of sighting. This is good line of sighting during the incarn. I'm glad that they pulled out from that. It was looking so dicey. Oh no, but there's a trap. He bubbles it. Is he going to bop him during the incarn? I think it'd be a good trade here. They have grapple weapon for the true shot. Scorpion Sting available after this Divine Shield. They haven't got any crowd control on Zagorn. They're just trying to run the Hunter down with damage. Zozo is looking for Cyclones. He gets put in a leg sweep. Here comes the Ascendants. They need to drop the Hunter now. They get the Paralyze onto the healer. Can they manage to do it? J-Waz uses Exhilaration. Abjured are so close to qualifying to the North American Grand Finals Gauntlet. Just one win. That's all they need. They're so close. A trap on the healer. Here comes a stun. Here comes a true shot. Rapid fire is incoming. Zagorn is there for the sleep. Big Dam could go down. He ports, but he can't karma. No one's nearby, and the Abjured are down. Z-Ray to take it and advance in the lower bracket. Zico is sad about the prediction there, but oh my god.
I'm happy about the gameplay, man. That was a sick CC chain. They got the Sleepwalk first onto Ronnie, and then they blinked in Obsidian Scale, Aura Mastery, Sleepwalked Montage, just completely isolating Big Dam on the Windwalker, and Big Dam not able to karma anyone here, unfortunately. Let's see it here towards the end. So they're going to trade out the Emerald Communion. They got big push. And then here is when, actually a little bit earlier, where Big Dam almost goes down as well. And Montage manages to save the day with the lay on hands. And then here, you got a full trap on the Montage. Look at Zagorn. Sleepwalk. Then he swaps it back onto the healer. And Ronnie just can't do anything. And then Big Dam ports away.
It's blasted.
Yeah, it just gets blasted. I wonder if he could have just, instead of porting, just spamming his karma onto somebody, or if they were all out of range right before that, right before it ended. Because after he ported, he had no one to karma, but I think before he ported, maybe.
We'll see here in a sec. So he's stunned. The Feral's right next to him. He's stunned again. He's probably thinking, like, I'm just dead, maybe. I don't know. No, I think
he could have karma there. He could have karma the Feral for sure.
Grappled and probably lived.
Yeah,
a little bit of a miscalculation.
Just karma ported
position, but it's just so much damage to deal with, and that means the Abjured, they have to go into a tiebreaker, which means if you're a fan of Wage Gapped, which we saw earlier in the day, we're gonna get the CEO going up against Willie here to qualify for North America's Grand Finals in the top 8 for the Gauntlet at the end of the day, I believe. We'll have to wait to confirm that 100%, but I think that's the intent. So they're not out of it. So if you're a fan of either team, they will have another chance in a tie-breaking match because they're currently both tied for 8th, and we only have one team because it can only be 8 between them. But this is a very exciting series, very fast-paced, very fun series. Z-Rated come out ahead here, so they will be locking in their spot for the top 4 for Championship Sunday tomorrow. So we have 2 more series. The first one is going to be Dire Wolves coming up here, and I feel like this is the best that the Dire Wolves have looked so far this season.
Yeah, could not agree more. And now they've got to go up against Cats and Dogs for the last series of the day. So I hope that they bring their aid game. They already had a pretty impressive series against Wage Gap earlier on in the beginning of the day, but like Supati says, we're going to have a tiebreaker at the end of the day after this next up series. So definitely make sure you are sticking around for that one. As you can see, here is the bracket that we've had. We started off with 8 teams. We've got one more series left in the day. Besides that tiebreaker, of course, so one more team to knock out of the tournament. One more team that will not be making it to Championship Sunday. Is it going to be Cats and Dogs, or is it going to be Dire Wolves?
Oof. It's a top 3.
Yeah.
It just top 3 qualifier right here. This is probably the biggest. Well, it's 2 of the biggest series of the day. We got the top 8 qualifier and the top 3 qualifier back to back right now. So if you're just tuning in,
God,
like we're probably going to a break pretty soon, but like this is not the time to miss out on these series because Cats and Dogs and Direwolves, they have been swinging at each other all season long, and this is the last chance they're going to get to slug it out to decide who's getting that top 3 spot, that cushy spot where you're guaranteed in the finals, guaranteed shot at the big money. You get to avoid the onslaught of the gauntlet and also the randomness of what the future might bring, because we don't know what's going to happen necessarily as far as meta evolution or if there's any changes or anything like that. So you would much rather have the cushy seat in 3rd place position. So this is a really good Saturday.
Yeah, that's very true. It's not like they're playing next weekend. They've got a lot of time to develop comps for, possibly new metas to come into play. But we can cross that bridge when we get there and talk about that later on. We're going to head to a break. Before we do that, though, we've got our first game of the day. It is.
Hey.
Yeah. Are you guys ready? It is Whose Spell? We're going to try and decipher whose spell it is, what spell it is, based on some limited. All right.
Okay.
Oh boy.
2.5 minute cooldown.
Okay, it's a shaman spell.
Great
It has
light cheesy. Sorry, I'm just seeing her
Like cheese.
sending us a
Great light
secret
cheese.
message.
Hey.
Oh boy.
2.5 minute cooldown.
Okay, it's a shaman spell.
Great
It has
light cheesy. Sorry, I'm just seeing her
Like cheese.
sending us a
Great light
secret
cheese.
message.
It's 2.5 minute cooldown. It has 1 charge. Say 1 charge unless it can have more than 1 charge, right?
It's a 2.5 minute cooldown on a shaman.
40-yard range.
What spec of shaman would have a 2.5 minute cooldown? I feel like it's gotta be a rest of
Lightning
shaman
chain?
ability.
Does it say lightning chain in the description?
Lightning.
Is it just chain lightning?
Greater elemental, like some type of greater
Oh
elemental.
yeah. Oh, okay.
Like greater earth or greater fire elemental.
Light.
We could say like summons a greater elemental, which
I'm pretty sure
makes you
2.5 minute
sandwiches
cooldowns, but
and
the
lights
one charge
cheese.
thing is throwing me off because I feel like Earth Ellie doesn't have charges and Fire Ellie doesn't have charges, so why would it have 1 charge?
I'm not sure. I don't really play too much shaman, so this one is interesting for sure.
Maybe we could see our choices.
Yeah.
Swiss.
Okay.
Elemental.
Oh,
it's fire elemental.
I
You
think it's
think?
fire. Yeah.
Okay.
If they put Earth Elemental, this would have been really hard, I think.
Yeah.
Yep.
Storm Elemental is... Well, actually, it could be Storm Elemental.
says
Wait, I
Swiss
take this back. Wait, I
Elemental,
take this
too.
back. I take this back. It could be Storm Elemental.
Does that make
Storm
sense?
Elemental is going
I
away
swear that
in
says lightning.
the next expansion.
Is it?
It is. Storm
R.I.P.
Elemental right now replaces Fire Elemental. This could be Storm Elemental.
What
I
is
was
wind
thinking Storm
elemental?
Elemental in Midnight. That's nothing. It doesn't exist. Swiss Elemental and Wind Elemental don't exist.
Okay, so it's a 50-50.
Swiss
going
Elemental
A.
is also misspelled, so I don't think it's that one. If the Swiss wasn't enough, the spelling definitely is going to kick it out of there. But it could be Storm. And now I don't know. But
I
I feel like
swear-
Storm.
Go ahead.
But what is this light? Because
That's
does
what
the
I'm
fire
saying.
elemental light anything? I think you could say like lightning charged something,
yeah,
you know?
lightning. I think
Yeah.
Storm
Sounds-
Elemental is right.
Yeah.
Storm Elemental sounds
Yeah,
right.
I think
'cause
it's
of
storm
lightning.
elemental. It sounds like there's some kind of sentence here with like, oh, someone's a great storm elemental that blasts
Lightning.
That
lightning
summons the
lightning
weather
chains that
Chains together or something.
serve cheese
Yeah.
or something.
Wait, no,
I
I
don't
think it's Storm. I think it's Storm.
All right.
I'm gonna go with storm as well.
A
Give it to us, production.
It's not Storm.
Ah, Sid,
Oh.
come on.
No, I think it's Storm. I think it's Storm.
All right.
I'm gonna go with storm as well.
A
Give it to us, production.
It's not Storm.
Ah, Sid, come on, bro.
Oh, this is a meme. They're memeing. They're memeing.
Oh, it
This
says
is a
greater
meme.
storm elemental.
Greater storm elemental. It's the
Okay.
Swiss elemental.
What are these? Did they make cheese icons?
Probably.
Let's see. I'm ready for it. Let's give us the icons. Okay, someone in production's hunting me, but I have no idea. Oh, okay.
I want to say C or A.
Wait, real?
Yeah, I don't think it's B. It's either no brightness or full brightness.
In that case, I'm going with C. A looks kind of fake, bro. I'm not gonna lie.
Could
Could be A though, actually.
I think it I think the
Shit.
greater version of it looks like colorful, and the not greater version looks. I don't even know. I'm gonna.
Why
go
is it so
C.
hard now all of a sudden, man?
I'm gonna say.
I'm going with D.
E mental is a.
Yes,
type of
I
cheese.
know.
Oh, it wasn't a spelling error.
Nah,
I'm making them look like they don't know how to spell, but it's a type of cheese.
Never heard of that in my
Yeah.
life.
What, really? They serve it at McDonald's.
A mental cheese?
Yeah.
Okay,
Never
apparently
heard of
they
it.
do in Sweden.
I'm making them look like they don't know how to spell, but it's a type of cheese.
Never heard of that in my
Yeah.
life.
What, really? They serve it at McDonald's.
A mental cheese?
Yeah.
Okay,
Never
apparently
heard of
they
it.
do in Swedish McDonald's. I've never seen that. We just have
I'm gonna
plastic
say
cheese
A.
in ours. A?
'Cause
Okay.
it's cheese, unlike you guys.
I
I think I'm
I'll
gonna
go-
lock in D on this one. I'm
I'll-
pretty sure
I'll
it's
do an A.
D. The real
Imagine if-
answer,
Maybe
What
the
if they
meme
hid the
answer.
real icon under the cheese?
I'm going with D.
Just,
But yeah, I'm gonna go with D. Final answer.
I'll go
I'm gonna say
C.
A. We're just hedging our bet. There's no way it's B.
It's gonna be B, but I'm going with
It's
D.
gonna be B.
Oh, let's
Oh, yeah,
go.
Nice, nice.
Okay,
I'm surprised it
alright.
wasn't D though.
Yeah, me too. All right, we got round 2.
Okay.
Something movement impairing
Alright.
when the effect ends.
Okay,
Just
something
anything.
prevents
2-minute
movement,
cooldown.
and then when the effect ends, they are slowed by 50% for 5 seconds. I don't know. Oh wait,
Slowed?
no, wait. This could be like Death's Advance, right?
No, it's too long of a cooldown.
Death
Is
Advance
it?
is in movement. Oh, I see.
Yeah, it gives you freedom for
Yeah.
movement impairing effects, and then doesn't it reduce something by 50% as
I
well?
want to say it's like
After? I don't know actually.
It increases your speed, yeah, and it can get you out of things.
I think 2 minutes cooldown is too long for that.
Okay.
Some type of
Uh,
sprint. So Paladin Charger.
Burrow.
It's not Burning Rush. Burning Rush has no cooldown. Blessing of Freedom is a way shorter cooldown than 2 minutes.
I think it's.
I think it's Burrow.
Yeah. What?
Escape Artist is 1 minute. Blessing of
Yeah.
Freedom is shorter than 2.
It's not
Escape
Escape
Artist is 1,
Artist.
and Burning Rush has no cooldown. It has to be B from Process of Elimination.
Okay, wait.
2 minutes.
I think it's.
I think it's Burrow.
Yeah. What?
Escape Artist is 1 minute. Blessing of
Yeah.
Freedom is shorter than 2.
It's not
Escape
Escape
Artist is 1,
Artist.
and Burning Rush has no cooldown. It has to be B from Process of Elimination.
Okay, wait. But what is Burrow 2 minute CD?
Yeah,
It
I
is,
think
right?
so. It's around that, at least.
But what does it have to do with movement impairing effects?
You're no longer
Is it-
impeded or something. Like you burrow and you're immune to them or something. You like go full speed
Uh-huh.
under the ground.
Oh, you're full speed under the ground, and when the effect ends, you erupt from the ground,
Knock them in the
dealing
air.
damage and knock. Yeah. It's probably Burrow.
I'm picking burrow just because it can't be anything else.
Yep. Oh, it increases your movement speed when you're under the ground. I didn't know that.
Removes movement. You get a
You
little
gotta get there with
sprint.
the program. Mole people. We're just pointed in you.
Nice.
Yeah, Dragonfly mole people. Oh
Ooh.
my god.
I've
Not an element. There's no way there's an elemental sticking out of the hole, right? In A.
I don't know.
Nah, there's
really
no
funny, though.
shot.
And it looks like the lines on D are drawn in like
it looks
dirt
like this-
lightning.
It looks like the storm elemental. They just copied it from the previous one. And
It does,
pasted it
yeah.
here.
D looks like
Nah.
the mole farted before going down the hole.
I feel like it's B.
I want to say it's C.
B or C.
I feel like
Isn't it
D
harder to
doesn't
draw
look bad.
clouds than delete
Oh.
clouds?
Yeah. You could delete them and
I'm
then
saying
just
C.
use your brush tool. I guess.
Wait. Am I cooking?
No, I'm saying C.
No, I'm not cooking. I'm not cooking, no man. But it looks like it feels like there's some similarities between D and B, right? Doesn't B look like D, but they just erased a bunch of stuff?
It looks like they like drew letters.
They
Like
just
those look like
switched the
numbers.
squiggles
I
up.
think it's C.
You think it's
I think it's
C?
C.
I think
I feel
it's
like
C.
I'm gonna go B.
Yes, chef. They did, right? I'm telling you, B and D are the same. They just erased some stuff in the middle. I swear. I think it's C. I don't think it's A. I don't think it's B or D because they both strike me as fake. It could be D, actually. It could be C or D.
There's no way it's the
There's
mole
no
farts
way.
in D. It's not the mole
All right.
farts. There's no way.
I'm going B.
Yeah, I'm-
Seeker,
I'm-
you're going C. Super T is going C. Let's see what it is.
All right. Knock it
C's
in.
color palette just looks
Eh?
better.
Oh,
It's not
what?
C's.
Wait, is it? Ah, yes,
Oh my god, Iazoni.
dude, I'm
Dude,
killing
what?
it.
How are you so good?
Well, doesn't it like knock up little like dirt particles in the actual animation on in the game?
I mean, it might. I don't.
Is what I'm
but
imagining.
What's going on with D then? Did they just take B and then just draw a bunch of stuff?
I don't think so. Yeah. That's what it looks like to me.
Might have had it in reverse.
Bro, they're basically Bob Ross drawing the clouds on C because those are nice clouds. I legit was like, that looks like Dragonflight
Right.
skyline. I was like, what? There's no way someone drew that. Like, it literally looks like the skyline in Dragonflight. Like, what? Got
Does look
Bob
nice.
Ross on the production team now so that we can't guess properly.
Yeah. All right, chat, let us know how you did in the meantime. We're going to be heading to a break. We've got 2 more series left in the day, and it's going to be an exciting couple of series. Cats and Dogs versus Dire Wolves, and then that tiebreaker, the Abjured versus Wage God. We'll be right back. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. Last series of the day here. Before we move into that tiebreaker, it is Cats and Dogs versus Dire Wolves. Only one team can make it to Championship Sunday. One of them, Ben Ricky, will be going home.
Sad, but it has to happen for our viewing pleasure. So Cats and Dogs will be going up against Dire Wolves. You'd think just based off their names, Dire Wolves would have a huge edge here, but Cats and Dogs, they've been looking really good this season. They had a great Cup 1, Cup 2. It's been back and forth between these two teams. Initially, in the first couple cups, it seemed like Dire Wolves had no answer for Cats and Dogs, but I'm not convinced that's the case today.
All right. What is your prediction then, Ben?
Let's just get into it. I mean, 3-0 Dire Wolves. I think, yeah.
Whoa!
Yeah. I think the assassination, I'm going to favor of them.
Okay. Now I know why production was asking about like if there was a typo or something here.
Yeah. Okay then. Super Tease, what is your prediction?
I'm on the same side, but I don't think it's 3-0. I think it's 3-2.
Okay. Yeah, that is also my prediction. I am 3-2 Dire Wolves. I had a hard time with this one. I think, Dire Wolves against this team have struggled
But you
a little
both
bit.
acted so surprised. Like,
because it's 3-0. I don't know if it's going to be a 3-0.
Chan thinks too. This is why they
Oh
were
my
saying,
gosh. Okay.
Yep.
What is chat at? Wait, what is the coin at?
What's the... Oh my god, they're in Dire Wolves' favor too. I mean, Dire Wolves have lost most of the time, it seems like, recently, so this is showing... I think it's like confidence from their earlier performance.
Ooh, D-Machine and Chan are split.
D-Machine, 3-1. All right, looks like D-Machine's the only one on the side of Cats and Dogs, and I feel like he does kind of tend to favor this team. I know that he's a fan of the compositions that they play. And so we'll see if they can pull it off here. But last series of the day, lower bracket, Dire Wolves want to make it to Championship Sunday just as much as Cats and Dogs. But who is going to come out alive? Who will we see Championship Sunday for the last one of the season? Cats and Dogs versus Dire Wolves, game number 1, Super Tees.
Not just Championship Sunday, but top 3 for the North American Grand Finals on the line in this series. The last time that they will get to go head-to-head, and Dire Wolves are relying on that Death Knight Assassination Rogue Holy Priest composition, which we have seen, Welcome to the Jung, just dominate Cats and Dogs 2 weeks in a row. But can they play at the same caliber as Welcome to the Jung to be able to close this out? Cats and Dogs anticipate this, so they go with the Boomkin in game number 1, but a sap has already been secured on both priests. Trill is chasing down Shards, but he's back into bear form. They're starting on Jax. They catch him in enemy territory. Mez gets gripped away from the engagement. Trill's trying to get onto the Boomkin. He gets bashed on his Garrote. Here comes the Incarnation. Force of Nature. Big setup on Trill. So it looks like Awaken and Shards. They're attacking the Rogue and pulling the Rogue out in the open, but Mez is not going to allow that to happen. He's gripping Shards into the fight. Trill is going after the healer. Cheap shots. Setting up with Garrotes as well. Both assassination in this matchup. Awaken into a blind trinket. Shards is low in game number 1 already. And it seems like Awaken is struggling. He's gouged with no trinket. Trill is setting up Mez for success.
Yeah, I like this, though. I honestly, I feel like Awaken on the Void Weaver, it's looked really good, and it's been difficult for Dire Wolves to deal with. So, beautiful grip on the grip there by Awaken. Sea-Doo now getting swapped to. Needs to be careful. He's getting dropped. Mez is low. Double Garrote. Great pressure here for Cats and Dogs. This is looking like an entirely different matchup, and the extra damage from that Void Weaver is looking really good. Trill is struggling to find damage in this matchup. He's actually getting out-damaged by Awaken so far in this game. So, Dire Wolves, they really need to synergize their damage. And also shut down Awaken as much as possible on that Void Weaver.
Garrote's on Awaken. Jax into fear. Cheap shot for follow-up. Cheap shot swap on Jax. Mez is still going after the Boomkin. I think this is smart. Mez can basically solo a Boomkin, so Trill can get bleeds on multiple targets, disrupt the healer, and then kind of swap back to Shards to get bleeds up to help Mez. They are focusing down Shards now. Here comes the Death Mark. Big pressure incoming, but Awaken's already in the sky with the ultimate penitence denying it. Jax is going after Sea-Doo in the backline. Anti-Magic Zone comes down. He gets booped out for a moment, but he's immediately back inside. He's garroted here by Jax. Big pressure from Jax. Look at the damage. Smoke Bomb comes down. Mez ducks out of it with the Icebound Fortitude. Sea-Doo tries to fade the Cyclones. Shards fakes the kicks. He gets the Cyclone over onto the Death Knight. Jax in a cheap shot. Trill is rotting down. Sea-Doo's Prayer of Mending's going to start bouncing. Jax is going after Sea-Doo. He smells blood in the water, but he gets feared on his re-stealth. And now Shards is isolated with the Garrotes coming in onto Awaken. Awaken fades away from the kidney shot, trying to anticipate it, and he fears Trill. And now he's hammering down Void Blast. Does Trill have a kidney shot for Awaken or not here? Because if he gets spam casted Void Blast here, it's going to be dangerous for Mez. Mez gets gripped back to the pillar. Jax gouges Sea-Doo, setting up for damage here into the kidney shot. Whole team's going to start rotting. Shards gets blinded. He gets gripped away from the go. Mez's anti-magic shield is getting shredded. They blind Sea-Doo. He's trying to run, but he runs into a wall. Mez is in trouble. He's just dying to dots. It's so much pressure. The Garrotes from Jax are looking lethal right now. Sea-Doo void shifts at a critical moment. They drop the smoke bomb. They catch Jax with no trinket. Trill with an excellent punish. They asphyxiate Awaken, but they haven't even gotten a pain suppression from Awaken yet, at almost the 3-minute mark.
Yeah, they just have not had that pressure on Awaken that we are used to seeing. Full blind now goes out. He sits that comfortably. I mean, Shards and Jax are both at full health at this point of the game. Awaken has great mana. Trill goes in for a gouge, trying to set up his team, but he gets feared away. It's going to be lethal. Here comes the Garrote. Trill shadow steps over, gets the silence on Shards. Nice grip there by Mez, but he gets feared away. Awaken now goes for a cast. Oh no, a 2-second kidney shot onto Awaken into a Garrote. But I think Shards should be able to survive here. Awaken just needs to get some casts off. Should be okay. Here comes the Mind Blast, the Void Blast, and Shards will likely get topped off. Jax is just sitting on top of Sea-Doo, making sure he's fully bled up, landing kidney shots, and just kind of allowing Shards and Awaken to develop pressure on the DPS.
I think it's good because he also doesn't get dotted by Trill. He's by playing max range, and it limits his energy recuperation. We see the Garrote's incoming onto Awaken right now from Trill. Does he have a kidney shot? Doesn't look like it. Awaken fades. Trill steps over to Shards. Mez is in trouble. Big death strikes with that Guardian Spirit. Is amplifying his healing quite a lot. As we see the Void Weaver window from Awaken really tearing in at the moment. Sea-Doo gets caught in a Cyclone. That could be devastating. If Trill's the target, they catch him in a cheap shot. Jax pops the death mark. How is Trill going to respond to this? So far, just trading nothing. We see another Void Weaver window. Awaken fades the grip as he's gripped into the clutches of Mez, but he's just free casting Void Blasts in melee range. It's so much damage on Mez right now. Charge is trying to reposition away from Awaken and give him some distance to heal. Cats and Dogs, I think they have a good strategy. If they can somehow hold out into the late game and just keep their damage maximized, I could see this working for them.
Yeah, I really like the adaptation here for Cats and Dogs of Void Weaver once again. With the Balance Druid, this is looking a lot better. Void Blast coming in onto Mez, and there's just such a, look at how much range Awaken has. I think he needs to get gripped in a little bit more. I don't know. They somehow need to get Awaken and Shards closer together to allow Trill to get out multiple stuns and multiple Garrotes and interrupts onto Awaken. Otherwise, I just don't know how they're going to end up winning this game. Full kidney shot now onto Sea-Doo. Cheap shots going out onto Awaken. Both teams engaging crowd control. Full stun lock here onto Mez, but he's just out of line of sight, so they're not able to do any damage. Smoke bomb dropping now. Big setup here on Trill. Trill could be in trouble. Trades the Cloak of Shadows, and big Garrote's coming out here from Jax once again. But that was a great push. I really like that smoke bomb play on Trill.
Oh, they're there on top of Shards again with a kidney shot. He bark skins right away. Asphyxiate. They don't care. They're trying to kill him through bark skin. It's unlikely unless Mez gets some big hits with that Abomination. He is kind of getting big hits right here. Shards in trouble. Awaken pain suppresses. Mez grips in for a double blind. Sea-Doo sitting through a root beam at the moment. They're into a kidney shot. It's a good crowd control. And Sea-Doo's actually not a gnome. So they can actually abuse root beam. I feel like Cats and Dogs should win this. It seems like they can do a remarkable amount of damage. Root beam is threatening. Mez will eventually die in dampening. I think Cats and Dogs have a great strategy here for game one. They're so far ahead on cooldowns. They're ahead on mana. And now that I feel like they've realized they can get full root beams because Sea-Doo's not a gnome and there's no way for him to get out of it, that's just a clear win condition. Sea-Doo was trying to chase Awaken for a fear, but Awaken's repositioning and avoiding it. Free casting Void Blast now here onto Trill. Sea-Doo's just out in the middle of the map. And Shards might try and clone him if he stays here. He's just trying to stay with his team. He's repositioning out of range of Shards as they're just kind of stacked up on each other doing maximum damage, trying to drag this game into being a mana fight against the Direwolves.
Awaken is just doing so much damage. It's unbelievable. I mean, he's literally out-damaging both rogues in the game. Mez is just getting blasted, forced into his anti-magic zone. Protection of that damage reduction, but the Garrote silences come in. Mez is in trouble. He grips, potentially looking for a blind. Awaken fades it into a full kidney shot. They are changing their tactic. They're going after Awaken, but it might be too little, too late. Sea-Doo triggers out of the Root Solar Beam. Cheap shot onto Shards to slow down the Cyclone. Sea-Doo fades it, but this all-in on Awaken could work. He's so low, he gets interrupted.
No way.
Oh, no way. Direwolves, they might be able to turn this around, just going after the Void Weaver. Gouge onto Awaken. Flash heals coming in. Void Blast after Void Blast. They need to interrupt it, but they just can't find it. I think Awaken's going to be able to top.
Life swap?
Ease the phase shift to get away. Mez is in danger. The smoke bomb drops down, and Awaken seems to have survived for now, but still with very limited cooldowns.
Mez. Sea-Doo gets into Angel with the last second at the end of the blind, but he's just dead. He's just dead, and Cats and Dogs come out of the blind pick with a completely different strategy, a completely different line of play, and it looks magnificent from them. Shards top of the meter on the Boomkin. Jackson Awaken on Mez's heels here. And Trill falling to the bottom of the meter, which is not very often that we see Trill in that position. And Cats and Dogs, they did their homework. They've seen this composition enough times, and they said, we've had enough. We have a different strategy. We'll meet assassination with assassination. And Jax gets a tremendous amount of pressure up, sets up the team. Shards does a great job kiting around the map, limiting damage. Awaken does what Awaken does best, which is press his Void Blast button as hard as possible throughout the game. And I definitely think if Sidu's team plays this matchup again, Sidu is going to be going to Gnome because having to blow your trinket on a root beam is just so bad.
I also, I mean, if I could throw some criticism Direwolves way, I feel like they tried to play this matchup similar to how they saw Welcome to the Jung play it, but it's different because it's a Void Weaver. So I at the end of the game, it felt like, okay, they're figuring it out. They can just go after the Void Weaver, and this is where they had the most pressure in the game, but it took them 6.5 minutes to even look at Awaken and try to take him down, even though that was like the moment where they had the most damage. So I feel like Direwolves, they can adjust their strategy for a potential win here, but it's just too little too late. At this point, you've already burned through so many cooldowns. I think they played this game a little bit too passive, and unfortunately for them, Awaken was just able to pop off, like literally a third DPS for the team.
Oh, the Direwolves, they need to make something happen here because this is different. The Cats and Dogs did not play this matchup, like you said, into Welcome to the Jung, so they can't play the same way that Welcome to the Jung did and still find victory. They're going to have to make some adjustments here. Maybe they doubt themselves and they start playing other comps, because that's happened before where they lose as this and they're like, all right, we just play something different, and then they just get smashed for the rest of the series. So we'll have to wait and see if they can come up with something. Winning the blind pick is very important here, as it's going to give you that comp knowledge moving into a potential game number 5. It was a 7-minute game, very long, grueling match, but at the end they just got outperformed on multiple aspects. Only a little bit of a sign of life when they swapped to the healer for a moment. Maybe the healer swaps earlier on could pay off for them, especially because they're kind of leaving, you know, Jax is all on his own in the corner, right? So with Sidu, so Mez and Trill can kind of just go after Awaken the same way and try and turn it into a kind of like a healer race at that point. I do think the DK Rogue's going to win that if they can set that up. They're locking in the small map. I can't imagine they would change comp too dramatically, if at all. Okay, they are going to change. They are going to change. Sidu's coming in on Shaman. Trill's coming in on Demon Hunter. It's time to go mains. This is go time. Let's make it happen. Direwolves looked so good in their earlier series playing mains, so this could be a wise move. And they're not confident in their play with the composition. Just because that comp worked for Jung, it's not working for us. So they're gonna find their own way here in the series. It looks like.
You think they're changing too much though? Like,
yeah, I don't know. That's what I was saying. I just
think it's
they did this in a couple of
thing?
other series where they like lose and they're like, nah, just switch. Like let's just play mains. And I think Sidu has had the best game on Resto Shaman so far. Like I feel like that might have been one of his best games of all time in that last series in game number 5 with Sam and Trill. Just his static field usage, the hexes, his positioning, like his pre-tremors, his anticipation. So to me, I think this makes sense to get Sidu on the Shaman in this type of matchup. And this is going to be a lot of pressure for a Boomkin. Like Demon Hunter DK is very scary to deal with as a Boomkin. It's one of the hardest comps to get attacked by.
Yeah. I do wonder what they will do. Jack's doing an excellent job on the Assassination Rogue. He's been a playmaker for the team. Very solid rogue. Been around for such a long time as well. I mean, I think this guy's been playing Arena since the Burning Crusade. It's cool to see him actually lock into the AWC with his team and actually have such a deep run, taking game number 1 against Direwolves. And remember, I mean, you mentioned it said, I think this is for top 3, right? Like the winner of this.
Yep.
Yeah, the winner of this gets top 3.
Yeah, you're guaranteed in the North American Grand Finals. Loser is going to be likely the final boss of the gauntlet, which means you'll beat whoever crawls from the bottom of its depths, which is still risky because you don't know what the state of the game's going to be and what the meta's going to be and where you're going to be at and how much they're going to practice in between now and then. So you definitely want to just lock your spot in right now, and then you also know like who your competition's going to be, because that sometimes you might think like being at the bottom of the gauntlet is a disadvantage, but the top team also has to prepare for any team because they don't know who's going to come out from the top. So like being at the top isn't necessarily an advantage in that regard if the meta shifts whatsoever into the future. Charge playing a very standard build of Boomkin here. I don't see anything that's like too out of the ordinary for him. Opting for the Heart of the Wild. Get that extra defense in the opener. I think it's good for him, especially with how long the game is, because he's going to be getting 2 of those if he uses it on like the first set of cooldowns. It'll make his bear form a lot more durable for that initial exchange, that it can be quite scary. So he's opting for that kind of all-in cooldown as opposed to the kind of absorb shield during your bark skin that he's not going for in this exchange. But it's game number 2. Direwolves are switching gears. They're going to play the game their way. They're not going to do what Welcome to the Jung have been doing in this matchup. And let's see if it works out. On paper, I think it makes sense. I think Demon Hunter DK is very scary. Sidu has been looking flawless on Shaman. So this is going to be a tough one for Cats and Dogs, I think.
I am very... Ooh. Wait, that's really interesting. Trill is playing Fellsguard?
Yeah, I said that earlier too. And he was doing top damage and beating the survival hunters. I was like, is MVQ gonna copy him?
That's interesting. Fellsguard is like basically you do infinite damage during your metamorphosis. It like supercharges your metamorphosis for extra damage. So Trill's gonna be looking for those all-in moments, and that's one of the things about Trill that's so great is he is willing to play different specializations. He doesn't care what everyone else is playing. He's just gonna do his own thing, and we'll see if it works out for them in this game.
They're going after Awaken, it looks like, at the start of the game, so not going after the Boomkin like I thought they would. They get the stun into the Strangulate, but it's already pain suppressed, so Awaken's going to reposition. He's playing Void Elf, Void Weaver, so fully embracing the Void here. He tries to teleport away, but he just gets gripped right back into the fight. He's trying to just spam cast, and I think that's a wise move as a Disc Priest. Like, you're not going to just kind of like kite away from them. You have to stand your ground. They're swapping to Sea-Doo in the back line. He pops his Astral Shift. Is he going to get dunked on? Looks like he should be able to survive with that. He's been one of the most difficult healers to kill that I've observed so far from the season, so they're going to give up that pursuit for now. They stun Awaken once again. Good cap totem from Sea-Doo. It's Sea-Doo's job to play goalie. He has to block Cyclones from the Boomkin while also staying alive if they're going to race down after him. So I'm watching Sea-Doo and his ability to stop Cyclones, but they get him caught in a kidney shot again. They imprison a Boomy during the kidney shot. That's good awareness from Trill. They also use Anti-Magic Shield to guarantee Sea-Doo's safety here as he thunderstorms Jax away. He pops his Spirit Walker's Grace. They strangulate Awaken into a full stun. That gets his trinket. They're trying to reposition in a spot where the clones can be more valuable, but if Direwolves can actually stay on target here, Awaken's running out of options pretty quickly. He's going to take Ultimate Penitence to the sky. Big Penance isn't coming down on Sea-Doo, but Jax is just Chains of Ice. Sea-Doo can just press Ghost Wolf at any time here and avoid Jax pretty easily. Jax is still like the Terminator walking towards Sea-Doo, like the raid boss in Tempest Keep right now, just trying to get a kidney. Oh, and he got gripped. Jax, you might have to give up on RP walking to Sea-Doo right now because he's losing so much uptime. He finally gets there. Oh, so Shards moved in line of sight so Jax could Shadow Step to him. And now they might kill Sea-Doo as a result. That was a crazy move by Shards and Jax. They get the Ascendance, but Mez is there to play goalie, protecting Sea-Doo from their attacks. And they're just trading off on who's playing goalie to stop damage or Cyclones. So Shards fakes a kick. They drop the grounding totem. Shards goes for another clone. You get Sea-Doo. Who's the target here? It looks like Mez maybe, or Trill. Awakens in a Strangulate, but he pre-paint suppresses. So he's rotated through a paint sub. Then he rotates through his trinket, so he'll get his trinket again for the next go. And then the cooldown reduction will give him another paint suppression. So Awaken has gotten a really good cooldown rotation here. You can keep this game going for a while. Sea-Doo gets set up on again. It's unlikely he's going to go down here, and it seems seemingly just a healer race right now. Shards and Jax, they make swaps. They're not just training the healer, but Mez and Trill are just gas pedal to the floor. But Awaken is playing, in my mind, a flawless game as far as cooldowns. Look at this. Perfect timing to have his paints up again. Perfect timing to have his trinket again. He's always going to have something to trade.
Yeah, but Trill has the Metamorphosis coming up, and that is a huge pop for him having that Fellsguard specialization. I think Awaken's going to be in a lot of trouble. The Double Fear comes in. Cheap shots on Trill. Big setup here on the Mez, but it looks like Sea-Doo is there to deflect the attack, grounding a lot of damage. Here comes the Lightning Lasso when they are all in on Awaken. Metamorphosis still available, and that Strangulate is going to be lethal, but Mez just has to hold on. Direwolves, if they can hold on just a little bit longer, I think that they can win this game. Awaken's in trouble. He gets Strangulated. He trinkets into a stun. Pain suppression likely to trade, and Trill is getting aggressive. Here comes the Metamorphosis. They are all in on Awaken. Let's see if he can survive. Jax is dying, but they're going for some counter setups here. Smoke Bomb comes down. Looks like Mez is just going to get cloned up, and Gats and Dogs right now are desperately trying to survive.
Awaken tanks a kick. Oh my god, here comes the big sigil. Trill is maxed out here, but he spent all of his Fell Surge charges, so his burst is going to be limited here. He's trying to stay on target. He's also not playing the Essence Break, so this is a completely unique build to Trill's Demon Hunter. Something that if it ends up working for him, you might want to steal from the GCD TV gear checker because this is completely unique. They catch him in a kick. He could be in trouble. Drops the barrier, trying to buy time. The Strangulate into a stun. Surely it will close out the game, but no, he does it too early. He strangulates into the barrier too soon, Executus. He survives. He gets a Double Fear. The clone Sea-Doo pre-walls the kidney shot. Jax is holding that in anticipation. They have Incarn, Trent, and Kingsbane. That's a big one-tap with no Astral Shift. There's no IBF. They might switch on DK. They have a lot of options right now. They're going Death Knight for now. When is Jax going to commit it? The Trents are down. Where's the Incarn? Shards gets gripped in. He jumps back. Another clone comes through. Double stun. Awaken's in trouble. Void Shift. Last line of defense here. Thankfully, because Mez, you strangulated earlier, he doesn't have to worry about it. He fakes the Mind Freeze. Awaken is free casting right now on Mez, ramping up damage for his team to make a swap at any moment. Mez goes for a grip. It doesn't look like it connects there. Shards is repositioning away. Here comes another I-Beam window for Trill. Awaken seems fine, though. Mez is in trouble. It's game number 2. Direwolves are running out of time. Blind triggered instantly. Do they gouge it or something on the trinket here? Mez is just dying. That gets knocked into darkness for a moment. They drop Anti-Magic Zone as well, and they still have Kingsbane. They're still sitting on a huge amount of damage from Jax at any moment.
Yeah, Awaken is doing a great job in this game. He lands the double fear once again, looking for a flash heal, gets the precognition, has trinket, has pain suppression. Cats and dogs, the only thing that's going bad for them right now is they don't have a lot of mana. So if Direwolves can just hold on for another metamorphosis that's coming up in about 8 seconds, they might be able to just push Awaken over the edge. Dampening is getting higher and higher. Sea-Doo going for a lightning lasso. Jax gets gripped away, unfortunately. Trinkets, so he's trying to get there. They want to go after Sea-Doo, but he's in Ghost Wolf. Can they keep him alive? Anti-magic shot gets absolutely shredded, and Sea-Doo might fall. Spirit Link comes down. It looks like he will be able to survive with that. And now we really need to see Trill and Mez get aggressive. The metamorphosis is available. They have to take down Awaken. Sea-Doo is super vulnerable.
All right, here's the I-beam leading into it. Trill's going to have a lot of Fell Surge charges. He trinkets to go for the kick. They fear his cast. Awaken's getting overwhelmed. He's dying through pain suppression. He gets the Void Shift off. Ultimate Penitence. If he gets the cast, he will recover. Awaken gets the cast off. He survives long enough. And here's the kidney shot. Trill in trouble. Nether Walk available. He's going to vengeful retreat and try and kite away, but he's taking so much damage. He's so greedy. Sitting through this, they get away with it. Sea-Doo gets a huge heal. Trill is back in the fight, but Incarnation's coming up for shards in just a couple of seconds. His Force of Nature as well. Jax has Cloak. He go for a Cloak all in. He kicks the Lightning Lasso, but shards is just dead. He's got Renewal. He pops it, but Dampening is high. Trill's all over him. He stuns him in bear form. Awaken is stacked up, and he gets stunned. Big I-beam. They bash the I-beam. Beautiful I-beam, but the Strangulate is there. Awaken gets a fear. They're trying to buy time. They're going after Trill. They get the Nether Walk, and Jax is going after Sea-Doo in the back line. They reposition. I don't think Sea-Doo is going to go down, but they get the double Garrote. Sea-Doo is sitting through them. Trill. He has Nature Swiftness. Everyone is dying. He gets a big heal off. Gets an Ascendance proc that's going to stabilize Sea-Doo's team. Shards now needs to be careful. He needs to get out of there. Is he going to be able to? Here comes another I-beam. Trill is fell infused and ready to smash in game number 2. If Sea-Doo does some damage here, I think Shards is going to die. Just a couple Flame Shock Lava Burst here at this point, but Trill has no trinket as well. Shards gets gripped on the stun, gets gripped right back by Mez. Awaken's in prison. He can't grip again. He's dying through Barkskin, deep and dampening. Sea-Doo gets sapped by Jax, and Trill's in trouble. He's in a cheap shot. Sea-Doo trinkets late into his Solar Beam. Sea-Doo sprints out of it, but the Smoke Bomb's down. Trill jumps out. Sea-Doo gets garroted. The Smoke Bomb stacks him up for an AoE garrote. Can they manage to close this out? Because they really do not have a lot left here. Full stun onto Awaken from Trill. Shards fakes a kick and clones Mez, but then he gets kicked by Trill. Huge heal comes in. Pain suppression comes up in 1 second. Sea-Doo gets knocked back. It is coming down to the absolute wire between these behemoths for the top 3.
Pain suppression trades, but Shards may have ran out of time. Awaken basically has no mana left. Direwolves, they have the lead, but can they stay alive? Big lightning lasso here onto Jax. He immediately trinkets and uses the evasion. Does not want Awaken to basically have to commit any kind of defensive cooldowns or resources to keep him alive. He has a vanish, so he's got empowered Garrotes. He's got a lot of damage. Might have to use it to peel as Shards is getting lower and lower. Metamorphosis here available for Trill once again. The 4th metamorphosis of the game. Strangulate is here, and I think Direwolves might be able to win if they could just stay on target.
Barkskin, bro, he's got to do it. He's Strangulate Barkskin. He's got Renewal. Get into bear form as soon as possible. He Ice Bounce for the win. Mez knows that they have this in the bag. He lands a kick into a triple cap stun from Sea-Doo, and Renewal does nothing this deep into dampening. Shards is being overwhelmed. Sea-Doo's on top of him. Just do some damage, Sea-Doo, at this point. They're all dead. Everybody is dead. Awakens in an prison, and Jax is going to get dunked. Direwolves have done it. They will tie things up 1-1.
I mean, I didn't think we were going 8 minutes on this map with these comps. 8 minutes, really? All right. That was a long game. Both these teams fought extremely well. Direwolves ended up winning the long game with a beautiful swap onto Jax. And a lot of that is off a nice lightning lasso play a little bit earlier on in the game. Sea-Doo was able to get a lightning lasso onto Jax. He was forced to trade out the trinket and the evasion to stay alive, but there was a few close calls in this match. Trill barely holding on. He had good kiting, playing a very interesting build, using multiple charges of Immolate and just kind of burning down the entire enemy team every single time he uses that metamorphosis. But here's the final moments of the match where Jax just, I mean, they played a good game. Cats and dogs, they went the distance. Awaken used all of his tools, all of his mana, but ultimately Direwolf's composition just has a little bit more longevity and lasting power if it gets this deep into the game.
All right. I mean, big map, though. I feel like Awakened, he played such a good game in terms of defensive rotation. He never panicked, always had something to trade. I feel like he's like so improved right from the start of the season. Like Cats and Dogs come off from the ladder. I think a 3-player roster. I've never seen a 4th player from them. 3-player roster coming in off the ladder, and they're just 2 wins away from getting into the top 3 for North America. looking to try and make a Cinderella story. And I feel like they're so improved. They're flexing their strategies, making it work. They're not just running the one-trick builds with the Subtlety Destro. They can flex in with a Boomkin as well, taking it to the Dire Wolves deep into like an 8-minute, 9-minute game here towards the end. And just Sea-Doo is just like a brick wall. He just does not die. Like, I've seen shamans die to assassination rogues, but it's never been Sea-Doo. It's every other shaman, but Sea-Doo will be the last shaman to fall when it comes down to it. And he's had so many years of train the blue, and that used to be the meta, that he just seems like a brick wall now when shaman is even more tanky than it was in the past. Drill's build looks really good in this comp because it gives what the comp doesn't have, which is lethality and kind of like a game-winning threat, whereas the other build is not as punchy. But we're going to be going to game number 3, and it means this is map selection now for Jax's team. And I feel like if it's a Demon Hunter, maybe you switch to Destro Subtlety.
Yeah, I really wouldn't mind that. Looks like that's exactly what Dire Wolves is going to lead with. It's going to be a big map. No real surprise there. And Cats and Dogs, they have some choices. They could play the Destro Warlock, which is kind of the main composition they're known for with the Subtlety Rogue. They could stick with a Balance Druid and just switch up the Rogue specialization. I did like the amount of pressure that was on Sea-Doo, but I mean, we talked about Sea-Doo doing a great job surviving. He did, but Mez also backed him up in a huge way. I mean, just the off chains of ice, you know, partnered with the Ghost Wolf makes it so hard for Jax to actually stay on target. Is a really limited window. And that's the nice thing for Mez too, is like the Priest is so immobile that he doesn't really have to use his grips offensively. He can use them purely defensively in this matchup, which is big for Dire Wolves.
All right, good teamwork here on the side of Dire Wolves. Cats and Dogs taking their time. They know where they're fighting, Toblerone Arena, and they know what's coming their way, and they're going to stay the same. This is their swing match. This is where they can guarantee an advantage, and they think this is going to be the most advantageous option. But in the past, historically, we've seen Subtlety Rogue be very difficult for Demon Hunter. So I'm a bit surprised that they wouldn't make at least that adaptation as to whether or not what caster is the best. I feel like Boomkin doesn't really deal with Demon Hunter DK too well. Probably Destro doesn't deal with it too well. But the Rogue spec choice is very interesting. And it could be an opening here, as both teams are not backing down, locking in the same composition. There's the Trill build as he's focusing on the Fell Scarred, which is a big window of time. Basically, when you go into Metamorphosis, whether it's through I-Beam or it's manual activation, all of your main core rotation abilities will also cause you to explode in Fell Surge energy, and it does a bunch of damage in that burst window. And it is really fun. It's my favorite build for Demon Hunter, but it wasn't really viable for a lot of the expansion. So Trill pulling this out in the last patch. It's always Trill finding something, man. He'll find an embellishment that is literally throwing a snowball at someone that randomly does 10% of your damage in some patches that no one else knew about, and he will sneak that in at the last second. So this is very cool to see. Players still experimenting. A lot of players are a lot more just like hard-headed, and like they're just like, no, this is what we've played. This has to be the best, and they like refuse to try anything else. But for the players who are willing to be creative and step into the unknown every now and then, it ends up paying off. So here we go. It's the swing match. Can Dire Wolves take it back? It's a battle for top 3 in North America's grand finals. Who is going to do it? It's the last time they will face head-to-head, and it's been back and forth week after week between these teams. Cats and Dogs straight from the ladder, built their team from the streets, and the Dire Wolves, they've been the longest standing roster in AWC history. So can the new blood, the newcomers, steal that 3rd place position?
We'll have to wait and see. It was a very close game, even on a small map. So I am a little bit worried for Dire Wolves here, but I also feel like Dire Wolves could have done their all-in a little bit better. There was moments where, you know, Waken didn't have a trinket, and I think if they were a little bit more patient, comboing the stun with the Strangulate, they might have had a better option to actually go for a win. See, Mez, does it even show that he's playing Strangulate this game? Did he change his build?
He's playing Dark Sim, so he wants to steal Cyclones. Okay. So that means they're not going to kill Priest, though. They're going to go Boomkin. They're going to steal Cyclones, and they're going to try and CC Priest, I think. That could work. I feel like Boomkin is very fragile, but you have to CC the Priest, and this is probably a hard map to CC the Priest on. Mez is already just in anti-magic zone. They broke anti-magic zone. They're cutting him down through every cooldown. Here comes the I-Beam. Trill is setting up. That's going to activate. You see all those green explosions, but Cedar's dead. He's just dying to Jax in the corner right now. They grip Jax off. He manages to survive, and now Shards fakes a kick. Cyclones are coming. Sea-Doo grounds it. They kill the grounding. Cyclone attempt number 2. Gonna hit Mez. Does he trinket it? It doesn't look like he's going to. Jax goes for a vanish, another swap on Sea-Doo. He's going to be fine, though. They don't have stun DR for a little bit. Shards is in trouble. He's taking a lot of damage. They're trying to exploit that Boomkin weakness in the matchup, but if Awakened isn't controlled, he'll take 0 damage. And so far, look at where Awakened is. Finally, he's gripped into the fight, but he fades. And he's also running the Void Elf, so he can teleport when he gets gripped, which I think is a great adaptation on his part, realizing that getting distance from the cleave is going to be important in the matchup, even if he can only do it every 3 minutes.
Another thing about the Void Elf that's very nice is you have no pushback. So when you're being strained by 2
really
melee, it actually really helps out. Mez getting blasted, forced to trade out his trinket. This is not what you want. And I do wonder if Direwolves had the thought, like, we got Awaken out of mana. Like, we won the long game. Maybe we do just slow it down. We play for Dark Sim, but I don't know if that works, because one of the ways you get a Void Weaver out of mana is by forcing them to cast things other than Void Blast. But if you're not attacking them, they don't have to do that. And you can see Awaken's mana is looking very good. Mez might just outright die. He's getting absolutely destroyed. Big Garrote's coming in, and cats and dogs are looking to punish. Luckily, Mez is able to survive, but what an offensive push. And I mean, just look at Awaken. I just feel like this is the big mistake. Just letting him free cast like this. I mean, he gets the Cyclone, but Shards is going to get topped off by this massive explosion of damage. Everyone's full health, and I feel like Direwolves needs to just, honestly, like, dumb it down. Just go after the healer.
I mean, they've committed to this strat. They want to Dark Sim clones. They want to CC the Priest, but it's just not working on the map. They're not giving them any opportunity, and they're just falling more and more behind as Awakened is continuing to ramp up damage. Like, Mez is on the bottom of the meter. Like, how Mez and Trill, like, the lords of damage on these cleave classes, and just Awaken's having a field day on this map right now. Shards gets gripped away. Mez is chasing him down. They're stacking him up. Fade. Nice fade there on the stun, anticipating Trill's crowd control, but he was patient. He waits for it. They grip Awakened into a blind. Looks like he was able to death it or avoid it. He's free casting. They blind the Shaman. Mez in trouble. Sea-Doo sits through the blind. There's no way you're sitting through a sap, man. There's no way he's going to get punished. He trinkets late. He gets feared on his trinket. Kill the Link. Can they kill the Link? Sea-Doo can't get inside. He's corroded with no trinket. Mez is critically low, but he's in the darkness. And I think he will recover here in a moment, but it cost a lot. It was very scary. Almost game over for them. Now here's the death mark. Incarn's coming up in a couple of seconds. Shards is jumping away and ramping up for a big push. He just needs to stabilize, and then Mez is going to be in trouble. Mez has to run. He knows he's getting baited by Shards here into the middle of the map. Mez is not falling for the bait. Direwolves will retreat.
Yeah, I think this is good. They just need a moment to breathe. However, if Awaken sits down for a drink, that is not good, because that's a big part of their win condition. I think Awaken, if he positions far enough away, doesn't even seem like he's really going to be going for it right now. Just trying to keep up his atonements on Jax, on Shards, and yeah, get those casts off as soon as possible. You see, as soon as Trill's there's a Mind Blast, there's a Void Blast. Awaken doing what you should. Target the pets, just blast the pets, hit anything you can, and you're basically going to be doing infinite healing. But Jax, grip behind the pillar once again. Beautiful lightning lasso here by the side of Direwolves. Can they cheese a win? Jax doesn't panic, holds onto his trinket, evasion, and Cloak of Shadows. Realizing he's the one that got all in game number 2, so needs to be very careful.
Anti-Mag Shield on Trill on the kidney. Garrote's on Sea-Doo. Just pinned at the pillar, but this Rogue is having so much fun at the pillar right now. Just bleeding 3 targets, spamming Fan of Knives, getting Crimson Tempest off probably. Just look at this. So much damage is going to be incoming from Jax if they keep this position. He doesn't want to go too deep, though, and get stunned behind here. So he's poking in, getting bleeds, combo points, keeping Crippling Poison up. They're so snared. They can't leave the pillar. They're pinned down, and they're eventually going to bleed out here in this position. Honestly, Awaken should drink. They lost on mana. When they turtle like this, Awaken should just pull away and drink. They could still lose on mana, I think, if they're not aware of that.
Yeah. I mean, now Direwolves in a situation where they're feeling confident. They have every single defensive cooldown. And now they're going after Awaken. Dampening is higher, so maybe just slow down the game and then all in the Priest with every single cooldown. Anti-Magic Zone trades. Beautiful Fear on Shards. Direwolves know exactly what they're doing, and this is a big all-in Awaken. What are you going to do? He manages to get away. He's getting off Void Blast, but the damage is completely overwhelming. Trill still has the Metamorphosis as well, so they didn't even trade that massive cooldown that was available. And this is where Mez really needs to use Dark Simulacrum. Well, get Cyclones off onto Shards, onto Jax, if he can, and just try to help Sea-Doo stay alive.
Nice fake cast there from Awaken. He's in the skies on the Metamorphosis window that you were talking about, so Trill loses a lot of burst. They're going after Sea-Doo. He's sitting through a kidney shot. Void Weaver damage on him. Shards gets in position. They swap back on Trill. Is Trill ready for it here in game number 3? It's a lot of damage. He eventually retreats into the Nether Walk to immune the hits. Healing Tide Totem is down. Sea-Doo should be able to recover the team and deny this attack of the Deathmark and Incarnation from Cats and Dogs as the damage has been diffused from both sides' cooldowns. Jax goes for a kick. He gets a Cyclone. Mez steals the Cyclone, and Cyclone's Awakened, but they're not getting pressure. Mez is just just dying. So much damage. A big heal right before the smoke bomb. Mez charges out of it with the high mountain Tauren racial. Now he's looking to reconnect onto Shards. Shards is just dancing around, galloping in travel form. Sidu caught in the middle of the map and a kidney shot. They're going after him, but anti-magic shield available. He drops the stone bulwark, absorbing the hits. Shards is on the back foot, kind of greedy. Bark skins, but Shards gets knocked, or Waking gets knocked behind the pillar from Sidu and rooted by an earth grab totem into a stun.
Mez!
As they imprison him, but Mez is just dead. He's just dead. Jax is soloing him, almost takes him out. Blind on Sidu. He's sitting through a blind again. He gets knocked out of the darkness. They stun up Shards, but they're desperate. Sidu's got Link available. Is he going to trade it? He manages to greet it. Big heal comes through with the Ancestral Swiftness. Mez recovers. Jax gets cloned by Mez. Great Dark Sims here from Mez in the past couple of seconds. Shards has not had a lot of time to fake them. Awaken gets stunned. He's trying to break free with the paints up. Kidney shot on Sidu. Trill's trying to tear, or Jax is trying to tear in, but he's not finding enough damage. Sidu's repositioning. Healing Tide comes up in 14. Awaken is starting to fumble. Is he going to be able to keep this going? He's caught in a blind. He's caught in a kick. He goes for another cast. He drops the barrier on his whole team here to try and just plant and cast some spells. He's got Power Infusion coming up. He may have to trade it right now. Maybe a double fear swap on Sidu, but are they going to go for it? He's stunned. He can't. No, Jax is stunned. Big trouble here. Can the Direwolf take the swing match back? They're so close to it.
Oh, they could win this. Jax has no cooldowns whatsoever, too. Trill and Mez could go back there if they really wanted to, but it looks like they want to stay on target, going after Awaken in the match. I think Awaken will be okay. Still has one pain suppression. Now it's actually Mez on the back foot. Icebound Fortitude trades. Needs to go for Death Strike. Sidu desperately trying to keep him alive. Healing Tide Totem is down. Cyclones are looking good here from Shards to just not allow him to get topped off. But Awakened is getting overrun. He goes for the fade, but this is danger time here for Awakened. He gets wind sheared. Beautiful interrupts into the lasso. Awakened 10% health with the pain suppression. Trades out the Void Shift onto Jax. Jax could easily die as well. He's down to 20% health. They might just make the swap. Mez and Trill, though, they are staying on target. They do not want to allow Awakened to recover. And Direwolves are looking good to potentially win this game. Beautiful stuns. Void Blast. Will it be enough? He gets the precognition. He's on the run. It might actually top him. The Void Blasts are good. He's going to live, and now Mez is in desperate trouble.
How did Awaken pull that off? Jax gets a re-stealth around the corner while his healer's at 10%, so he can get the damage his team needs here. Garot's rolling. Sidu needs to get in position for a Spirit Link Totem pretty soon. Kidney shot, no way out. Sidu NS as they're cutting through it. Trill is in Metamorphosis with I-Beam trying to finish them, but Mez is falling further and further behind. Sidu's trying to get there, but he's so slowed. He drops down the Spirit Link Totem for one final push to take the swing match, but Awaken has stabilized his team. Triple fear from Awaken. Insane punish, and Sidu is so greedy. He sits through a full fear right now. Mez down to below 50% health. Is he going to get away with it? He can't keep getting away with it, man. He's getting away with it for now. They're trying to finish Awaken, but they need to land a kick. They need to land a kick. He gets cloned low. He didn't Dark Sim it. Mez could fall at any moment. Those bleeds are going to stick a lot of damage at very low health. He's trying to run away. Mez is on the run. Sidu's trying to get there. He's blinded. No trinket. That's got to be it. I think it's KO. They break the blind. There's a chance for them to still win. He's staying alive. Healing Tide Totem is down. They grip Awaken in. I cannot believe that blind just broke. They're so disappointed. That was going to be game over for Mez. Sidu gets a second lease on life here in game number 3.
Yeah, Sidu calling in the power of the ancestors to survive in this game, because it has been close call after close call. Awaken has literally no mana left still. The only thing he can do is go for those Void Blasts. Mez and Trill, they need to start landing these interrupts and taking Awaken down. Ultimate Penitence comes in. Big Metamorphosis, and Trill has insane damage. Can they take him down? Smoke Bomb comes down. Mez, it is just back and forth. He gets the Ultimate Penitence away, but Trill is still going to have sky-high damage for quite some time. If he could just stay on target, they need to stop the Mind Blast. Stop the Mind Blast! Void Blast coming in. At the same time, Jax is getting low. They kick him. It is just so desperate here for cats and dogs, and it looks like Direwolves is going to get a double kill. Nicely done, but I mean, that was close, Super Tease. But Direwolves going to be happy to take that swing match.
All right, they have the map advantage now for the rest of the series. And now Cats and Dogs, it begs the question of, is this the right choice? Is this the right comp? Is it time to switch to Subtlety? Is Jax just feeling really good on this spec and they don't want to switch it? I just feel like this isn't going to work on a small map every time, I don't think, for Awaken's team. Like, if it doesn't work on the big map, I just don't see it consistently working on a small map. And Jax, he got cloned on his re-stealth here. He had to trinket it. And then they just ended up getting stacked up, and they just took so much damage. I love the smoke bomb so that they can't win share the ultimate penitence. Drop the smoke bomb, get the ultimate penitence off. Knocked him out of darkness, almost killed him. And they were so close to winning, like so close to winning throughout. There's almost 10 minutes here between Direwolves and Cats and Dogs. And this is where it becomes like a game of stamina. Are you able to keep your head above water in a matchup? And they're overlapping kicks. You can see here, Awaken got kicked and then overlapped, so he was able to free cast and survive by just a millisecond. So Direwolves definitely need to hone up on the kicks there in those critical moments. Otherwise, Awaken might be able to run through this. Awaken's having a great performance against these cleaves. Typically, this is going to be when you're tested the most on the Void Weaver. The Dark Sim, it ends up working out without the Strangulate. You know, the Strangulate, I feel like would have killed Awaken so many times earlier in the game, but at the same time, the Dark Sim is kind of a nice safety net because you can use the Cyclones to peel at critical moments. So I don't know 100% as to which one of those options is like fundamentally the best choice.
I kind of like Dark Sim just because it makes shards think the whole game. It's like annoying, you know?
Yeah. You don't just get to guarantee a clone if you fall asleep at the wheel and don't notice it, and then you might lose the game.
I hate fighting a DK that's good with Dark Simulacrum on my mage because like there's moments where I really want to like go for desperation polymorphs, and I'm just like, okay, he has Dark Sim, and if I just give him a polymorph, then all of a sudden I'm in a polymorph, my healer's getting kicked, can't dispel me, and it's just a nightmare. It's even worse if you get a Cyclone stolen. So I think just psychologically is quite annoying as a caster, and it seems like they're going to win the long game anyways. They're actually getting Awaken out of mana, which is very surprising. Sidu's playing very efficiently on the Restoration Shaman, and a lot of really greedy moments. It's one thing Sidu is very known for. He's willing to take the greed and really rely on that Resto Shaman mastery to pay
there
dividends.
used to be like an ego thing between Shamans and Cataclysm about like winning a game without using Link. It used to be like an ego thing to win the game without even having to use Link. You'd be like, I didn't even need to use Link. I swear, like when I remember playing with Sharpstorm and every Shaman I used to play back in the Kata, it was like a big thing that they got to win without using Link. They just fed their ego to win without using your cooldown. And I don't know if that still exists or it's just you're trying to be as effective as possible. Like, I don't need it right now, which means it's better. It's going to be better later. But we're going to another big map. So Direwolves, I don't think are going to change. I think that looks a lot better for them than the Assassination DK Holy Priest. I think Sidu is just looking really good on the Shaman. And then Trill and Demon Hunter also. So I can't imagine they would change here. But they are up in the series, so maybe you throw a curveball or something here in the matchup.
I hope not.
Taking their time. It's a 10. It's also a 10-minute game. I feel like I need like a timeout timer.
You need a nap after that
for the in-between games here to try and like readjust to what just happened, because like they're playing for so much, right? It's an entire season. It's the last opportunity in the War Within. You get a guaranteed spot if you win this series in the top 3. You know, it's much higher prize pool. There's a lot on the line there. You just played it out for that. Direwolves want to maintain their position as one of North America's finest. Cats and Dogs want to yoink it away as the new blood. So there's pressure from both perspectives in that regard. So Direwolves, they take their timer here. They run it through, but they're going to lock in the same composition. And now Cats and Dogs get their opportunity if they want to reassess this and bring in a Destro Locker, not possibly, or bring in a Subtlety Rogue. I kind of feel like we're just going to see this for the rest of the series.
I think so.
This matchup. I don't know
Maybe
if anyone
Destro?
will really change. I just feel like the Boomkin's not looking...
Not lethal.
I don't think it's looking bad. Okay, Jax went sub. That's what I was wondering. So Trill is going to be a bit more of a liability here. This is going to be a faster game. I think either way, it's going to be a faster game, but I think this is better. I think exploiting the Demon Hunter weakness to Subtlety Rogue, I think is a better move from Cats and Dogs.
Let's see. I'm excited for this one. Direwolves, this is looking not too bad for them. We've obviously seen them try lots of different compositions. This one has seemed to be the best. Sidu just going. This is just standard PvP gear, I think. It's not even. I don't even think he put on a transmog. This is just the gear.
Just no mog. Oh my god, I gotta sneeze there. I like that he's running the poison cleansing totem for the assassination rogue. That's like a nice little kind of like reset window where you get the crippling poison off your team, you get the wound poison off your team. So it got a substantial cooldown bump. It's like in the bottom middle of the shaman tree on the left, the green snake totem that but the poison cleansing totem. Yeah, I need a sneeze cleansing totem to help me out here. And he's dropped Hex in order to get that because you're fighting a Boomkin, so you can't Hex anyways. So Shaman's got one of the best like class trees as far as like readjusting your talents. I say the best, but sometimes it gets annoying because you have to basically change it every game where something doesn't really have any use and there's something else that would be way more useful. But that is very good in the matchup for resetting the Mortal Strike, for getting the crippling poison off your melee. It's basically like a freedom totem against a rogue. So this is actually very powerful despite its kind of long cooldown now at 1.9 minutes. So that's definitely an important takeaway for the matchup. He'll probably still play it even into subtlety just because of the Mortal Strike removal. It's just nice for emergency recovery, especially in dampening. So obviously he's done his homework on Shaman. He's been playing this for how many years. He's ready to go here. They've got their comp. They're playing into their strengths. This is the El Clasico for them with the Demon Hunter and Death Knight and Resto Shaman. And then on the opposite side, Awaken with the Void Weaver. You can see why it's risky, because on the right tree where the disc is, with the disc tree is, the first talent from the top, which is grayed out because he didn't take it, and that's Ultimate Radiance. He doesn't have that. So that's like a big instant heal that Disc Priests have historically had and been one of their kind of like crutches almost in an emergency situation. But to play Void Weaver, you don't get that. So you don't get any big emergency instant healing. You have to just fake the kicks and spam damage and trust that your atonement is going to be enough to recover in those positions, which is why going after the Priest is so effective, is because that's the limitation of this build.
I think it's worth mentioning too, for Sea-Doo playing the Resto Shaman, he gets a decent amount of healing if he has a lot of ancestors out. So that's kind of the specialization that a lot of the shamans are playing. The hero talents with the tier really increases the throughput of your ancestors. So if you have a bunch of those out and you are getting CC'd, you can actually be reasonably greedy. So it's one thing to pay attention to how many of the little ghosty ancestors Sea-Doo has out during any particular moment, as it kind of greatly affects his throughput and how much healing he's putting out.
Let's see what else we got on the table here. Transmog. It's kind of a mix of the original set from TBC and I think the one from Tomb of Sargeras.
I think it's just the full set.
Is it? I don't think it is. I think the chest piece is a different expansion.
I think this is just the full...
I think shoulders are off-brand.
I think it's all Absolution. Let's look.
Look at all the main pieces.
Absolution.
Headpiece.
Absolution.
Okay.
It's just a
Stop.
set.
Chest piece.
Yeah.
Stop. Chest piece?
We already saw the chest piece.
Oh.
He's just a full set. Full set Andy.
I feel like this is like a Mandela effect. I don't remember that set looking like that. I don't remember it being blue.
That's exactly how I remember it looking.
I don't remember that being blue, but okay, here we go. There's no going back here. Direwolves just need one more win. They will be in the North American top 3 for the grand finals and have their guaranteed spot. Cats and Dogs, they're trusting that Jax's Subtlety Rogue will be enough, despite how close it was in that last 10-minute game. There's no going back here. Trill's vengeful retreating the stuns as Jax got pulled out of stealth. That is not a good start for Jax's team, and Trill knows he's the target. He's immediately back at the pillar. Jax steps in, setting up the team with stuns, but no one can follow it up. Shards is trying to get there, and he managed to. They go for the blind. That's why he just went for it. But the blind ended up breaking, it looks like. That is so bad. They didn't get an opener. They didn't get a blind. And this is your last chance to win. And now they're on your healer, bro. They're just racing him down on match point. He Void Elfs away, but they're chasing after him. They smell blood in the water. He gets kicked on the Mind Blast. He's getting shut down completely. And Direwolves might run away with this. This is terrifying for Cats and Dogs right now. Top 3 on the line. If Sea-Doo keeps up the pressure here with his team, I'm not sure how Awaken's going to pull this off. He drops the barrier. He needs his Mind Blast. He's getting cast off. Maybe he can do this. He gets kicked. He gets stunned. He's locked in place by the Cap Totem of Sea-Doo. The barrier has now faded, and the gas pedal is literally through the ground for Direwolves. Another kick comes in, but Awaken finally. He gets a moment to breathe. Ultimate penitence. He is alive. They get the Cyclone. They're setting up on Trill. Sea-Doo sees it. He trinkets right away, but he gets knocked away. And now that they got Sea-Doo's trinket, Cats and Dogs, they're back in the game. That's the advantage of the Subtlety Rogue. These quick burst moments can put your team back in the match. If they can stabilize Awaken for this next push, he's stunned into a Strangulate. He trinket fades, trying to escape. They're just all over him. Jax is getting ready for the kidney shot. He knows Sea-Doo has no trinket, but he's rooted. Jax is just stuck in a root right now. He gets dispelled. He's trying to get the kidney shot to set up the clone and win the game, but Trill can preemptively use cooldowns here. They grip him away from the kidney. Jax is in a Chains of Ice, just waddling to Sea-Doo for a kidney shot. He gets it with no trinket. Can they win the game? Trill vengeful retreats to immune the stun. He stuns Jax. Jax trinkets. He gets gripped into a blinding sleet. Beautiful peels from Mez. He pre-darks. He gets knocked out of the pre-dark. It might not be enough with the blur. Can they kill him through it? It's so much damage. Crazy plays back and forth from these teams. Awaken repositions. Look at the positioning from Awaken. He knows he needs to get out of there. He's trying to pull them to the opposite corner of Sea-Doo. They still have an opening. There's a smoke bomb. There's no blur. Sea-Doo still has no trinket. Blades is rolling, and Jax is getting ready. How is Trill going to deal with this? He's cloned low. Jax is rooted. No, these roots from Sea-Doo are so good. Jax is out of the game. He's so far out of the game right now. Awaken's just going to die. He has to get there now. Awaken's going to go down. Pain suppression at 10%. Jax is there with the cheap shots. He peels the team, and Awaken gets distance here. And he's free casting in the corner. Oh my god, it's so close here. They face elimination at any moment.
Yeah, but look at Trill. He's got the Metamorphosis. This is their opportunity to strangulate the Metamorphosis. They can all in Awaken. He's got no Trinket. Pain Suppression in just a few short seconds. Trill still deciding not to pull the trigger just yet. Jax is trying to initiate crowd control, but once again getting rooted behind the pillar. Cedar doing an excellent job just controlling the Subtlety Rogue. Jax vanishes out, realizing this is a very tense moment. Goes for the full blind here. Can they go after Trill? Trill glimpses away just for a moment. Has the Metamorphosis. Can immune. Gets a stun on Jax. Here comes a preemptive anti-magic shell by Mez as they continue this all in onto Awaken, and Awaken is in a lot of trouble. Smoke bomb on Trill though. Smoke bomb on Trill. Do they have the Spirit Link? Trill, no, he's got Trinket. He actually greens it. Trinket Metamorphosis.
What? He gets away with it. He gets away with it. See to his Trinket Link. They're in a spot where they can still win. Awaken is running out of cooldowns fast. He's trying to buy time for his team. A Cyclone onto the Demon Hunter. Mind Blast over onto the Death Knight. Gets kicked on the Void Blast instantly by Sea-Doo. He's trying to cast again. He gets kicked. He gets stunned. Nice Cyclones on Mez. He doesn't have to worry about the Dark Sim. Clone off the Kidney. Is this it? Trill pre-Nether walks the stun. Insane read. But the swap on Mez is looking lethal. He Icebound Fortitudes. Another Cyclone from Shards. Perfect timing. They get his cooldowns in that exchange. But Sea-Doo still has the Spirit Link. He's trying to reposition to the pillar closest to Awaken so he can line of sight clones. He's trying to stop clones here. He wind shear. Shards fakes the wind shear. Clones are going to be threatening on their push here. Awaken pain suppresses before the Strangulate. Nice read by Awaken, but he's stuck in the Earthen Wall Totem. Is he going to be able to escape? He Void Elves, but he's instantly gripped. He fades the grip. Trying to get out of the Earthen Wall Totem. Trill gets cloned. They have an opportunity here. Jax has Shadow Dance, has the Kidney Shot. They clone Mez. Awaken is setting up. Jax is setting up, but he might get rooted behind the pillar again. Did Jax get rooted here? He wants to go. They have to go soon. Awaken can't deal with this forever, man. He can't keep the game going forever, Jax. You need to go. Kidney Shot, but he gets knocked away by Cedar's Thunderstorm. Jax is so far away. He steps in. Awaken repositions, but he's AMS'd on the clone.
Nice
Mez
blind.
leads the play, and now Awaken, what are you going to do? There's no Trinket. He's got his barrier. He fades. He gets kicked on a cast. Trill is going in for the win, and the Dire Wolves are looking to take the top 3 position just seconds away. He's fully stunned and surely going to die. He's Void Shift. Void Shift over onto Shards at the last millisecond, getting him a second life. Will he be able to hold on despite it as the Strangulate fades and subsides here? The Dire Wolves are all at 100% health. They have almost all of their cooldowns, and the Cats and Dogs, they're facing the Grim Reaper right now, and he is coming for their lives.
Yeah, this is not looking good. Dire Wolves trying to close it out, but a full Cyclone on Sea-Doo. Can they battle it back?
Blur.
Trill with no Trinket. He's in trouble. No,
He's
they
dead
might do it.
anyways.
Spirit Link comes down. Sea-Doo in desperation keeps him alive, almost through the darkness, almost through the Spirit Link. Cats and Dogs almost pull off the miracle, and Awaken is full health. He's just across the map right now. Pain Suppression is re-available for Awaken. I think Cats and Dogs have weathered the storm, and all of a sudden they might be able to win this game.
Oh my god, the Subtlety Rogue factor here, but they have no trinkets. Pain
Full
suppression.
blind.
Full blind, no trinket. Trill's dead. He's dead. He's dead. They've done it. They've survived the gauntlet. They're so close to a win on Trill, but he's got Metamorphosis healing. He's leech healing. He actually holds on for another push. Awaken is kicked, and he's got nothing. They dropped the smoke bomb.
He's
They're going to
rooted.
kill him without a stun. They're killing him without a stun. Vengeful retreat out of the bomb. Manages to recover the healing tide. They're back on Awaken. Jax has to cloak. They got Dance. They got Kidney and 10. There's no Incarn, though. There's no Incarn, and Trill can pre-blur here. I don't know if they can pull this off still. If they can get momentum on Awaken. Shards gets static fielded and rooted behind the pillar. He tries to reposition. Jax is trying to get a re-stealth right now. He's in the middle of the map. Shards fakes a kick. Where are the Cyclones? He Cyclones Trill. That buys time for Awaken. They're ramping up on Mez, but they want Trill. They need to get him, but Jax is stunned. Sea-Doo is outplaying Jax and Shards right now in a 1v2, just stopping the clones and stopping it, but he gets the Kidney. Here it comes.
Spear.
Are they ready for it? He gets knocked away preemptively. The anti-magic shield him. Can they bust the shield? They have to bust through the shield. They have to kill him through everything. He activates Blur. I don't think it's enough. They can't finish him. Awakens into Strangulate. Maybe they can. Mez is trying to kill Awaken. Trill gets over there. Full stun. Trinket immediately from Awaken as he pops out a big penance. He's trying to fake kicks. Can he deal with the pressure? There's no stun DR. They need Cyclones. They get a Cyclone on Trill. Awaken gets through one kick, but there's another. He gets the flash shield, but Lava Bursts are incoming. Sea-Doo knows he has this. He's getting offensive with the Lava Burst. Here comes a Mind Blast. Can Awaken turn this around? Trill is out of there. Pre-Nether Walk. Instantly, the millisecond, he would be dead right now. Or Sea-Doo would have to Trinket. It'd be a major cooldown. They swap back on Mez. They fear him out. Awaken actually gets a fear. Maybe Trill can still go down. A huge heal comes in. Trill recovers for a moment. He goes for the I-Beam. Here's the Abomination. Awaken, what are you going to do? Death is coming for you. Top 3 on the line. No pain suppression for 30 seconds. Awaken Void Elf's away, but he gets
Holy
gripped
Frenzy.
immediately by Mez into a Strangulate. There is nothing left for the Cats and Dogs. They are all over him. Earthenwall Totems are down. Jax needs to do something right
Full
now. He's going for
stun.
stuns, but I think that is it. The stuns and clones are not good enough, and the Dire Wolves lock in top 3.
Oh my gosh, Cats and Dogs. I mean, we got to give them a round of applause for how they played that one out. But ultimately, Dire Wolves, they switched up their composition, something they were more comfortable with, and managed to win 3 in a row with this Demon Hunter, Death Knight, Resto Shaman, all three of them playing amazing in this game. A few close calls, but ultimately they're able to just overwhelm Awaken deeper into the game. This is the Unholy Frenzy. Awakened really just doesn't have too much. This is earlier actually in the game. Similar situation and positioning, but here we are at the same kind of moment. Awakened barely holds on. Once again, the stuns come in, and Awakened just pulled off miracle after miracle to survive. This is not an easy thing to do as a Void Weaver Discipline Priest, but it's at this point of the game. Dampening so high. There's no cooldowns to trade, and Mez and Trill are able to take him down. And even during that moment where Awakened went down, Trill and Mez were stun-locked. They had no way out. Like, it was great peels from the sides of cats and dogs, but it was just too little too late at that point.
All right, they're in it. They're in it to win it. They did it their way. They're not going to do it the Welcome to the Jung way. And I kind of like that. I sometimes don't like it when it's like the meta and everyone's just playing the same thing. I like this current state where everyone's trying to like make their own way through the tournament. And sometimes the teams try and copy, it doesn't work, and then they try and find their own way, like Shards finding this like assassination Void Weaver build that nobody had tried previously as well as an opportunity. And man, Awaken tried so hard for his team. I almost feel heartbroken for him because like he is just having a gas pedal DK Demon Hunter on him for like, I don't know, 20 minutes straight. Like, can you imagine the pressure where you're fighting for top 3? You just have a Demon Hunter DK on you for 20 minutes straight. You just have to perfectly rotate, perfectly fake the entire time, and you lose. Like, I almost feel heartbroken for him. And Sido in this last game had confidence. Like, he's just lava bursting. He actually is the one that killed Awaken because look at everyone else is peeled. Trill's stunned and Mez is cloned. If Sido doesn't lava burst, maybe he doesn't die.
Insane.
Maybe. Hey, well, Dire Wolves, they're going to take that victory, bringing in the DK Demon Hunter and making it work for them and taking that last spot in the standings as well. Congratulations to them, cats and dogs. Now, we will be unfortunately not seeing them anymore, and Dire Wolves moving on to Championship Sunday. What a series, though. I mean, I think despite the actual score that we saw, it did feel, especially in that last game, like so close. I mean, you guys kind of already covered it, just how hard that team actually ended up fighting in the end, but not going to be quite enough. Dire Wolves taking that victory, and now we're going to move on to a tiebreaker, Super Tees.
Yeah, we've got Wage Gapped here, which I was heartbroken for them, but hey, they get a second chance now because they took Dire Wolves to a game 5. Maybe Dire Wolves wouldn't have even had this chance because they were so close to knocking them out. And then the Abjured, I feel like they've just been having fun throughout the tournament. They just like formed this team last second, and they're just like, yeah, dude, we play Destro Enhance. Like, we're going to just have fun kind of rolling through here, lobbing out some Chaos Bolts and have a good time through here. At least Ronnie seems to be just enjoying the journey of it. But they're fighting for top 8 in the grand finals. So they're fighting for that last spot in the gauntlet for an opportunity at the big prize, a big glory. And it's going to be a head-to-head with them. So this is a very exciting series.
Yeah, I'm really excited. As Zico kind of already mentioned it already, you know, the teams that have the player cam where we actually get to see their live reaction and the emotion that is going on is always such a pleasure to see as well. So there's a lot on the line here for both teams. So I have to imagine we're going to see some more pop-off POVs in the player cameras. So up next, we have got the tiebreaker for 8th place. As you guys know, the top 3 teams from each region move to the grand finals, and then 4th through 8th place move to the gauntlet, and only one team per region can make it to be that 4th and final spot in the grand finals in mid-November. So that is what we are fighting for NA in this next up series. It's either going to be the Abjured or Wage Gapped taking that final spot. You definitely do not want to miss this one. Very, very important series on the line here. We're going to head to a break. When we come back, it's the tiebreaker between the Abjured and Wage Gap. We'll be back soon.
The light flickers, and in its trembling glow, you still cling to hope. How quaint.
Shadow is closing in. It hungers to devour everything. Our home, our kin, our hope. We cannot succumb to fear. We must not falter. There will be no victory without suffering. No survival without sacrifice.
You feel it, don't you? The call of the void, that devouring host, with no mercy, no equal. Come, little lights, and be extinguished.
The darkest night falls upon us. But if we stand together, the dawn will come. I call upon you now. Champions of the light, defenders of Azeroth. Summon your strength, steel your hearts, because today, we fight!
Welcome back. We are all wrapped up for the top 8 for North America. We have 4 teams left in that region moving on to Championship Sunday, and now we are here in a tiebreaker for 8th place for the Gauntlet for North America. It's between 2 teams, the Abjured and Wage Gap Super Ds.
You know, the last chance here, the last call, the final call between them. They've both been playing their hearts out today, coming from completely different directions as far as meta is concerned.
Yeah.
The Abjured playing that Holy Paladin, Destro Warlock, Enhancement Shaman. And then on the opposite side with Wage Gapped, Willie been playing that Survival Hunter for years at this point, getting his opportunity to debut here in the tournament with Zank on the Retribution Paladin, and then the Discipline Priest for that combination. So a very interesting matchup, likely very fast, much to the same as we just saw with the Abjured, which was heartbreaking for Big Dam because he was just like one global difference maybe away from not having to do this series and just being in the top 8. So it's been heartbreak all around. You know, there can only be one winner, and that means everybody else is a loser, so it's going to be rough. Let's just see who can make it through here alive. Who can make it through?
Yeah, we'll have to find out. Looks like the gates are opening shortly. Game number 1. It's best of 5 as well. And remember, the team here that wins, we will be seeing in the Gauntlet in mid-November. This is a very important team. I'm sure their hearts are 100% in this. Is it going to be the Abjured or is it going to be Wage Gap? We're going to find out soon enough. Game number 1 starting off then on the Grand Arena.
You just love to see it. The Abjured, they're going to be locking in Big Dam on the Enhancement Shaman. Of course, Nos on that Destro Warlock and Montage on the Paladin. For Wage Gapped, they'll just be going with the jungle for this matchup. So interesting blind pick here. Sid, who do you think came out ahead?
I mean, we saw the jungle just beat the Abjured, but it was very close. It was very messy. And the Marksman Hunter had a lot more pressure than the Survival Hunter might have. So we will have to wait and see. But Nos was warmed up for the matchup, basically. So we'll see what happens here. Opener from Link in bio as he gets a Rake Stun. Nos trinkets instantly to line of sight. Big Dam is the target also. Smite playing the Void Weaver is going to add a lot of suppression fire. Big Bloodlust on the Feral behind the pillar. He ducks out of cover there. Trinketing immediately to line of sight. Nos repositioning. Nice fear on Montage. Where's the Tremor? No Tremor. Hammer of Justice comes down. Repentance. Anyone stop it? They get the stun. Willie's in position. Oh, he gets coiled. He can't get the trap. He gets dispelled. He lands the kick. He silences the rep. Just constant back and forth shutdowns. Chaos Bolts are incoming. They stun it. Another Repentance. They knock it. I really like this coordination on Montage, stopping these Repentances, but it's a lot of commitment for the Paladin, which means Nos will eventually start ramping up here to find some Chaos Bolts in the future.
Yeah, that's what they can do. Willie looking for a full trap. It gets feared once again. Beautiful denial on Willie. Both these teams are playing out of their minds, denying crowd control. Sacrifice trades for Montage. About a minute into the game at this point. Licton Bile just getting feared up. Good defense there by Nos, and they are afraid of the Chaos Bolts. Going to be going back to the pillar, avoiding Nos in the middle of the map. They realize they don't really have diminishing returns at this point. Nos is playing kind of unafraid, putting his portal aggressively here, getting Chaos Bolts off. Here comes the Bloodlust. Big Dam is ready to get aggressive, and Willie gets the stun on Big Dam. Big Dam looks like he will be able to stay on target, getting pressure out onto LinkedIn Bio, but a very back and forth game so far.
Oh, the rep double coil. We love that setup, and the Feral Druid is on the run. An interesting point, too, is that Ronnie's on the bench, and Big Dam's playing this time. So I don't know if this is like Big Dam is the secret weapon, like, oh, you defeated Ronnie, but he was just the first phase, and now Big Dam is stepping in on Enhancement Shaman because they were switched out in different, Big Dam was on the bench. So let's see what happens here. Lincoln Bio still the target. They still have 2 paints ups though. Chaos Bolts on the Hunter, multiple incoming. Feign Death not available, but they recover regardless. Montage is charging in, can Smite fade the Hodge. He grapples in. They get the trap. Nos Hellstones, Dark Packs. Smite's in position for a fear. He fades to avoid Hodge to guarantee the fear. They've stunned the Feral behind a pillar. Willie is there, but he's taking 0 damage. Doesn't even matter. With all the crowd control that they got, they don't get any pressure. Nos is going for fears. Trying to bait the Tremor maybe here. Not going to find it, though. Willie's chasing the Paladin. Stuns him. No trap available, though, so stuns him a bit premature. And oh, no. Chaos Bolts. Oh, that was a big boy on the Feral Druid. Here comes the Ascendants. Massive Chaos Bolts dunking in. He gets gripped back around the corner and barely survives. Now Big Dam is scattered away on his Bloodlust. Nos is using Cataclysm to get Withers on the whole team. Good usage there as they're turtling. He gets stunned on his fear. He ports back away on the trap. Line of sighting. They switch back onto Big Dam. Pressure coming in from Smite off to the side, but Nos is still low. Big Dam's finally free. Also out of healing surge, looking for a Hex. Maybe a Hex Lightning Lasso combo. Yeah, Hex Lightning Lasso. Love that combo. Taking 2 players out of the game. But we see a fade from Smite. He gets the fear. It gets broken. Montage gets the stun. Looking for the rep. Doesn't get it. Gets stunned. They don't have the trap, do they? No, it's a couple seconds away. Montage is going to reposition. Nos trying to reposition. Still a lot of damage here as Willie's just tossing grenades off to the side here. Jumping in. Lands the freezing trap. Nice Cyclone. They've isolated Nos. Full stun. Is he really not going to wall here? Greedy play. They're going to use the bop to immune the stun, remove the bleeds. Looking for a Cyclone on the Blessed Protection. They get it. Denying him from free casting. They stun the Paladin. They're kind of poking the Paladin a bit here, but Willie gets hexed. Feral fakes a kick and decurses. Big Dam gets an Ascendance. Big Bloodlust wind as well as he tries to line those up, but he's scattered on it. Montage getting Tears Deliverance off in the safety of his own pillar. Smite still has 2 paints up, though.
Yeah, being pretty greedy with them, but Wage Gap, I think they're doing the right thing right now, just playing a little bit passive. It can be difficult. Big bolts are landing, though, and honestly, the Bloodlust Chaos Bolts is one of the most horrifying things I've ever seen. So when you see Nos go huge and red, I mean, that's when things are going to get really scary for the side of Wage Gap. See Nos right now, a full stun lands. Montage looking for a Repentance, but it gets shut down. Here comes the double coil. LinkedIn Bio just going to be line of sighting. Willie also in the open, trying to just get out of line of sight. Full Repentance here onto Smite. And Nos is just having a difficult time actually landing casts. I think LinkedIn Bio and Willie are doing a really good hit and run strategy right now, making it super difficult for Nos to actually get off effective damage. But there's 1 Chaos Bolt, 2 Chaos Bolts, 3 Chaos Bolts. LinkedIn Bio could just go down.
Just let him do that.
I mean, yeah, that's a little bit too many Chaos Bolts for my liking.
The Bloodlust Ascendance. Pain Suppression immediately pulled from Smite. They're trying to line of sight, but Willie's getting smacked. He's going to get stunned up. He's trying to go for the trap. He's not going to get it. Chaos Bolt again. Oh, no. Nos is getting so many Chaos Bolts. Uses the Roar Sacrifice. And he will survive down at the pillar. Big Dam also targeted a bit here, but honestly, I feel like the Abjured, it's very even. It's hard to say who has an edge in this matchup. At any moment, Nos and an Ascendants could just turn this game around. Here comes Chaos Bolts on the coil. Is he going to go down with the Ultimate Penitence? Surely they can't kill him through Ultimate Penitence. Smite hits the ground running, gets him topped off. Big Dam repositioning, trying to find his target here. It looks like it's going to be the Feral. They force Barkskin. Montage fakes a kick to get Tears Deliverance. Clutch play from Montage, but he does get trapped. That's going to limit his ability to keep it going for an extended period of time, and Nos is in trouble at low health here. Barrier is down on Willie. They get a binding shot. They're trying to maybe get a trap. No, trap not available. They silence. He might just die in a silence. It's so much damage. He walls at low health, but Smite is doing a ton of damage around. He repositions Port. Port's away from the Priest. Montage gets feared, gets tremored, resets Tremor. So that's a good move from Big Dam for later stage crowd control in this game. Here comes big damage. They've got the Bloodlust, but he's stunned on it. Good reaction from Lincoln Bio. Goes for a Cyclone. Gets it on the Shaman. Relays the gate, goes across the map. Montage is chasing him. They left the Shaman behind. I don't know if it's going to matter too much. I think they want to push in on the Warlock, but they switch back on the Shaman. They got left behind. Montage repositions. Chaos Bolt's incoming. 2. Is he going to get 3? Willie's there. Gets a trap. Big Dam has Ascendance. I think he's going to pop it soon. Oh, that was a proc, sorry. Proc Ascendance. Ascendance still 20 seconds or so away. Big hit on Willie here. Tempest hard casted. Try and zap him really quick as he gets gripped back into the middle of the map, and Wage Gap, they're trying to find their footing here. They're trying to pick their moment for the push. They got the Unending Resolve, but they still need to get through the Blessing of Protection and the Medallion of Montage.
And Nos is in a little bit of trouble right now. Fear's coming in. Chaos Bolts could land once again. 2 Chaos Bolts, and they doubled up. So those 4 Chaos Bolts. Nos, do you have any more? He gets stunned. Montage into a Diamond Ice Trap, but you can see Smite in the back line just throwing in a bunch of damage, and Nos is forced to portal out of line of sight. Ascendance pops here for Big Dam, and he actually land a kill. It'll be big pressure on LinkedIn Bio, but he's playing it safe. He's just in bear form. He's just frenzied regenning, doing everything he can to survive. Scatter on Big Dam, and they are doing an excellent job crowd controlling Big Dam on this big Ascendance damage.
Capstun Hex. Double Capstun. Trying to recover. Montage charges in. Hammer of Justice, but these 2 pain stops again on Smite. It's mana that might be the problem, but they have momentum right now. Here's a stun. Big Chaos Bolts. Knocks him out in the open away from the Warlock. Tries to jump in after him. Nos is still low. Montage gets kicked. Nos is low. He might just die. He has Hellstone. He gets Lay on Hands. He's got Dark Pact. He hears the Malevolence window. He's ramping up his damage, but Smite's free casting, and they don't have a counterspell. He's doing a lot of damage. He has to port behind the pillar. Shadow Fury attempt. Maybe he's trying to bait a kick with it. He's not finding it. Trap on Montage. Nos could die. They get the bubble. He still has Hellstone. He's just sitting on it right now. Not sure if maybe the UI might not be broken tracking that because he's so greedy with it. Does he have a gate? He does. He gates across the map. Montage, all of them are going to gate across the map. They're just chasing him down really fast on the jungle cleave. Smite fades around the corner. Triple fear. No pre-tremor.
Nice.
Oh my god, this could just be the game right here. It breaks a little bit early though. Chaos Bolt in the sky on Willie. He doesn't have feign death. He's going to wall one. They stun Nos. Stop the follow-up. Big Dam gets an Ascendance proc, but he gets scattered on it. Nos is low. He might just die. It's so much pressure coming through here. Montage needs to do something, but he's stunned. He can't. Nos can fall at any moment here. He's at 1% health, and somehow, some way still holding on, but Montage dies. It's a double for Wage Gap in game 1.
Yeah, that's the thing about the composition the Abjured are running. It's very explosive, right? It's a lot of damage. It's very explosive, but the downside is you do not have Mortal Strike effects. So you have no healing reduction, meaning Wage Gap, even if it looks like they're in danger, if they just get to line of sight and hide, Smite's going to be able to recover them quite quickly, and they are likely going to win the long game just having that extra pressure from reducing healing.
All right. They've done it. Survived the late game. Smite played a really good game here. He was very far ahead on cooldowns. Didn't see any kind of big blunders on the side of Wage Gap. Both teams played really well in terms of crowd control denial, but they just were able to overwhelm them towards the later stages of the match and just run them down. And this is looking good for Wage Gap, I think, throughout the series. I do wonder if it's ever going to get desperate for the Abjured, if they're going to play the Windwalker at some point maybe instead.
Windwalker Destro, maybe.
Oh, you think Windwalker Destro?
I think that's an option. You don't have to play Enhancement Shaman.
I didn't even consider that. I feel like that could be good into the double melee. Typically, that was like a really good counter cleave type of composition in the past.
I would like to see it. I
Have
want
they
to see
played
something.
it though? I don't know if you want to lock in game 1 on your tournament qualifying round if you have 0 reps on it. I don't know if you want to do that.
I mean, let's be honest though. They've lost 4 games in a row against Jungle, so.
Maybe they thought there was going to be a ret. They must have thought there was going to be a ret, and that's why they locked this. I think they're going to change comp.
What else could they play? Big Dam also plays Ellie Shaman, but I don't know how much better that is.
Into the Void Elf with a D curse. I could see it working if the team didn't have a D curse, but with D-Curse, I just don't know if you have enough CC to be able to
Well, I
win
mean,
with that.
what's the benefit of the Enhancement Shaman versus the Ellie Shaman?
I think Tempest is very scary. Like, I don't think Ellie can hit as hard as Enhance in the cooldown window.
But he's just getting CC'd on it. Like
that's
he
true.
pops Ascendant, Bear Form, Frenzied Regen, Survival Instincts, Disarm, Scatter, Feign. Like
it would just be better to be Ellie.
It definitely could be. Like Big Dam is
You
obviously
lose a lot of healing. I don't know how much that
that's true.
matters, but you do. That's the only real thing right now is the healing surges that you get as Enhance, as Stormbringer are really valuable. I think they'll probably try Windwalker Enhance. I feel like Windwalker Enhance is just what they've practiced, although Windwalker Destro could work. I think based on just what they've practiced, that they will probably play the Windwalker Enhance for this second game. If I had to guess, depends on the map pick. If they pick a big map, then I think they're setting up for Destro. So we'll kind of have to wait and see here. The Abjured, they played out of their minds, man, in the open bracket to get into that top 6, and then just kind of fell rapidly from grace, and they were so close in their last series as well. So they really want to try and grab this spot with everything they've put in. Wage Gap, of course, have also been fighting throughout the entire day against some of the best teams in North America to try and earn the spot in the top 8 and get into that gauntlet for a second chance later in November. And they do make the swap over to the Windwalker. But they are going to be playing Windwalker Enhancement Shaman as opposed to the Destro Warlock for this matchup. It's a small map. This is going to be over quick, I think. I think it's going to be a very bloody series by the end of this.
You think so?
Yeah.
Last game actually went a lot longer than I thought it would.
That one did, but I think with the Windwalker Enhance particularly is really fast.
All right. What's your prediction? 3 minutes or less?
Oh, we want to do timers on this?
Yeah, come on.
3.5 minutes.
3.5 minutes? Okay. I'll go over 3.5 minutes.
Okay, that's a lot more. Okay. 3.5 to 10. I mean, you're getting.
I'll let you choose. Like.
I mean, okay, I guess. I thought you were pressuring me though. Okay, you were pressuring me into the picking a number and making me think I have to go for it. I feel manipulated.
Well, I'm sorry you feel that way. That wasn't my intention. But yeah, the Abjured Wage Gapped. Chat thinks the Abjured is going to be walking away with a 64% of chat's
That's
points.
a lot of confidence.
Yeah, it is. Yeah. We didn't actually get to do.
Pretty happy.
We didn't get to do a prediction for this one.
We're not doing one. I don't know if it's because maybe some of
out
the
of curiosity, who did you think? Like, if you were,
if
to
I
say.
had to predict this, I would have predicted Wage Gap.
Yeah, me too.
So,
and I'm not just saying that because I won game number 1. I really am not. But yeah,
I think the survival matchup in a Warlock looks really good. I think that it could look good in the cleave here. It really depends on how much momentum the Abjured are able to get with this Windwalker Enhancement Shaman composition. Against the Marksman, it looked kind of hard for them to get momentum, but they're not going to have a Marksman Hunter kiting them. It's going to be a Feral and a Survival Hunter playing a lot more closer to the fight here. So they're fighting for a top 8 spot. They're fighting for the last spot in the North American Grand Finals for the Gauntlet. Who is going to get the last ticket punched for them for that opportunity, and who is going to be sent out with absolutely nothing. You lose, you get nothing from the Chocolate Factory. What's going to happen here? Gates are open. Good day. You get nothing. Who is it going to be? Wage Gap, they're up 1 in the series. Willie's charging in. Oh, he's instantly stunned by Big Dam. That was an immediate leg sweep into a Lightning Lasso, just shutting down any sort of crowd control. He grapples over. He gets freedom on it. He has to pet stun. Where's the ground? Does Ronnie get it? No, ground's already out of the way, but he doesn't get the trap just yet. He's still holding on to it. They actually trapped the Enhance. I think he might have just missed it. They go for a Fear. That's going to get tremoured. Also just broke, it looks like. Smites into a Hammer of Justice. Montage is trying to find crowd control. He's playing Blinding Light this time. Gets a double. Looks like Big Dam is the target. They saw him go down in the earlier series, so they're going to try and focus him and see if there's any sort of weakness there that they can exploit. A massive swell of damage on Link here as he is trying to push forward, but has to be careful with the Ascendant's Zwen combo.
It's a lot of damage to Smite right now. Going for Void Blast, though. Should be able to top off the team. Linked in bio. Survives the initial Zwen Storm, Earth, and Fire combo. Ascendance as well. So this is an opportunity for Wage Gap. Big Dam might just fall, and he does. They take him down. I mean, you were right. Under 3.5 minutes.
Right,
that was explosive.
What do I get for that?
I mean, that they had every cooldown. It's so unfortunate for the Abjured. It's like you said, everything is on the line for these teams,
like the cams,
and they
dude.
fumbled.
He was PogChamp after that. After getting that kill right there, he's like, yes, we're getting in there, bro. Like, Wage Gap fought a brutal series against Direwolves earlier on and just like fell a little bit short. They're getting a second chance to get into the gauntlet right now. They're up 2 points. They're looking strong on this composition. The ABJURED swap over and don't get any intel as far as how this matchup is going to look for them into the future. And these are basically their two main comps, is the Warlock Shaman and the Windwalker Shaman. It's what they've prepared, and both of them have now been thwarted as Big Damn gets crushed in one stun. To be fair, he had Trinket.
Literally every cooldown. Like, both of them did.
So
Big Damn had Trinket Karma, Montage had Trinket Divine Shield, Sacrifice, Lay on Hands, everything. So I actually kind of wondered what happened here, because it's kind of uncharacteristic of the ABJURED to just kind of go down without using anything.
I think he pre-sacked, and he's like, he should be fine maybe, and that's what the comms were. He just wasn't.
Wow.
And
a lot of damage.
They underestimate them, bro. They underestimate the wage gap. The wage gaps are going to put 2 points on the board as a result, and now the ABJURED have a choice. Do we run that back again and just not miscalculate, or do we have to switch entirely? I don't see it. I don't see Demo, for example, being any better. The Destro Windwalker could be an experiment, but can you win on small maps? Because you're going to win on the map pick of wage gap for the rest of the series. I kind of think the Windwalker Enhance is their best bet. They just really didn't get anything out of this, as far as like information in the matchup to try and help them out for the rest of the series. Whereas I'm sure wage gapped are more than prepared for dealing with like double melee, even if this one's a little bit more uncommon of a combination. It's not very rare to fight double melee in a lot of situations. That clone in their face also just totally shut them out of the match. The Feral just carried right there. I think that's why he was popping off in the camera as well. Like, he gets the game-winning clone, he gets the game-winning stun. They don't trade. So it was a really good moment for Lincoln Bio here in game number 2. Wage Gap just need one more win to punch their ticket to the Gauntlet Chocolate Factory, the golden ticket to the Gauntlet Chocolate Factory here, where they're going to run through more horrors than the kids did in Willy Wonka, because that gauntlet is very menacing. And look at that swell of damage. Also, Wage Gap just 12 million damage peak there towards the end of the game, and they're doing it quick.
Need to write an Oompa Loompa song.
I have to write an Oompa Loompa song for the gauntlet here. The ABJURED go big map, so maybe they're gonna. What are they gonna do, man? I just feel like
saying Willy Wonka because that's his name, Willy.
I mean, I wasn't doing it on purpose, but now that you mention it, yes, that's why I was doing it. This is the Willy Wonka Chocolate Factory, and he's punching his golden ticket to the gauntlet. In the Willy Wonka in the Gauntlet Factory. Willy Wonka's about to turn the ABJURED into an exploding blueberry here in game number 3. If they're not careful, they might be chewing on the bubble gum that makes them float, and they're gonna fly out of the tournament.
Oh man, I love how excited you got when you realized
that.
Yeah,
I was like, oh wait, that's actually really good. God, this is why we're a duo. See, this is why it's teamwork that makes the dream work. So, if there's any opportunities there, that is where it's going to be found.
All right, game 3. You think it's going to be a 3-0? Wage Gap, they're looking good. I feel like the ABJURED, the problem is they didn't really get any information from that last game. Like, I don't think they know if this is a good composition or not, sadly, because they unfortunately went down without really using any of their defensives. They were caught off guard.
All right, let's see what they can get done here. They're locking it in again. They want to go fast. It's fast and furious here in the final game. Who's taking it? Is Wage Gap getting into the top 8 for North America? The final spot, the final ticket. Or will the ABJURED manage to take it away from them here in a reverse sweep? They have to win 3 games in a row. No second chances, no coming back. This is it. An entire season on the line for both of these teams. And those deer are looking very chill, but these teams are not as chill as we see them crossing through the center field, looking for their targets. It looks like it will be the Windwalker once again. But, oh, Big Damn switching his talents. He's playing the Sleep. But he gets stunned immediately. He's not going to be able to get that Song of Chi-Ji off, and he's taking so much damage right off the rip. He goes in for a high mountain double leg sweep, lands that onto both, and now we see a wind shear as well onto the priest in the back line, but he will start free casting these void blasts. Ronnie drops a grounding. I don't know if I like the groundings on the priest damage. I feel like he's way better on a cyclone. Oh, the fade into the fear, but it gets trimmered into the Hodge, and both the teams are making such clutch trades in the initial exchange.
Well, let's see what they can do. Ronnie, Big Damn, and Montage all rotting down low. This is looking good, but Smite in some danger. Ronnie's going all in. He gets disarmed. I see done there by Willy, moving forward with a huge fury of the Eagle, taking down Ronnie. Big Damn and Ronnie still low, though. It's back and forth between these two teams, and when Smite is in the back line, just bombing out those Void Blasts, it is really difficult for the ABJURED to get any kind of pressure rolling. They almost have to go after Smite or get crowd control on Smite before they could really get too much done in this game.
Oh, big stun on Lincoln Bio. Fist of Fury flying through. He gets gripped out of there immediately. Big Dam in hot pursuit with that flying serpent kick, but he's getting rooted. He Tiger's Lust it. He's staying on target. He gets stunned, though. Another catch behind the pillar. Are they ready for the trade? Looks like Feral Druid's retreating away. Not going to put too much pressure. They're swapping back on the Priest, kicking him on his cast, but they don't have enough kicks to stop it. And here's a big hit of damage on Big Dam. He karmas it before the stun. Double Fear hits. They have Tremor, but he's cloned. He Tremors late to get him out and get him back into the fight, but there's no real significant openings. They're kind of just like throwing punches at the Feral and trying to swap to the Priest. They finally get his survival instincts. Maybe they do still have a chance here. They have the Zwen available in a moment. They're swapping on the Priest to stop him from casting. They get the Hammer of Justice. They're swapping back on the Feral. He is out of there, bro. He is just running for his life right now, and Big Dam can't get there. He's taking so much damage from Willie at the moment. He gets vortexed in to their clutches. He's still just dead, man. He's just dying at the pillar. This is tournament lives on the line. He gets lay on hands at the last possible second, but Smite is free casting right now. He's running a freight train over. They bubble, they wall, they trade everything. There's no momentum for the Abjured. It is looking horrifying right now for them in terms of qualifications.
Yeah, this is not looking good. The Abjured, they need to figure out something fast, but they do have that one-shot damage. The Ascendance is almost available. That could be an opportunity. Keep in mind, Big Dam has Crackling Jade Lightning too, so never count them out. There is an opportunity, but this is not looking good. 10% health, Diffuse Magic Portal. Vivify Spam, it's not enough. He gets kicked, he portals back. Somehow he survives. Ronnie's there with the heal. He's rolling away, but Willie's there to snipe him. Wage Gap 3-0, the Abjured for qualification.
Wage Gap to make Ronnie look like lightweight. 3-0. Fast as hell here. Are the fastest series of the day. They are ecstatic with their win after their heartbreaking Game 5 defeat against the Dire Wolves, but they punched their ticket into the gauntlet. They will be the final North American team, and the Abjured, they're going to have to go back to the ladder, go back to the drawing board, and hopefully concoct something more threatening for next time, but this just looked so hopeless, honestly, from the Abjured. It just, what did they get? They're just dead at the pillar. Like, they're just like, we're hiding, guys. This is where we're supposed to live, right? No, nowhere is safe. Nowhere is safe against Wage Gap. The entire map is death. The entire floor is lava. You step anywhere. At this moment, man, he almost survived. It was almost a heroic moment. And then they just get so much CC. They stun him out of the trap. It's just, he's not getting out of that, dude. He's not getting out of that alive. So the Abjured, they put on some entertaining matches for us here today. Some entertaining camera point of view as well. With Ronnie's feet in the sky. Definitely a fun team to spectate. I'm happy they went into the competition here. Obviously, I think they're working against the odds as far as meta is concerned for their roster, and they still put on a show for us. So applause for them in the chat here. Wage Gap, congratulations, you're in. You'll have a chance in the gauntlet, and then Dire Wolves as well. And we've got our top 4 for both regions now.
Oof. So exciting. What a way to end the day in that tiebreaker. Personally, kind of surprised that was a 3-0. Wage Gap, I kind of thought they were maybe going to get that one, but I did not expect Abjured to not get a single game off of Wage Gap. But nonetheless, that is looking good for them, and we will be seeing them in that gauntlet, and that is looking scary, Vinricky.
Yeah, it is. I mean, we don't know exactly where all the teams are going to be in the gauntlet just yet, I don't think, so we'll have to wait and see. But yeah, being in that last position, you're going to have a very good run. But luckily for them, we have seen it in the past. Teams have gone all the way from round 1 and won round 4, made it into the top 4. Doesn't happen often. And it's particularly stressful because you have to prepare for all of these different teams, which is kind of a nightmare situation. It's really, really tough, but they might be able to do it. We'll have to see if they can.
Certainly. Here is the gauntlet for North America. F-tier Wage Gap down at the bottom, round 1. Basically how this works. Only one team will make it out alive from all of these matches. So winner of round 1 moves up to round 2 to face off against Left 4 Dead. Then up to round 3 for Z-Rated. Then round 4, Cats and Dogs. And something we were kind of talking about earlier as well, Supatees, is there's a lot of time between now and when this gauntlet is being played. So things could look completely different when we actually see these games play out.
Yeah, and every team has a different composition too, so thinking about what you need to prepare for is going to be difficult, even regardless if there are changes, and so much time until November 14th, so much more on the line as we've moved through the 3 cups on the left here. We'll have the gauntlet that advances into the finals for North America and Europe. It's the last opportunity to gain a championship title for the War Within expansion. Who is going to be taking it? the prize, the glory, everything that they've been playing so far throughout the season. I have to say, these cups so far, we still have one more day left, but it's like every single day is like, oh my, that's better than the last one, better than the last one. We're building up. The snowball is getting big now at this point. It's just looking unstoppable. And just look at the leaderboard as well with how tight of a race it is this season for North America. Gators back, welcome to the Jung. They're going head to head right away too in that upper bracket to see who's going to be breaking that tie here this weekend. Cats and Dogs not going to be getting that second chance, but maybe Direwolves like pull off some insane upset for this weekend. And then of course Z-rated, they're 5th seed right now, but they're holding on. Maybe they're going to throw a wrench into the plans of the rest of the North American teams in the top 4.
Oof, they certainly could. So those games for the top 4 for North America and Europe are going to be playing tomorrow, and be sure you are sticking around for that. We can look real quick at the standings as well for Europe, because we're going to be playing those games the first half of the day. We've got Echo in first place, 320 points. Second, StreamerZone.gg and Dobob and Under Pressure tied for third. So kind of same situation going on over there, Ven. I'm surprised at kind of how this played out. Echo in first, of course. But Dobob and StreamerZone, I didn't think they'd be here. And then Under Pressure, in second and third. And then Under Pressure, fighting for third, could kick Dobob out of third completely, out of the standings, out of the top 3.
Yeah, it's interesting for a lot of different reasons. I feel like for Streamer Zone, they have been so close. They really came out of nowhere, I feel like. They've been so close to actually taking down Echo. The matchup's been one-sided, but they keep making it at least to the finals. And if they could beat Echo and get momentum going into the finals, that would be massive for their team. And of course, the lower bracket matchup, like you mentioned, is going to be Dobob and Under Pressure. They're so close on points. Winner of that is definitely going to have a huge edge making it into that top 3. Under Pressure, they've been looking solid. Dobob as well, bringing in the Frost Mage with the Feral Druid, going back to kind of the roots with that FMP. And Under Pressure, their cleave comps have been looking good. So I'm not sure who's going to come out ahead there, but it's going to be an amazing series for sure.
Could not agree more. Make sure you're tuning in for those games. It is the final championship Sunday of the season 3 of The War Within. I feel like the season kind of flew by. What do you guys think?
Definitely.
Like
Jinx.
It's weird. It's already basically over, obviously not including the actual finals themselves in mid-November, but these first 3 cups just flew by. It's been so exciting to see these teams bring out new compositions, new rosters doing so well, and new players kind of rising to their top and really shining this season. So it's been great, but we've got one more day left, and make sure y'all are tuning in tomorrow, twitch.tv/Warcraft. We're also on YouTube, 10 a.m. Pacific, 7 p.m. CEST. Also follow us on Twitter @WowEsports. Thank you guys so much. We will see you for tomorrow's games. Goodbye.